Chapter 1. Even if I, Lin Xian, die or jump down from here, I will never agree to go on a blind date with you. You can give up on that idea. On the 18th floor of the Pearl Tower, Lin Xian's face was filled with determination. He was as still as a mountain, as if even the sky falling down would not be able to shake his resolve. In front of him was an extremely beautiful woman. She was about 24 or 25 years old. Her hair was tied into a simple ponytail with a silver crescent-shaped hair clip. Her bangs were of a good length and had a slight curve to them. Her oval face was slightly powdered, and she had beautiful black eyebrows. Her eyes were bright, her nose was straight, and her mouth was small. Her red lips were tightly pursed. Although she did not speak, there was confidence and depth in her indifference. Her name was Linya, Lin Xian's older sister. The guests around them, especially the men, all gave Lin Xian a look of approval. Not bad. This is what a man of our new era should be like. Neither servile nor overbearing, this is the true nature of a man. Persevere. So what if you don't go on a blind date? It's not like you can't find a girlfriend. I believe in you. Good luck. I've also been forced to go on blind dates by my family. I understand how you feel. We men who worship fast hands can't lower our heads. We can only use our hands. Lin Yat slowly took out a photo from her bag and pushed it in front of Lin Xian. She said indifferently, "This is her photo." Lin Xian's face was full of disdain. He picked up the photo and said, "Little fairy, let me tell you, even if it's a beauty like you, I won't go on a blind date." After he said that, he casually glanced at the girl in the photo. Then, time seemed to stop. A few seconds later, "What's her name? What time is it in the afternoon? Which hotel? What do you think I should wear?" Two people who were drinking tea at the side spat out their tea. Fuck. Where's your persistence? Your stubbornness? Where's your dignity as a man? Fuck. I thought it was a king, but who knew it was a bronze? Heh, men. Men. Zhao Mengyue, 1:00 this afternoon, Crown Plaza Hotel. Linya picked up her bag and walked away. Hey, big sister, has anyone ever told you that you're beautiful? At the entrance of the Crown Plaza Hotel, Lin Xian had just gotten out of the car when he saw a girl walking towards him with a handsome smile. The young lady looked at Lin Xian and then looked at the license plate of his car. Then, she blushed and said shyly, "No, no." Lin Xian grinned like the sunshine boy next door. Then, he slowly reached out his hand to caress the side of her face and said, "Now I have one. I think you're very beautiful." Really? Of course it's fake. Ha ha ha. The girl froze for a moment, lunatic. Ding. You've successfully teased a big sister. Scumbag value plus 10,000. A sweet and ethereal little girl's voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind. 5 days ago, Lin Xian was on vacation in India. Then, Linya called him and told him that she was seriously ill. Lin Xian immediately took a plane and flew back. Who knew that Linya would trick him into coming back for a blind date? Lin Xian was only a university student, but Linya kept urging him to find a girlfriend. This was the 3rd time this year. When Lin Xian was in India, he inexplicably obtained the. Then, he walked on a path of no return. Although the system wanted him to be a scumbag, he strongly insisted that he would not be a scumbag. 3 years ago, Lin Xian, who was far away on Earth, ended his life because of an accident. He did not expect to reappear here when he opened his eyes again. He was reborn in the body of another person called Lin Xian. At the same time, he discovered something. This was not Earth, but a place called Planet Aqua Blue. It was very similar to Earth. After entering the Crown Plaza Hotel, Lin Xian immediately saw a girl in a white coat playing with her phone with her head down. Then, he walked over. "Miss Zhao Mengyue, right?" Zhao Mengyue raised her head and looked at Lin Xian. "Lin Xian, long time no see." Zhao Mengyue smiled at Lin Xian. Lin Xian had a suspicious look on his face. Then, he sat opposite her and asked, "Long time no see. Have we met?" "I'm your high school desk mate." "Lin Xian, Xiao Yu." Lin Xian was surprised. "Yes, I've changed my name to Zhao Mengyue." Lin Xian knew this Zhao Mengyue. At that time, Lin Xian had not been reborn. When the original owner of this body was in high school, she was still called Xiao Yu. At that time, the two of them were in a relationship. That year, Lin Xian and Lin Ye were still relatively poor. One night, about a month later, Lin Xian saw Xiao Yu and another middle-aged man with a big gold chain going to a hotel. The next day, when he went to talk to her, he was ridiculed by Xiao Yu. He would never forget her words, "You, Lin Xian, are just a poor bastard. You want to eat swan meat? Dream on." Today, when he saw her, Lin Xian had changed into a different person. However, he felt as if the original owner of this body hated him. Ding! You have triggered the mission. The system triggered the mission. Due to the love and hate between the host and Zhao Mengyue, please prank Zhao Mengyue. Mission punishment, none. Mission completion, 0%. Completion, 100%. Reward, step into the spirit condensation realm by 1 star. Boom! That it was as if he was struck by lightning. He thought that this system could only use the scum value to exchange for some cultivation pills, body tempering, and bone marrow cleansing elixirs from the system store. However, he did not expect that it could trigger a mission and even directly increase his realm. Is it really possible? Lin Xian even felt that it was too unreal. Because 1 star of the spirit condensation realm is level 11, the second realm. Lin Xian calmed himself down. Since this was the case, and since he had met her again, Lin Xian no longer had any psychological burden. It was only right for him to help the original owner of this body vent her anger. "Lin Xian, I heard that your sister is rich, right?" Zhao Mengyue asked expectantly. Lin Xian sat down and took a sip of tea. He nodded, "Yes, she's just earning a little money. It's just a vacation when she has nothing to do. Playing golf with Niu Yun and Lu Dongqiang is boring." Zhao Mengyue's eyes lit up. Of course, she did not like Lin Xian before. Otherwise, why would she run away with another man in high school? But now it was different. Lin Xian was tall, rich, and handsome. This was the life she wanted. So she came. However, although a woman changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood, your change is too big. Lin Xian sneered in his heart as he looked at Zhao Mengyue. Zhao Mengyue said shyly, "I have a good foundation. But it's not to the point where your face changed." Lin Xian gestured with his hands, "I remember that you didn't have an oval face before. Why is it so sharp now? Aren't you afraid of poking your chest? Did you get plastic surgery?" Ding! Successfully taunted Zhao Mengyue. Scum value plus 10,000. Mission progress, 30%. Chapter 2. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhao Mengyue's face stiffened. However, thinking that his identity was no longer ordinary, Zhao Mengyue still greeted him with a smile. In her opinion, Lin Xian loved her to death. Zhao Mengyue softly shushed him, "Minor, just minor." Then she affectionately looked at Lin Xian and said, "I can look anything you like." Lin Xian, after a few years, this Zhao Mengyue had indeed advanced to a shameless green tea. "Pretty good, pretty good. I'm hungry. Let's eat first. Lin Xian said. Okay. They talked about some things while eating, but Lin Xian's mind wasn't on it. He was completely focused on the system's mission. Soon, they were almost done eating. Lin Xian snapped his fingers. Waiter, bill. Hello, the total is 1,300 yuan. Lin Xian coolly took out a card and handed it to the waiter. At the same time, he mysteriously said to Zhao Mengyue, I'll give you a surprise later. Zhao Mengyue's eyes flashed. Surprise. What would his surprise be? Beep. Your balance is insufficient. This sound came from the POS. How is it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? I have no money in my card. Lin Xian took out his wallet and emptied it. My wallet is empty. I don't have any cash either. The key point was that this guy's tone was especially smug. Zhao Mengyue, you, ding. Successfully pranked Zhao Mengyue. Scumbag points plus 10,000. Mission progress, 60%. Zhao Mengyue took a deep breath. He was testing her. That's right, he must be testing her. After all, she had hurt him before. Zhao Mengyue comforted herself. It's okay, I'll pay. Zhao Mengyue squeezed out a smile with difficulty and handed the card to the waiter. Lin Xian put away the wallet and pretended to be embarrassed as he said, I'm really sorry. Actually, I'm quite surprised that there's no money in my card. I was just joking with you. My sister said that a man should be full of surprises for a girl. I know. As she spoke, Zhao Mengyue took back the bank card that had been swiped. I'm really sorry. Let me send you home, Lin Xian said to Zhao Mengyue. Thank you. Then, the two of them walked out. When Zhao Mengyue saw Lin Xian enter the Mercedes-Benz, her previous displeasure immediately dissipated. He was indeed rich. He must have really been testing him just now. If he had left in a fit of anger, they might not have had a chance. Then they got into the car. Is your house still the same as before? Lin Xian asked as he drove. Your car is quite comfortable. It's all right. There are a few more comfortable ones at home, Lin Xian said deliberately with a smile. A few minutes later, the car stopped outside a residential area. I'm here. Zhao Mengyue seemed to be waiting for Lin Xian to say something. She didn't open the door for a long time. Just as the door was about to open, wait, I have a surprise for you. Lin Xian suddenly called out to her. Zhao Mengyue looked at Lin Xian expectantly. Pa-da. Caw. Lin Xian suddenly broke down something that looked like a car accessory. Then, the sound of printing could be heard. Then, a female voice came from the car. Thank you for taking a taxi from Tianhua City. The total for this trip is 49 yuan. Rip. Lin Xian tore off the receipt and handed it to Zhao Mengyue. Then, he grinned, a total of 49 yuan. Ding. You've successfully pranked Zhao Mengyue. Scumbag points plus 10,000. Mission progress, 90%. Zhao Mengyue froze in place. Then, an angry expression appeared on her face. Lin Xian, you're messing with me. Zhao Mengyue glared at Lin Xian with a ferocious expression. Surprise. Are you surprised? Zhao Mengyue angrily slapped a 100 yuan bill on the car and angrily slammed the door. Wait. Lin Xian hurriedly ran out of the car and stopped Zhao Mengyue's car. Zhao Mengyue was stunned. She looked at Lin Xian's affectionate eyes and his face that was slowly approaching her. He wants to kiss me. Will I let him kiss me? Or was he just joking? If he kisses me, does that mean we can be together? Does that mean I can live a life of luxury? Slowly, Zhao Mengyue closed her eyes and waited for Lin Xian to kiss her. She could already feel Lin Xian's hot breath. Suddenly, Lin Xian stopped. Wow! Your face is so powdered. Even the wind blows it away. You have to take responsibility for the heavy smog. Zhao Mengyue, bastard. 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 She opened her eyes and angrily slapped Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian nimbly dodged it. Lin Xian, just you wait. I'll remember you. Zhao Mengyue angrily walked away. Ding. Congratulations on completing Zhao Mengyue. Reward, scumbag value plus 10,000. Target is identified as a scumbag. Random special effect will be triggered. Do you want to use it on the target? You can do this. For a green tea bitch, it's definitely a yes. Yes. At the same time, Lin Xian's body was surrounded by a faint golden light. It wasn't that obvious during the day. A power that he had never felt before surged out from his body. Power. This is the feeling of power. 10 seconds later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. A light flashed by. Ding. Your realm has increased to 1 star of spirit condensation. Strength plus 100, speed plus 100, agility plus 100, defense plus 100. Whoosh! A panel appeared in front of Lin Xian. Name, Lin Xian. Age, 21. Realm, 1 star of spirit condensation level, 11. Scumbag value, 310000. Current experience points, 03000. Strength, 127. Vitality, 126. Agility, 125. Spirit, 125. Spiritual energy, 250. Talent, none. Martial skills, none. Looking at his attributes that were 10 times higher than an ordinary person's, and feeling the spiritual energy flowing in his body, Lin Xian was wild with joy. Planet Aqua Blue was a place similar to Earth. It had the same technology, computers, mobile phones, wireless, everything that Earth had, but the biggest difference was that everyone here was born with a God's Child system. Because of the God's Child system, Planet Aqua Blue was a world where everyone practiced martial arts. Here, monsters, ancient beasts, dragons, and various other creatures were born. Humans could practice martial arts with the help of the God's Child system. At the same time, they could clearly record their own attributes. But before this, the original owner of this body didn't have the God's Child system. He was just an ordinary person who couldn't practice martial arts. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't have it after his rebirth. But now, although he didn't have the God's Child system, he had the. Its effect was several times stronger than the God's Child system. Lin Xian opened his Scumbag Man system store. In addition to the mission rewards, there were also good things in the store. Chapter 3. Experience Fruit. Eating the experience fruit will increase 1,000 experience points. Cost, 100,000 scumbag points, spirit plus 10 after consumption. The first 3 consumption effects are 100%. After the third consumption, the effect will decrease by 50%. Scumbag value consumed, 300000, a fluid that can strengthen physique. Vitality plus 10 after consumption. The first 3 consumption effects are 100%. After the third consumption, the effect will decrease by 50%. Scumbag value consumed, 500000, can be exchanged for strength, vitality, agility, or spirit. Any attribute will increase by 100%. Duration, 1 minute. Cost, 50,000. The same attribute cannot be stacked. These 3 were the only ones in the system store, but no matter which one it was, they were all very effective for Lin Xian. The experience fruit was what Lin Xian wanted the most. One experience fruit could increase 1,000 experience points. In other words, he only needed 3 experience fruits to enter the spirit condensation realm. Others needed to desperately kill monsters to level up, but he only needed to have enough scum points to exchange for it. As for this attribute exchange, it was like a bug. For example, if he directly exchanged for strength and increased it by 100%, it would be invincible. Lin Xian had been flirting with the girls for the past 2 days. In addition to Zhao Mingyue's mission, he had 310,000 scum points. In the next moment, his mind moved. Ding! You have successfully exchanged for X3. Lin Xian was slightly taken aback when he saw the 3 fruits that resembled cherry tomatoes in his hand. Then, he put them into his mouth. Surprisingly, the experience fruit actually flowed into his body like a warm current the moment it entered his mouth. A comfortable and warm current flowed through his entire body. Ding! You have consumed the experience fruit. Experience plus 1,000. Ding! You have consumed, ding. Your realm has increased to the spirit condensation realm. A 1-star realm was solved with just 3 fruits. Lin Xian felt as if a lifetime had passed as he felt the power in his body increase exponentially once again. God closed a door for you, but at the same time, he opened a window for you. Lin Xian's cultivation door had been closed, and now his window had been opened. Moreover, it was a window that was many times wider than the door. There was also a big wheel in the system store. Lin Xian didn't know what it was, but it was worth 500,000 scum man points. There were too many of them, so he had never used them. But he was looking forward to it. From now on I, Lin Xian, am no longer a cripple. Lin Xian would never forget how he died. 3 years ago on Earth, Lin Xian and his beloved Dongfang Shui were chased to the heart-burying cliff by the Lin family, the Dongfang family, and the Xianyuan family. These 3 families were all ancient cultivation sects in Huaxia. Lin Xian was only born with terminated meridians and was unable to cultivate. His parents died because of a scheme, and he was ostracized, ridiculed, and chased out of the family. He would never forget Dongfang Shui's heart-wrenching cries as she was forcefully taken away by the Dongfang family. He would never forget Xianyuan Qingtian from the Xianyuan family, who had always coveted Dongfang Shui. He would never forget that Xianyuan Qingtian was the one who personally crushed his own meridians and threw him into the abyss. After reincarnating, Lin Xian thought that he was not destined to die. However, without the God spawn system on planet Aqua Blue, he despaired. 3 years passed in a daze. Until now, he had transformed. He could cultivate. It was said that once he cultivated to the 100th level of the heavenly Tao realm, he would be able to shatter the void. He wanted to shatter the void and return to Earth to take back everything he had lost. He wanted to sacrifice those who deserved to die. In this life, he wanted to be the heavenly Tao realm. The system had given him the qualifications. And all of this was buried deep in Lin Xian's heart, never to be forgotten. When he returned home, Linya was in the middle of cooking dinner with an apron wrapped around her. Their house had 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. In a city like Tianhua City, it would have cost quite a bit in this era. In this era, demon beasts were everywhere. Planet Aqua Blue was divided into 5 countries. Lin Xian lived in Hua Nation. Out of the 600 cities in Hua Nation, half of them had already become demon beasts' territory. The human population had been greatly reduced. Now, there was a powerful barrier around the cities. Generally, demon beasts would not enter, so it was quite safe. On planet Aqua Blue, there was only one thing that was revered: strength was everything. Coming. Linya wiped her hands and walked out of the kitchen with a bowl of soup. There were already several dishes on the table, all of which were Lin Xian's favorites. Lin Xian picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Then, he said with satisfaction, "Little fairy, your cooking is getting better and better." Little fairy was the name Lin Xian used exclusively for Linya. At first, Linya rejected it, but after getting used to it, she followed along with Lin Xian. Actually, Linya was very curious about Lin Xian's change. A few days ago, Lin Xian was still as muddle-headed as before. But suddenly, he changed. He became fond of joking around. It was as if he had become a completely different person. But slowly, she felt that perhaps Lin Xian had thought things through. This was really good. Actually, the muddle-headed state was because Lin Xian was still unable to cultivate after coming here. The change was because he had obtained the system. He had obtained the qualifications to cultivate. His world had lit up. Linya rolled her eyes at Lin Xian, as if she was used to his behavior. Then, she asked, "How was the blind date?" Lin Xian wiped his hands and rolled his eyes. "Don't mention it." "I say, what kind of taste do you have?" "Her face is full of hyaluronic acid and fake body. I don't even know what she looks like now. Even the powder is a centimeter thick. You want to find someone like that to be my blind date partner?" "I say, little fairy, your taste is really bad. It's far worse than mine." Ding. Successfully teased Linya. Scumbag man points plus 10,000. What made Lin Xian surprised was that this was possible. She was his elder sister. But thinking about it, they were not related by blood. Naturally, it could be triggered. Hee hee. A vulgar thought appeared in Lin Xian's mind. It can't be. Plastic surgery. My friend introduced her to me. I thought she would be very good. Linya's beautiful face was a bit embarrassed. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and muttered, "But actually, she has her advantages." "What advantages?" "Her breasts are bigger than yours. Her butt is more perky than yours." Ding. Successfully teased Linya. Scumbag man points plus 10,000. Linya was stunned. Then, she walked over and pinched Lin Xian's ear. She gritted her teeth and pretended to be angry. "Say that again." "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Little fairy, be gentle. I'm just joking." Linya obviously couldn't bear to use force. Then, she let go of Lin Xian. She also knew that Lin Xian was just joking. She was very confident in her appearance and figure. "Hurry and wash your hands and eat," Linya said and walked to the kitchen. Then, she heard Lin Xian's muttering behind her, "People who don't know would think that she's an ice goddess. Actually, she's very violent." Ding. Successfully teased Linya. Scumbag man points plus 10,000. Linya took a deep breath and walked into the kitchen. Lin Xian often teased Linya. Linya was already used to it. When they were eating, Lin Xian said, "Oh right, little fairy, there's something I need to tell you." "Don't talk when eating," Linya said and ate her rice in small bites. Lin Xian paused for a bit before continuing, "That I can cultivate." Hearing Lin Xian's words, Linya's body trembled. She stared at Lin Xian. "What? Did you just say that you can cultivate? What's going on? Didn't you not have the god spawn system? Did you get it?" A series of questions came out of Linya's mouth. She knew that this was Lin Xian's greatest pain. It was also where her heart ached the most. She wanted to help Lin Xian, but she couldn't. Especially for a man, not being able to cultivate was very lowly in this era where strength was respected. But Lin Xian suddenly said that he could cultivate. How could Linya not be shocked and excited? Lin Xian picked up his bowl and calmly ate a mouthful of rice. Then, he slowly said, "Don't talk when eating. Little fairy, you talk too much." Linya's head was filled with black lines. Ding. Successfully teased Linya. Scumbag man points plus 10,000. Go to hell. Don't talk when you eat or sleep. Tell me. What's going on? In the outside world, Linya was indeed the ice goddess. But she would only show her violent and gentle personality to Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and said, "I randomly got the god spawn system. I don't know why." Lin Xian wouldn't tell Linya about the scumbag system. It wasn't that he didn't trust Linya, but he didn't know how to explain it. He might as well just say that he got the god spawn system. That's great. I'll go open a bottle of champagne to celebrate. Linya smiled and quickly got up. I still have school tomorrow. Linya rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Everyone has a girlfriend in university. What about you? You still have the nerve to say that you're going to school. Lin Xian, after eating, Lin Xian returned to his room. He lay on his bed and looked at the night sky outside the window. Now that he could cultivate, his biggest goal was to cultivate to the highest level and become a powerful being. Then he could step through the void and return to Earth. But before that, he had one more thing to do on planet Aqua Blue. It was about Linya. Lin Xian had been reborn 3 years ago. The original owner of this body had died because of one person. His name was Qin Xiaotian. In his memory, Linya had a special ice body that could double her ability to control ice. That night, that person called Qin Xiaotian barged into their house. He used a secret technique to forcefully transfer Linya's ice body onto his body. Lin Xian saw all of this. He killed Lin Xian with a single palm strike. That was how Lin Xian had been reborn into his body. Linya did not know about this. She did not even know that she had a special ice body. Her memory of that night had been erased. All of this was the original owner's memory. After being reborn, Lin Xian had seen Qin Xiaotian. He had become the top genius of Tianhua Academy. Lin Xian had also pretended to have lost his memory. Although Qin Xiaotian had seen Lin Xian and was surprised that he was not dead, he did not do anything after seeing that Lin Xian had lost his memory. He was afraid that the more he tried, the easier it would be for him to be exposed. In everyone's eyes, Qin Xiaotian was a proud son of heaven, a genius. However, only Lin Xian knew how disgusting his heart was behind that gentlemanly facade. Previously, Lin Xian did not dare to expose himself because he could not cultivate. But now, what Qin Xiaotian owed Linya, what he owed the original owner of this body, Lin Xian would make him pay. Each major realm is divided into 1 to 10 stars. In other words, each major realm has 10 levels. Chapter 4. The next morning, Lin Xian was woken up by Linya. He had arrived at Tianhua Academy. The universities here were different from those on Earth. Here, they taught cultivation. Within the Tianhua Academy, there was also the Sky Martial Court. One had to pass a test to enter the Sky Martial Court. It was a place that every student dreamed of entering. Looking at the scene before his eyes, some students were holding flames in their hands, some were gathering lightning, and some were conjuring pillars of water. Streaks of power rose within the academy. These were all ancient martial art practitioners. Lin Xian had once envied them. Now, Lin Xian's everything was the scumbag system. He knew that as long as he flirted with girls, he would gain scumbag points. The scumbag points were a convenient way for him to increase his scumbag points. Thus, from the moment he obtained the system, Lin Xian had completely transformed. He was not a proud person of few words. On Earth, Dongfang Shui liked Lin Xian. The main reason was that Lin Xian could often make her happy. Now that Lin Xian had returned. Just at this moment, two girls appeared in front of him. Yi Yi. Tianhua Academy's most popular campus belle. She was ranked third among the top 10 campus belle of Tianhua Academy. She had countless suitors. Lin Xian knew a little about her. This was because the two of them were in the same class. Her clear and bright eyes, arched eyebrows, and long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Her fair and flawless skin had a faint rosy hue. Her thin lips were as delicate as rose petals. Her calm eyes emitted a faint light. Her long hair and gentle personality revealed an unparalleled beauty. She wore a simple beige jacket and simple denim shorts, revealing a pair of fair and long legs. She gave off a refreshing feeling. Beside her was another girl. She was also one of the campus belle of Tianhua Academy, Lu Yufan. She had a baby face and large eyes that were especially lively. She exuded a kind of playfulness and cuteness. The two of them were neck and neck in terms of looks. She was ranked fourth. Ding! You have triggered a hidden quest. Quest punishment, none. Quest reward. Current progress, 0%. Ding! You have triggered a hidden quest. Quest punishment, none. Quest reward, talent. Current progress, 0%. When Lin Xian saw the two of them, the system notification rang in his mind. Lin Xian didn't know what the two rewards were, but judging from the level of the first reward, it was definitely not weak. Lin Xian realized that the system wouldn't trigger a mission just because he saw a girl. There had to be a specific target. Lin Xian smirked and walked over. Yi Yi and Lu Yufan were chatting when they suddenly saw a person blocking their way. Lin Xian looked at Yi Yi and stroked his bangs. Then, he looked at Yi Yi affectionately and said, Yi Yi, be my girlfriend. Alright, this scene was quite common. After all, she was the campus belle. However, those who dared to confess and pursue her were all people of status. What about Lin Xian? Fuck. Who is he? He actually dares to confess to Yi Yi in front of everyone. Isn't he a little too daring? Either his family is rich, or his family is powerful. Otherwise, who would dare to confess to Yi Yi in front of everyone? TSK, I know him. He's Lin Xian. He's that piece of trash who didn't get the divine subsystem. He can't cultivate in this lifetime. However, he hasn't been to school for many days. Fuck. Then what right does he have to pursue Yi Yi? Everyone began to discuss. Yi Yi was also stunned. She found that it was her classmate, Lin Xian. She slightly shook her head and said, sorry, please move. Lin Xian continued to block in front of her. Yi Yi, I've liked you for a long time. Be my girlfriend. My mom said that girls with big butts can give birth to boys. So, I've decided on you. Ding. Successfully teased Yi Yi. Scumbag points plus 10,000. Mission progress, 10%. Pfft, he said your butt is big. Lu Yufan couldn't help but laugh. Then, she looked at Lin Xian and said with a serious face, hey, what right do you have to pursue my Yi? Lin Xian glanced at Lu Yufan. Then, he looked at Yi Yi and said, my mom also said not to talk to girls with small breasts. Also, don't get to know girls with small breasts. Ding. Successfully teased Lu Yufan. Scumbag points plus 10,000. Mission progress, 10%. Lu Yufan, aw. Bastard, you said my breasts are small. You can't accept him even if you die. Lu Yufan gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian then looked at her and smiled. Aren't you going to ask me why? Lu Yufan blinked her large eyes. She was indeed quite curious. Then, she asked, then why don't you get to know girls with small breasts? Lin Xian smiled and said, that's because flat breasts are evil. Flat breasts are all bad people. Lu Yufan, was she crazy? She actually asked Lin Xian. Ding. Successfully teased Lu Yufan. Scumbag points plus 10,000. Mission progress, 20%. Ignore him, let's go. Yi pulled Lu Yufan's hand and ignored Lin Xian as they walked away. Lin Xian hurriedly shouted at their backs, hey, 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 Yi. I won't give up. One day, I'll make you a woman of my Lin family and give birth to a big fat boy for me. Ding. Successfully teased Yi. Scumbag points plus 10,000. Mission progress, 20%. Pervert. Yi couldn't help but spit out when she heard Lin Xian's words from behind. She originally thought that even though Lin Xian couldn't cultivate, he was at least a gentleman. However, she realized that she was wrong. This Lin Xian was just as indecent as those men. No, he was even more despicable than those men. Lu Yufan nodded repeatedly, that's right, that's right. He actually dares to flatten my chest. Humph. Let's see if my suitors don't beat him to death. Lu Yufan even waved her fist as she spoke. Hearing Lu Yufan's words, Yi's brows slightly knit together. Then, she said worriedly, Fan, Lin Xian can't cultivate. What if those people really hurt him? Lu Yufan's face was stunned. Then, she said, no way, Yi. Are you worried about him? Yi shook her head, no, after all, he is my classmate. Moreover, he can't cultivate and has no ability to resist. So, on the other side, Lin Xian was elated. The two major missions had both been completed by 20%. He believed that they would be completed very soon. He was looking forward to seeing the effects of the spiritual eye. Was the Imperial Medical Sacred Technique a medical skill? A mocking voice suddenly came from the side. Pfft, why don't you take a look at yourself? You don't even have the right to cultivate and you want to chase after Yi. Scum from the bottom of society. Lin Xian followed the voice and looked over. He actually saw Zhao Mengyue. Zhao Mengyue also saw that there were quite a lot of people here and came over to take a look. However, she saw Lin Xian. Only then did she know that Lin Xian was also in Tianhua Academy. At the same time, she heard the discussions around her. So, Lin Xian was the cripple who didn't have the Son of God system. Yo, isn't this Zhao Mengyue? You found a boyfriend so quickly. Lin Xian looked at the handsome man she was holding on to. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up. Suddenly, Zhao Mengyue had a bad feeling. Wang Chao looked at Lin Xian and sneered, what does my Yu finding a boyfriend have to do with you? However, Lin Xian stretched out his index finger and waved it in the air. No, that's not right. Brother, I'm kindly reminding you. I want to ask if you've ever tried touching her face or nose. Chapter 5. Wang Chao was stunned as he looked at Lin Xian. What do you mean? Lin Xian smiled, you know what I mean. However, I even had dinner with her yesterday and sent her home, but she made me lose all interest. Ding, successfully taunted Zhao Mengyue, scum value plus 10,000. Zhao Mengyue's face sank as she pointed at Lin Xian and angrily said, Lin Xian, don't talk nonsense. Brother Chao, he has a grudge against me, don't believe his nonsense. Wang Chao sneered, of course, Lin Xian right. The trash that was abandoned by the god spawn system? A man who can't cultivate, why are you still living? You're even licking your face to chase after Yi. Ha ha ha. Hearing Wang Chao's words, the people watching the show all laughed. In an era where strength was respected, strength was everything. And without strength, you're just scum, you'll be looked down upon by others. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, but he didn't show any anger on his face. Oh. That means you're very strong, right? Ha ha ha. I don't dare to say I'm that strong. Chi building realm 3 stars, I can only kill a cow with 1 punch. Wang Chao looked at Lin Xian with disdain and laughed. Chi building realm was the first realm, 3 stars was only 3 stars. Lin Xian was now 2 stars of the spirit condensation realm, which was the second realm, 12 stars. The difference was like heaven and earth. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Kill a cow with a single punch. Why don't you try? Everyone was stunned. Was this guy looking for death? Wang Chao frowned. Lin Xian, don't look for death. Brother Chao, hit him. Make him stop being so arrogant. Zhao Mengyue fanned the flames. What? I'm standing right here, you don't dare to hit me. Lin Xian laughed. Wang Chao laughed. Ha ha ha, I don't dare to hit you. Even if I kill you on the spot, what's the big deal? It's just getting rid of a piece of trash that can't cultivate. Alright, stop fucking pretending. Lin Xian waved his hand and walked away. How dare you? Wang Chao was enraged by Lin Xian's attitude and slapped him across the face. Many people could not bear to watch, they all thought that this slap would be enough to kill Lin Xian. One must know that a 3-star Chi building realm martial artist has the strength to knock down a tree with a single punch. This kind of strength would be enough to knock down a normal person. Stop! Yi and the others had just returned when they saw this scene, but it was already too late. The 2 schoolbells hurriedly closed their eyes, but after that, they did not hear any strange sounds. When they opened their eyes, they were shocked to find that Lin Xian had grabbed Wang Chao's wrist with one hand and slapped him with the other. Wang Chao's figure spun 720 degrees in the air before crashing to the ground. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. What was going on? Why was it the other way around? Wang Chao was a 3-star Chi building realm martial artist, but Lin Xian was just a normal person. How was this possible? TSK, didn't you claim to be able to kill me? How come you've fallen? Lin Xian mocked with a smile. Wang Chao covered his face and stood up angrily. Lin Xian, you're fucking courting death. Shua that a flame condensed from Wang Chao's body and rushed towards Lin Xian once again. Slap. It was the exact same scene. Even though Wang Chao had condensed his fire attribute energy, he was still sent flying by Lin Xian's backhand slap. Everyone, this Lin Xian doesn't seem like a piece of trash. He can easily defeat a 3-star Chi building realm martial artist, so he should be at least 2 stars higher. Lu Yufan said with her mouth slightly agape. Yi shook her head. I don't know what's going on either. At this time, Lin Xian turned his head to look at them and grinned. I knew you couldn't bear to part with me. Did you come here to accept my confession? Love you, moi. Yi, ding, successfully teased Yi. Scumbag points plus 10,000, mission progress, 30%. Let's go. Yi gritted her teeth, then turned around and walked away angrily. She came here because she was afraid that Lin Xian would be beaten up by their suitors. If that happened, Yi would feel that she was in the wrong, but she didn't think that this guy would be so flirtatious. Wait for me, Yi. Lin Xian sighed from behind. Sigh, women are creatures who say one thing and mean another. Look, when I said that, she ran away shyly. Then Lin Xian shouted again, "Hey, little chest girl, why are you so shy? I'm not interested in you." Yi Yi and Lu Yufan's figures staggered. I wanted to beat him up, but I held back. I want to be a lady. Lu Yufan said in a wronged manner. Ding! Successfully teased Yi Yi. Scumbag points plus 10,000, mission progress, 40%. Ding! Successfully teased Lu Yufan. Scumbag points plus 10,000, mission progress, 30%. Listening to the system's notification in satisfaction, Lin Xian looked at Wang Chao, who had just gotten up, and raised his right hand. Wang Chao subconsciously thought that Lin Xian was going to hit him again, so he quickly jumped away. Who knew that Lin Xian looked at his hand and muttered to himself, "Your flame just now wasn't good. It burned for so long, but my hand was completely fine." Everyone, Wang Chao angrily glared at Lin Xian, then said, "Lin Xian, just you wait. I'll definitely get back at you today." After saying that, he angrily walked away. "Hey, you left your girlfriend behind!" Lin Xian shouted. Zhao Mengyue gritted her teeth and quickly ran away. Then Lin Xian smirked and walked away under everyone's shocked gaze. And Lin Xian casually defeated the Qi Building 3-star Wang Chao, which made everyone understand that he was not trash. In fact, he was quite strong. Was he pretending before? When they walked into the classroom, they did not have any special reaction to Lin Xian because they did not know what had just happened outside. They sat in the corner of the last row. Lin Xian did not have many friends in class. His deskmate was a little fatty called Wang Fugue. The two of them talked a lot, but Wang Fugue only ate and drank all day long and did not cultivate. At that time, he was really envious of Lin Xian. He had the God's Child system, but he did not cultivate. Why didn't he have it? However, he was quite nice to Lin Xian and often bought things for Lin Xian to eat. Lin Xian, let me tell you a piece of good news. I'm a Qi Building 5-star cultivator now, so I'm qualified to take the Sky Martial Court's examination, Wang Fugue said with a smile as he wiped the fat on his face. So fast. He was only a Qi Building 2-star cultivator yesterday, right? I went out with the Bounty Hunter Guild to do a mission last night. I didn't expect to encounter a pack of bloodthirsty wolves and 2 level 11 spirit-focused demonic beasts. Fortunately, those guys were quite strong. I accidentally killed a few of them, and I even killed a spirit-focused demonic beast. I directly leveled up to Qi Building 5-star. Awesome! Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Kill steal. Then how did you come back alive? There were only 2 known ways to level up in Planet Aqua Blue. The first was to kill monsters. Killing all kinds of demonic beasts, mutated beasts, and demons would increase the God's Child system's experience points. Once the experience points were full, one would be able to level up. Just like in a game, monsters represented experience points and realms. Killing a demonic beast was a bad idea. No one would be willing to give up their kills. The second method was to kill a demonic beast. However, Lin Xian had a third method, and only he had a way to level up. The scumbag could exchange it for experience fruits from the system store. I'm rich. I gave each of you 1,000,000 experience points, and we'll forget about this. Lin Xian. At this moment, Yi walked into the classroom from the back door. Chapter 6. Yi and Lu Yufan were very close, but they weren't classmates. They had just separated, so Yi was the only one who walked into the classroom. Because she came up from the back stairs, she walked in through the back door. When she walked in, she saw Lin Xian. Hey, love you. Lin Xian said with a sweet smile. Ding. You have successfully teased Yi. Scumbag points plus 10,000. Current mission progress, 50%. Yi, she was going crazy. How did Lin Xian change so much all of a sudden? In the past, he was an invisible person in class. No one would take the initiative to talk to him. He was the most inconspicuous person. He was also very low-key. To be precise, he couldn't be high-key. Because he couldn't cultivate, no one would look at Lin Xian. But now, he was crazy. Lin Xian's words caused the noisy classroom to fall silent. Everyone's movements seemed to be frozen. Wang Fugue had just taken a bite of his hamburger. When he heard Lin Xian's words, he didn't even realize that his hamburger had fallen to the ground. Tina. What did Lin Xian just say? Yi took a deep breath. Then she looked at Lin Xian and said, Lin Xian, can't you find someone else to tease? You actually think I'm teasing you? Lin Xian looked at Yi in disbelief. Yi asked back, isn't that the case? Lin Xian bitterly laughed. His expression was incomparably lonely. Alright, if you say so. Seeing Lin Xian's expression, Yi didn't know why, but she felt a little strange. It was as if she had made him sad. But why would she make him sad? Lin Xian, maybe we can be friends, but I hope you won't do this again. Lin Xian raised his head and looked into Yi's eyes. Do you know why I can't cultivate? Yi was stunned, then said, isn't it because there is no God's child system? Of course I do. Don't you think it's ridiculous that everyone in the world has the Son of God system but I don't? Yi thought about it and realized that it made sense. Billions of people had a God spawn system, so why didn't Lin Xian have one? Lin Xian sighed and said, actually, not only do I have it, but my cultivation level is also very high. I'm known as a genius that only appears once in 100 years. I came to Tianhua City with a heart full of passion, until I came to Tianhua Academy. From the first day I saw you, I felt that I had found my whole world. Yi didn't say anything. The people around them were still listening curiously to Lin Xian's bullshit. So I found a sorcerer. I used my life's worth of cultivation in exchange for your safety. It was also from that moment on that I couldn't cultivate. Everyone, it was obviously bullshit, but Yi looked at Lin Xian's serious expression, especially those sparkling eyes. Why did she feel that it was real? But your power just now, Lin Xian smiled bitterly and said, that's because I realized that without power, I wasn't worthy of you. I didn't even have the right to talk to you. You were so beautiful, so outstanding, so noble. I couldn't raise my head in front of you. So I found him again and exchanged my cultivation level. But you can still live peacefully for the rest of your life. Because this time, I used 20 years of my life in exchange for my previous cultivation level. What you're saying is all true. Yi bit her red lips slightly, of course. Lin Xian said affectionately. He slowly reached out his hand towards Yi's beautiful face. Just as he was about to touch it, he added, of course it's fake, ha ha ha, Alu. At that moment, everyone was stunned, especially Yi. Don't say, she really did believe it. Her nose was a little sour. Suddenly, Lin Xian's style changed, pulling her back to reality. Bastard! Lin Xian, you bastard! Yi gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. Then she angrily returned to her seat, huffing and puffing. She was too naive. How could she choose to believe Lin Xian's fantasy? Ding! Successfully teased Yi. Scum man points plus 20,000. Current mission progress, 60%. Hey, I'm just joking with you. Although the story is fake, my feelings for you are real. Lin Xian shouted at Yi Yi's back. Shut up. Alright, alright. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. This was because his teasing this time had directly increased his scum man points by 20,000. Previously, it was only 10,000 points. Was it because his teasing this time was more intense? Lin Xian was not sure. Perhaps it was because Yi Yi's critical hit was more damaging. Everyone was incomparably shocked. What was going on? Suddenly, Lin Xian went berserk. The person he was teasing was Yi Yi. In the entire Tianhua Academy, who would dare to tease Yi Yi? It was not because of Yi Yi's family background, but because the person who was pursuing Yi Yi was someone no one dared to provoke. A student who was about the same age as Lin Xian walked up to Lin Xian and pointed at him angrily. Lin Xian, I think you have a death wish. Lin Xian twisted his neck and looked at him indifferently. I say, can you all change your lines? Each and every one of you is seeking death. Why don't you let me see you die? Everyone, fuck. Is this Lin Xian on drugs today? Zhang Ziyu dares to talk back to him. I think Lin Xian must have lost his mind. After all, he can't cultivate. It's reasonable for his brain to be abnormal. This is going to be a good show. Zhang Ziyu laughed coldly and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, everyone in Tianhua City knows that Yi Yi is Brother Xiaotian's woman. Humph. Today, you've hit a nail on the head. Hearing this name, Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, but he quickly returned to his casual attitude. The real him was buried deep in his heart. Oh. You want to fight? So what if I do? After saying that, Zhang Ziyu raised his hand and slapped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's attitude made him very angry. He was a Qi building stage 4 star, and Lin Xian was just a piece of trash who could not cultivate. He actually did not care about him at all. And Lin Xian had teased Yi Yi. He could teach Lin Xian a lesson and curry favor with Qin Xiaotian. Wait! Just as the slap was about to land, Lin Xian quickly shouted. Zhang Ziyu stopped and laughed coldly. What? You want to beg for mercy now? It's too late. Lin Xian did not pay attention to him. Instead, he looked at Yi Yi's back and asked. He slandered you and said you are Qin Xiaotian's woman. Do you think I should help you beat him up? What? Want? Okay. Paw. Then, before anyone could react, Lin Xian gave Zhang Ziyu a backhand slap, sending him flying. His ending was a little similar to Wang Chao's. Yi, did she say something? Everyone finally reacted. What did Lin Xian sending Zhang Ziyu flying with a slap mean? It meant that he did not have the strength of an ordinary person. If it was an ordinary person, Zhang Ziyu, who was a Qi building stage 4 star, would not even be able to move him. At this moment, a mocking voice came from the door. Ha, today is really lively. Chapter 7. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a blonde student leaning against the back door of the classroom. He was fiddling with a ball of fire in his hand. He looked like a big brother with a group of underlings behind him. Lin Xian knew this person. He was Bai Yuntao, a rich second generation. At the same time, he was quite strong. He was considered a tyrant in Tianhua Academy because he was Qin Xiaotian's underling. Zhang Ziyu ran over and said, Brother Tao, he is Lin Xian. Not only did he tease Yi, he even hit me. Bai Yuntao extinguished the ball of fire in his hand. He looked at Lin Xian and then at Zhang Ziyu and said, Lin Xian. That trash. What's the use of you? You can't even defeat a trash. Zhang Ziyu lowered his head and did not dare to say a word. Bai Yuntao then looked at Lin Xian and said, I heard that someone teased sister-in-law Yi. Now that brother Xiao is not around, who dares to mess with him? Ha ha ha, the surrounding people could not help but laugh. However, Lin Xian's expression did not change. Yi looked over and wanted to help Lin Xian. However, when she thought of how Lin Xian had teased her, Yi made up her mind. Humph. I don't care anymore. Lin Xian laughed and walked towards Bai Yuntao. He patted his collar and said, Brother, you look familiar. What's your name again? Bai Yuntao was stunned by Lin Xian's abnormal behavior. You don't know me. Bai Yuntao said coldly as he removed Lin Xian's hand. I know you, but I don't know your name. Zhang Ziyu sneered and said, This is Brother Tao, Bai Yuntao. He is a Qi-building realm 5-star expert from Sky Martial Court. Lin Xian, you can be arrogant now. Just wait for your death. Lin Xian slapped his head in realization. Right. Now that you mention the name, I remember it. I was wondering why it sounded so familiar. Yesterday, I met a hawker on the road with a loudspeaker shouting, contraceptive pills, selling at a reduced price, 3 yuan for 1, 10 yuan for 3. So our brother Tao is selling contraceptives. Puchi. When Yi heard Lin Xian's words, she couldn't help but laugh. Then, she suddenly realized that she had lost her composure and quickly held it back. You look so beautiful when you smile. Lin Xian chuckled. Ding. You have successfully flirted with Yi. Scumbag points plus 10,000. Mission progress, 70%. Yi decisively ignored Lin Xian. The surrounding people looked at Lin Xian with admiration. He was too brave, he even dared to provoke Bai Yuntao. After admiration, they felt pity. Wasn't this courting death? Are you fucking kidding me? Bai Yuntao glared at Lin Xian angrily. A powerful force exploded from his body. He hated it when people called him that. The last person who called me that was already crippled. Bai Yuntao stretched out his hand and grabbed Lin Xian's neck. However, Lin Xian didn't show any signs of panic. Instead, he grinned and stretched out his hand to grab Bai Yuntao's wrist. Then, everyone noticed that Bai Yuntao's face turned red. The hand that was grabbing Lin Xian's neck loosened as if he was in pain. Is that so? Then let me tell you, I have already thrown the contraceptive pills into the trash can. Whoosh! After saying that, Lin Xian grabbed Bai Yuntao's wrist and threw him into the corner of the classroom. There was a trash can and a bunch of cleaning tools there. This one is the same. What? Everyone was in an uproar when they saw this. Bai Yuntao was a 5-star Qi-building cultivator and a student of the Sky Martial Court. How could he be thrown into the trash by Lin Xian so easily? What did this prove? It proved that Lin Xian was more powerful than Bai Yuntao. However, wasn't Lin Xian a good-for-nothing? Yi was shocked as well. It was as if Lin Xian had changed into another person. Not only did he become more talkative, but he also became more powerful. At the same time, he even dared to provoke these people. Bai Yuntao crawled up from the trash can and glared at Lin Xian. He roared, I want you dead today. After saying that, he charged at Lin Xian. Bang! In the next moment, he was thrown into the trash can again. It was just a simple punch, that's where you should be. Be a good boy and don't move around. Condom. Lin Xian grinned. However, in everyone's eyes, his smile was like the smile of a devil. Bai Yuntao crawled up again. He was furious. I'll kill you. He unleashed the power of a 5-star chi-building cultivator. On the other hand, Lin Xian walked toward Bai Yuntao calmly. It was as if he did not care about Bai Yuntao's 5-star chi-building cultivator strength. He pushed Bai Yuntao into the trash can. I said, don't move. After saying that, Lin Xian closed the trash can and sat on it. Everyone was speechless. Did he just shove Bai Yuntao into the trash can and not let him out? No. Bai Yuntao was a 5-star chi-building cultivator. If Lin Xian could toy with him so easily, he should be at least a 7-star chi-building cultivator. Yi was also surprised. Previously, she thought that Lin Xian was only a 5-star chi-building cultivator. However, it seemed that even a 5-star chi-building cultivator like Bai Yuntao was no match for Lin Xian. This meant that Lin Xian's cultivation base must be even higher. She had underestimated Lin Xian. So, he had been hiding his strength all this while. Had he been pretending to be weak all this while? However, this was not considered as pretending to be weak. After all, Lin Xian was only a 7-star chi-building cultivator. Not to mention the entire Tianhua city, even the Sky Martial Court of the Tianhua Academy was nothing to him. Yi did not like Bai Yuntao from the start, so when he was beaten up, she naturally would not say anything. As for the lackeys that Bai Yuntao brought along, as well as Zhang Ziyu, all of them were angry but did not dare to say anything. A dignified chi-building stage 5-star was beaten up like this, who would dare to go over? Oh, right. Fatty, take out the things on my desk. Lin Xian suddenly thought of something and said to Wang Fugue, who was dumbfounded. Wang Fugue came back to his senses and rummaged around Lin Xian's desk. Then, he took out a string of firecrackers. It was the kind that would explode 1,000 times. Everyone was speechless. They did not know why, but when they saw the string of firecrackers, they suddenly felt sympathy for Wang Fugue. Lin Xian took the string of firecrackers and said while opening the wick, "Is it the Mid-Autumn Festival 2 days ago? I bought some firecrackers and set them off at home. There are still some left. The Mid-Autumn Festival is a day of reunion. However, I feel that it is fate for classmates to gather together. Therefore, I think that we should set them off for Class 10 and wish that we will be safe and sound." Crackle. After saying that, Lin Xian patted the trash can under his butt and said loudly, "Hey, aren't you a fire elemental? The bucket is made of plastic. You can set it on fire and it will be gone. Then, you will be able to come out." Bai Yuntao, who was in the bucket, felt that Lin Xian's words made sense. "Just you wait. I will kill you when I come out." After saying that, Lin Xian opened the lid and threw the string of firecrackers in. Then, he sat on top of the bucket and, paw 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 paw. Ah! Chapter 8. The sound of firecrackers in Class 10 attracted the attention of the other classes on this floor. Many of them ran out to see what was going on. "Brother, what's going on? Is it a firecracker?" "No, it's not a firecracker. It's Bai Yuntao." "What? How can a condom explode so loudly?" When the firecrackers stopped, Lin Xian jumped down from the bucket and the bucket fell over. Bai Yuntao crawled out from the bucket with thick smoke. When they saw Bai Yuntao's burned body, the students who came later were stunned. Fuck! What the hell was going on? Arabaldi and the friends who just arrived, I wish you all a happy holiday. Lin Xian waved to the students outside the door. When had Bai Yuntao been bullied like this before? He was angry at first, but after being bullied again and again, he felt that his fragile soul was being humiliated. His fragile heart could not take it anymore and tears rolled down his cheeks uncontrollably. Lin Xian saw that Bai Yuntao was crying and still had a concerned look on his face. Hey, why are you crying? You shouldn't cry during a holiday. It's not auspicious. Come, give me a smile. Yi rubbed her forehead secretly. So, shameless. Lin Xian. You and I are irreconcilable. Sob, Bai Yuntao wiped his tears and ran out. This incident would probably be a shadow for him for the rest of his life. Sigh, he's still a child after all. He's so fragile. Lin Xian sighed. Fragile. Fragile my ass. Who could stand being bullied like this? They did not know why. Bai Yuntao was a scourge who dared to bully people in Tianhua Academy. Everyone hated him, but now, they felt pity for him and wanted to give him a loving hug. As for Lin Xian, he was a beast. And everyone understood one thing. Lin Xian was not a useless person. On the contrary, he had the strength of a Qi building stage 5-star. It was a pity that everyone started to pity Lin Xian. Because not only did he take liberties with the woman that Qin Xiaotian took a fancy to, but he also tortured his underling to such a state. He was finished. Qin Xiaotian was not an ordinary person. He was a legend in Tianhua Academy and even in Tianhua City. Not to mention his family background, just his strength alone was enough to leave everyone in the dust. When he returned, everyone could already imagine what would happen to Lin Xian. Lin Xian sat down beside Yi as though nothing had happened. Don't you think I'm handsome? Yi shook her head decisively. No. Lin Xian, women. You don't mean what you say. However, Lin Xian had indeed surprised her today. It was also the first time a man had made her lose her composure time and time again. Most importantly, an ordinary nobody had suddenly become so high profile. This really attracted attention. However, she still looked at Lin Xian kindly and reminded him. Do you know how powerful Qin Xiaotian is? I know. Then you still dare to provoke his people? Lin Xian said casually. That's because you don't like him, but he keeps pestering you. Even his underlings are annoyed by you. I don't want to upset you. In the future, let me be your shield. I will protect you. Yi's heart skipped a beat. Wait a minute. In the next moment, she reacted. She could not listen to Lin Xian's words. This guy could not tell the truth from the lies. Yi took a deep breath and said, but you have already provoked him. You can't afford to provoke him. You are in danger. I'm not afraid. Don't I have you? I won't help you. Lin Xian smiled and said, that's what you think now. Think about it, when Qin Xiaotian comes back, you'll have become my girlfriend. Then, our relationship will be different. When that time comes, you'll definitely have to protect me. Ding. Successfully teased Yi. Scum man points plus 10,000. Mission progress, 80%. In your dreams. Yi turned her head and ignored Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged. It was already 80%. It would be finished soon. Then he sat back down and everyone left. Wang Fugue quickly whispered to Lin Xian, when did you become so strong? Am I? It's so. He's too weak. Then what level are you? There was no way Lin Xian would reveal his true level. I'm not much higher than him. Do you think I'm a genius? No. You're not. Lin Xian, ha. Fuck. I hid it for so long and you still saw through it. Lin Xian laughed. Great. Hearing these words was really great. Brother Xian, eat something. Wang Fugui took out a pile of delicious food and placed it in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian took a hamburger and bit into it. He was considered rich, but it was far from Wang Fugui. Moreover, that money was earned by Lin Ya. Lin Xian rarely used it. He never spent money recklessly. Wang Fugui was considered a small figure in the school because his Wang family's property was one of the best in Tianhua City. He was the richest. Although some young masters looked down on him, they all flattered him on the surface. It was easy for them to cheat more money from him. As for Wang Fugui, although he came from a good family, his character was there. He was easily bullied and he had to swallow his pride. It was really hard to understand why someone with such a family background would have such a character. However, although he was timid, he was a little fatty. Hee, Brother Xian, is it good? It's okay. Tell me, what's the matter? Wang Fugui was immediately unhappy. Brother Xian, we're so close. Shouldn't I give you food to show my filial piety? What kind of person do you think I am? That's true. I've wronged you, brother. Although that was what he said, Lin Xian was very clear about Wang Fugui's thoughts. That's right. Brother Xian, you're going to take the Sky Martial Court's exam later, right? Lin Xian nodded. Of course. Once he entered the Sky Martial Court, he would be able to receive training. Most importantly, he would have martial skills. Currently, Lin Xian did not have any martial skills. This was what he needed. Brother Xian is so powerful today. Do you want to help me? Wang Fugui asked shyly. I think it's okay, but there's no need. Wang Fugui was speechless. Don't be like that. I'm very weak. There's a 50% chance that I won't pass the exam. However, Brother Xian, you're so powerful. Lin Xian wiped his mouth and looked at Wang Fugui. Speaking of the exam, I don't know much about it. Can I ask for help in the personal exam? Wang Fugui nodded repeatedly. The exam is based on the total score. You can only enter the Sky Martial Court if you pass the total score. The final round is a chaotic battle. A group of people will fight for a few crystals. If anyone has a crystal in hand at the end, they'll pass no matter how weak they are. Therefore, I'll need your help when the time comes. Sure. Lin Xian replied casually as he rubbed his 3 fingers. Wang Fugui immediately understood when he saw this. Don't worry, Brother Xian. I'll arrange the money as soon as I'm done. Lin Xian grinned. Then, he patted Wang Fugui's shoulder. Actually, I'm not a greedy person. With our relationship, I'll agree to your request without batting an eyelid. I'm only asking you to pay because I'm thinking on your behalf. What do you mean? Think about it. I don't mind if I help you for free, but you'll feel bad about it. Right? So, I'll reluctantly accept your help. What do you think? Brother, right? Wang Fugui was speechless. Despicable. You're really despicable. At this moment, a woman walked into their classroom. Chapter 9. She was wearing a pure white loose coat and a blue-white knee-length skirt. She was very tall, and her pair of heaven-defying long legs would definitely make people's imaginations run wild. After walking into the classroom, her pitch-black eyes sized up everything around her. Her long and curly eyelashes made her eyes even bigger and more moving. Her cherry lips were suffused with a charming luster. If a slightly young girl like Yi was a little beauty, then someone like her could be called a goddess. It was not to say that she was much prettier than Yi, but she was about the same age as Linya, 24 or 25 years old. A mature age was more attractive. When the girl appeared, the entire 10th class erupted in excitement. Goddess! 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 Lin Xian looked at her and could not help but exclaim in admiration. She was indeed beautiful. In Lin Xian's eyes, she was the first girl who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Linya in terms of looks alone. And this girl should be in the top 3 most popular beauties in Tianhua Academy. It was because of her aura and appearance. More importantly, she was not a student, but a teacher of the Sky Martial Court. Have you ever seen a beauty so young and so beautiful, and more importantly, so powerful that she could be a teacher? Perhaps because of this, she had many admirers. But admirers were just admirers, and no one dared to confess to her. She was a teacher, and more importantly, her family background seemed to be especially powerful. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind. Ding! Successfully discovered the beautiful beauty Heartwarming. Triggered mission. Mission penalty, level dropped by 3 levels. Mission reward, martial technique. Lin Xian, fuck. The system can't be like this, right? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. What was going on? So System B only triggered this kind of reward when it saw a pretty girl. That's why it gave out rewards other than the scumbag value. Was it like this? But why was it that when it was Heartwarming's turn, there would be a penalty if he did not complete the mission? Why was it that Yi and the rest did not? Dropping 3 levels meant that he was directly back to the Qi building realm. In other words, Lin Xian had no choice but to complete this quest. But this was a fucking teacher. Moreover, he was a teacher from the Sky Martial Court. Did he flirt with Heartwarming? Was he courting death? Heartwarming seemed to be used to this situation when the students saw him. When he walked up to the podium, the students suddenly quieted down. At this moment, Lin Xian took a deep breath and stood up. Miss Xiao, there's something I don't know if I should say. Heartwarming looked at Lin Xian and said, go ahead. I feel that Miss Xiao is the most beautiful girl in the entire Tianhua Academy, no, in the entire Tianhua city. So, can you be my girlfriend? Everyone's expressions, movements, and gazes were all frozen at that moment. It was as if space itself had frozen. Fuck. What the hell? Was this Lin Xian crazy? Flirting with the school beauty Yi was one thing, but why did he even dare to flirt with the Sky Martial Court's teacher Heartwarming? Was he courting death? Ding. Successfully flirted with. Scumbag points plus 10,000. Mission progress, 10%. Ding. Host has confessed to 2 girls at the same time. This is considered a scumbag behavior. Scumbag points plus 50,000. Ding. Successfully detected that Yi is not in a good mood. Scumbag points plus 10,000. Mission progress, 90%. Oh. He thought that he would only hear one system notification, but did not expect it to ring 3 times. And strangely, Yi's mission system notification also rang. This was a completely unexpected reward. Yi's mission was about to be completed. Moreover, confessing to several girls at the same time would give him so many rewards. At this moment, Yi was gnashing her teeth. He said that he liked her and loved her so much. Now that he saw Heartwarming, he even confessed to her in front of her. What a stupid pig trotter. As expected of a man's mouth, he was a liar. She did not understand why she was so angry. Heartwarming was also stunned. Who was this young man in front of her? How could he be so bold? Even those arrogant young masters of the Sky Martial Court only dared to fantasize about him behind their backs. Yet, this guy confessed to her in public. Student, please don't joke around. Sit down. I have something to announce. Lin Xian knew when to stop. Xiao Runing was not like Yi Yi or Lu Yufan. Lin Xian could not read her mind. Seeing that Lin Xian had sat down decisively, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. So it was a joke. I knew it. Who would be so bold as to confess to Miss Xiao? But even if it was a joke, Lin Xian's actions are enough to shock the entire Tianhua Academy. More importantly, he's fine. Nonsense. Miss Xiao is one of the Sky Martial Court's examiners. Do you think she won't hold a grudge against Lin Xian? Just wait and see. Wang Fugue secretly gave Lin Xian a thumbs up. Brother Xian is awesome. You even dare to flirt with Miss Xiao. You're finished. What do you mean? Miss Xiao is one of the examiners. Why do you think so many rich young masters don't dare to interact with her when she's so pretty? That's because Miss Xiao's personality is unpredictable. Sometimes she's cold, sometimes she's gentle, just like a fairy. Normal people can't control themselves. Previously, there was a young master who flirted with Miss Xiao and was forced to drop out of school crying. More importantly, no matter if it's the academy or anyone else, they can't control Miss Xiao. She seemed to be quite powerful. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and patted Wang Fugue's shoulder. You don't understand. No matter how fierce a woman is, she's still a woman. You're on your own now. I only hope that you can help me with the examination. Lin Xian then poked the back of the girl in front of him. She turned her head around and Lin Xian said, Miss, I like you. Be my girlfriend. Ding. Host has confessed to multiple girls. Scumbag value plus 100. What? Only 100. Alright, it was probably because he confessed to the girls on the mission. Like hell I'll believe you. Lin Xian. At this moment, Xiao Runing glanced at everyone and tucked her hair behind her ear. This simple action was enough to make a man's blood boil. Then, she said slowly, today is the day of the Sky Martial Court's examination. All students who have reached Qi Building Stage 5 can participate in the examination. Those who want to participate, please fill in the form. Then, a few people walked up. There were more than 40 people in the class, but only 3 of them went up. Lin Xian, Wang Fugue, and Yi Yi. Xiao Runing glanced at Lin Xian when she saw him. However, Lin Xian did not do anything for the time being. This mission was probably the hardest one he had encountered so far. Most importantly, it was too difficult. Lin Xian. Xiao Runing said in surprise when she saw Lin Xian's completed form. Is there something wrong with Miss Xiao? Xiao Runing put down the form and shook her head. Nothing. Follow me out now. However, she was puzzled. The whole Tianhua Academy knew that Lin Xian was unable to cultivate, especially the teachers. But now, he had reached Qi Building Stage 5. It seemed like he had been hiding it all this time. However, if he was only at Qi Building Stage 5, he would not have hidden it. Hence, Xiao Runing guessed that Lin Xian had chosen to hide it because he was at a higher level. Otherwise, he was stupid. The 3 of them followed behind. Lin Xian ran to Xiao Runing's side and walked side by side with her. Indeed, you are the same as those men. To think that I was worried about you when I saw that you had provoked by Yun Tao and the rest. Tui. Yi Yi secretly spat. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and laughed. He looked at Xiao Runing and said, Miss Xiao, do you still remember Xia Yuha from the Great Lake? I only remember the code of conduct for students. After saying that, Xiao Runing took out Lin Xian's form and wrote as she said, taking liberties with a teacher, your total assessment score will be deducted by 10 points. Lin Xian. Chapter 10. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched when he saw the -10 on the form. Fuck. Heartwarming doesn't play by the rules. Lin Xian's score was already negative before the assessment even began. Serves him right. Yi muttered. However, Lin Xian did not seem to feel anything. He coughed dryly and said, "It's just 10 points. Even 10 points can't erase my praise for you, Miss Xiao. If you think I'm not sincere enough, you can deduct the points." I'll deduct another 10 points then. Lin Xian. Fuck. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said seriously to Heartwarming, 20 points can't erase my admiration for you. It can't erase your status as a goddess in my heart. Yi and Wang Fugue were stunned. Does Lin Xian not want to enter the Sky Martial Court? Lin Xian smiled and said, "Miss Xiao, I'll stop joking around. I'll be serious. You smell so good. What perfume do you use? I really like the smell. I'm planning to buy a bunch of it for my girlfriend. Sweet Chanel No. 5 perfume and degree 5. Alright, I'll buy all the perfume I can get for you tomorrow." Heartwarming. Alright, I shouldn't have chosen to talk to Lin Xian. However, this student keeps hitting on me. What gives him the right to do that? This is interesting. Ding. You've successfully teased Heartwarming. Scumbag points plus 10,000. Mission progress, 20%. Lin Xian rubbed his forehead. Fuck. It's so difficult. I've already cracked my lips and it's only 20%. Teasing a teacher will result in a 10-point deduction, Heartwarming said calmly. Fine, fine. I won't give up no matter how much you deduct. You don't mind at all. Heartwarming looked at Lin Xian in surprise. The overall score was 60 points, and these 60 points were not easy to obtain. Lin Xian had already been deducted 30 points. Compared to you, what's the big deal about Xiao Xiao? Give me a heart. Lin Xian made a heart gesture after he finished speaking. The three people behind him were dumbfounded. What the fuck is he saying sweet nothings now? Fuck. This guy is crazy. Wang Fugue worshipped Lin Xian from the bottom of his heart. It's fine if you flirt with the school belle, but now you're flirting with Heartwarming. Really, Wang Fugue was worried that Lin Xian wouldn't live for long. There was no need for Heartwarming. Once Qin Xiaotian returned, he would be finished. Then I'll deduct another 10 points. Congratulations, you only need to deduct one more point and you can go back. Ahem, make a heart sign. Unexpectedly, Heartwarming also made a heart sign towards Lin Xian, taking pleasure in his misfortune. Oh my god. I can't believe I got to see such a playful side of Miss Xiao. Fuck. She's so cute. She's really cute. Wang Fugue and Yi were stunned. Ahem. Heartwarming realized that she seemed to have lost her composure in front of the students and coughed dryly. Lin Xian found that this Heartwarming was really quite interesting. It seemed that her true character was actually quite playful and black-bellied, and not the kind of ice-cold appearance that she had on the surface. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Don't worry, I'm not worried at all. Heartwarming didn't know where Lin Xian's confidence came from. If he missed this assessment, he would have to wait another 3 months. And if he entered the Sky Martial Court 3 months later, then the gap between him and the people in the same batch of people would be pulled apart. Then I'd like to see where your confidence comes from. As they chatted, they arrived at their destination. At this moment, the huge field was already filled with people. Tianhua Academy had 4 grades, and each grade had about 20 classes. Each class had about 2 to 4 people for the assessment, which meant that there were about 200 people on the field. They were all at the Chi building 5-star level. Almost none of them were at the 6-star level. Lin Xian and the other two stood at the edge while Xiao Runing walked to the side. There were also 2 male instructors from the Sky Martial Court. When they saw Xiao Runing, the male instructors couldn't help but stare at her. Hooligan. Yi spat out a mouthful of saliva. Hey, Yi, how can you say that about me? Am I not? Yi retorted. Lin Xian said seriously, you don't understand. I'm not flirting with an instructor. As a student, I wouldn't dare to do that. Isn't that courting death? Then you are. If you can understand the adoration in Miss Xiao's eyes when she looks at me, you'll understand. I'm not flirting with her, I'm giving her a chance to pursue me. Shameless. Yi rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. At this moment, Lu Yufan squeezed in from behind. Hey, little chest sister. Ding. Successfully teased Lu Yufan. Scumbag points plus 10,000. Mission progress, 40%. Why is he here? Lu Yufan went crazy when he heard Lin Xian's words. This person was too annoying. Most importantly, he was so shameless. As for her, as an unrivaled beauty, she couldn't possibly lay a hand on Lin Xian. What do you think? I'm definitely here to participate in the assessment. Assessment? Humph. Just you wait. See if I don't beat you to a pulp. Lin Xian smiled and said, anyway, Yi will protect me, right? I don't care. Yi snorted. Wang Fugue was absolutely impressed by Lin Xian. No matter what, Lin Xian had already made Yi able to answer every single one of his questions. This was something that almost no one in the entire Tianhua Academy had done before. A male instructor in front cleared his throat and said, very well, since everyone is here, let me first announce the rules. As usual, the Sky Martial Court assessment will be divided into 3 rounds. In each round, there will be a deduction of points. At the end of the 3 rounds, if your total points do not exceed 60 points, you will fail the assessment. Alright, let's begin the first round of assessment, the Spiritual Power Assessment. Following which, they saw a table in front of them. On the table was a transparent crystal. Lin Xian knew that it was used to check a warrior's attributes, including the strength of their spiritual power. For example, if 2 people of the same level had different spiritual power strengths, those who exceeded the standard would be stronger in terms of combat power and would receive special attention. If one's spiritual power was lower than the standard, points would be deducted. One by one, Wang Jun, following which, a man walked over and placed his hand on the crystal. He released his spiritual power slightly and the colorless crystal flashed with a light blue light. Chi building stage 5 stars, water attribute, spiritual power strength lower than the standard by 3%, 10 points deducted. Lin Xian, what the fuck? Points are deducted just like that. Isn't the Sky Martial Court assessment too ridiculous? Suddenly, Lin Xian felt that he was about to kneel here. Next. Lin Xian could roughly see from the 100 or so people in front of him that they were all at the Chi building stage 5 stars. However, only 10% of them would not have their points deducted. Almost everyone's spiritual power strength was lower than the standard. Next, Yi. Chapter 11. Hearing her name being called, Yi ran to the front. Because Yi was the most popular school beauty, everyone paid special attention to Yi. Yi, you can do it. Lin Xian's woman can't lose. Lin Xian shouted in front of the 200 people. Bastard. Yi gritted her teeth and couldn't help but curse in her heart. This Lin Xian was too shameless. Fuck. This person is Lin Xian. Is he not putting Yi Yi's pursuers in his eyes, or is he not putting Qin Shaotian in his eyes? That bastard is crazy. He actually said that Yi Yi is his woman in front of everyone. I only dared to think about it in my heart. Just watch. Let's see how crazy he is today. When Qin Shaotian comes back, we'll see how he dies. At this moment, Lin Xian didn't care about the voices of the people around him because he was very excited at this moment. Ding. Successfully teased Yi Yi. Scumbag points plus 10,000. Mission completed. Obtained the reward. Obtained additional scumbag points, 100,000. Yi Yi randomly obtained 10% skin whitening. Are you sure you want to use it on Yi Yi? Since she's my girlfriend in the future, there's no harm in it. Whitening. That's right. Mission completed. He only felt that his eyes were filled with energy and then he heard the system sound in his mind. Ding. You have obtained the martial skill. Unknown grade martial skill. Owner, Lin Xian. Effect, each use consumes 10 spiritual energy. Able to see the attributes of a unit that is not higher than the user's level by 5. When Lin Xian saw the effect of the spirit eye, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Although it wasn't a so-called offensive martial skill, as far as he knew, such a martial skill didn't exist. Activating the spiritual eye would allow one to check the attributes of a person or demonic beast whose level was not higher than one's own martial skill. Only one would know the attributes of the god spawn system of a martial artist. The exact number of attributes was a secret that could not be shared with others. Normally, as long as one did not release their spiritual energy, no one would be able to know what level the other party was. Once they released their spiritual energy, they would be able to sense it, but that was only the level. What about the spirit eye? Not only could it see a person's level, it could even see their attributes. This was undoubtedly a bug-like ability. Because of this, as long as Lin Xian's level was not higher than 5 levels, it meant that Lin Xian knew everything about the other party. He even knew how much spiritual energy the other party had left. Following which, Lin Xian impatiently released his spiritual eye towards Lu Yufan. Lu Yufan, Realm, Qi Building 5 stars, Attribute, Wood, Strength, 31, Vitality, 29, Agility, 20, Spirit, 33, Spiritual Energy, 130 Lin Xian, fuck. All of Lu Yufan's attributes were directly detected. Even Lu Yufan's wood attribute could be detected. This was too exaggerated. Invincible, invincible. Even if he had to give up a powerful offensive martial skill book for this spirit eye, he would not exchange it. When he met an opponent, he could directly understand the opponent's background and compare it with his own attributes. Whether he could win or not, and how big the difference was, he could tell with a single glance. Rogue! Why are you looking at me? Lu Yufan saw that Lin Xian was staring at her in a daze and quickly retreated while hugging her chest, then spat out. Lin Xian came back to his senses and smirked, if you want to retreat, then retreat. Why are you hugging your chest? No need to hug, I really don't have any. Lu Yufan, ding. Successfully ridiculed Lu Yufan. Scumbag points plus 10,000. Mission progress, 50%. Lin Xian. I'll fight it out with you. While Yi Yi was checking the strength of the spiritual energy in front of him, the two of them were running and chasing each other. Ding. Host has angered Little Mississippi. This is considered a scumbag behavior. Scumbag points plus 30,000. Lin Xian, fuck. This system is so intelligent. Awesome. Don't run. I'll kill you. Lady, lady, I want a lady. Lin Xian said as he ran. Xiao Runing looked at them and secretly sighed in her heart, revealing a trace of helplessness. This Lin Xian had angered the girl to the point of flipping out again. What are you two doing? Pay attention to discipline, or you'll fail the test. The male teacher shouted. Lin Xian and Lu Yufan stopped at the same time, then Lin Xian raised his hand and said loudly, Teacher, she's chasing me. I rejected her and she's still chasing me. Everyone, ding. Successfully flirted with Lu Yufan. Scumbag points plus 10,000. Mission progress, 60%. Bastard. If you didn't chase me, I wouldn't chase you. Lu Yufan gritted her teeth and angrily stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said with a serious expression, You wouldn't chase me. Then who is chasing me just now? Girls have to be reserved. Although I'm very handsome and it's normal for you to chase me, you have to be reserved. Ding. Successfully flirted with Lu Yufan. Scumbag points plus 10,000. Mission progress, 70%. Whoa. I'm so wronged. Lu Yufan pouted, indicating that she would definitely ignore Lin Xian. Otherwise, she would be asking for trouble. Hurry up and stand there. The teacher angrily said. Okay. Then Lin Xian obediently stood at the side of the crowd. Lu Yufan decisively chose to stay far away from him. On the other side, Yi had already finished her investigation. Qi building stage 5 stars, water attribute, spiritual power 5% higher than the standard. Not bad. Add 10 points. Xiao Runing looked at Yi with satisfaction. Yay! After adding points, Yi's face was filled with joy. Did you see that? Lin Xian's woman not only won't lose, she's also very strong. You're the best. Lin Xian shouted. Ding. Successfully flirted with Yi. Scumbag points plus 10,000. Although Yi's mission was completed, he could still get scumbag points. It would be a waste if he didn't take it. Bastard. Originally, she was in a good mood, but after being shouted at by Lin Xian, Yi suddenly wanted to kick him. No one knew why Lin Xian had the guts to continuously flirt with Yi. But seeing that Yi didn't have much of a reaction of disgust, they were still very surprised. Next, Lu Yufan. Humph. Lu Yufan walked past Lin Xian and cutely snorted. Then, he walked up and Yi came down. Lin Xian, can you restrain yourself a little? Don't you know that it's very dangerous for you? Yi looked at Lin Xian with a serious face. Lin Xian shrugged indifferently, isn't it just Qin Xiaotian? Don't worry, I know you care about me. I also know that in your heart, I'm your treasure. But you have to believe me. Ding. Successfully flirted with Yi. Scumbag points plus 10,000. I'm not talking to you anymore. Yi then turned her head and ignored Lin Xian. She looked at Lu Yufan. A green light flashed. Qi building stage 5 stars. Wood attribute. Spiritual energy above standard by 1%. Bonus 5 points. Wow! Hearing that he wasn't lower than the standard, Lu Yufan jumped 3 feet high. He was very happy and then jumped down. Next, Lin Xian. Humph. Deduct points, deduct points, deduct points until you die. Lu Yufan made a face at Lin Xian. Sorry, no matter how many points you deduct, even a man like me has bigger breasts than you. Lu Yufan. Chapter 12. After receiving another 10,000 points from Lu Yufan, Lin Xian walked up to the crystal under everyone's gaze. Many people who did not know what was going on were thinking, wasn't Lin Xian a waste? How could he be a Qi building realm 5-star? Release it. Heartwarming was probably because Lin Xian was the first person who dared to flirt with her, so she more or less paid special attention to him. After that, Lin Xian placed his hand on the crystal and released his Qi building realm 5-star energy. When he released his Qi building realm 5-star energy, it could only be sensed as a Qi building realm 5-star energy, so no matter how high his level was, as long as he did not release any higher level energy, it would be impossible to detect his level. The crystal released a light, but its color did not change. Seeing this scene, Heartwarming was very surprised. Alright. Lin Xian withdrew his hand. Qi building realm 5-star, spiritual energy 20% higher than the standard, but why do you have no attributes? Heartwarming looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian really didn't know about this. He had indeed discovered that he didn't have any elemental attributes. There was only pure spiritual energy flowing through his meridians. However, there was no fire element, water element, or any other element. This meant that Lin Xian didn't have any elemental attributes. How should he put it? Compared to people with elemental attributes, he was much weaker. But Lin Xian did not care, because he was already very satisfied. Do you want to know why? Lin Xian looked at Heartwarming. Speak. Because you are as beautiful and dazzling as the stars in the sky, everything about me is dim and dull, so I do not have the red of fire, nor the blue of water. Everyone. After Heartwarming heard this, the corners of her mouth curled up, and then she said to Lin Xian, "Do you believe that I won't let you breathe?" Ha ha ha. After hearing this, the people below could not help but laugh at Heartwarming's wit. But they were also shocked. Lin Xian actually dared to flirt with Heartwarming. How awesome! Lin Xian, he couldn't afford to offend them. She didn't get the scumbag value, but was checkmated instead. Yes, I believe everything you say. Then why don't you have any attributes? Lin Xian shook his head. I really don't know. I'll bet 4. You may leave. Then, Heartwarming said, Lin Xian, no attributes, 20 points deducted. On the way back, Lin Xian stumbled when he heard Heartwarming's words. Fuck. Miss Xiao couldn't be like this, right? Why is my spiritual energy 20% higher than the standard? Why are you deducting 20 points from me? He had already been deducted 40 points. If another 20 points were deducted, he would directly kneel down. I'm a teacher. Do you have any objections? Heartwarming smiled and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. No, you're good-looking, so whatever you say is right. Who told you to court death by flirting with Miss Xiao? You've been remembered. Lu Yufan said with a gloating smile. Serves you right. Yi also felt relieved. Lin Xian, don't panic, I can still make a comeback. How? You're already 20 points below the passing mark. With my handsomeness, it's enough. Wang Fugui said. Brother Xian, even if you snatch a crystal in the last round, you'll only get 10 points. With hundreds of people snatching a few, do you think you can still make a comeback? You still have to help me. Lin Xian, being said like this, he felt a bit panicked. That's not right. You easily beat up by Yuntao, so you shouldn't be at the Qi building realm. Yi suddenly realized something. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. What's wrong with that? Geniuses can beat up opponents in the same realm. Show some face. At this time, a student pushed a machine over. It looked like a machine used to measure one's height, but with a spreadsheet. There were a total of 10 squares, and the strongest one lit up all 10 squares. There was a soft spot for them to attack. Next is the second round of the strength test. Punch with all your strength, but you can't release any attribute power. The stronger the strength, the more squares will light up. Boys will pass if they light up 5 squares, girls will pass if they light up 4 squares. Those with higher scores will gain points and those with lower scores will lose points. Begin. Following that, one by one, people went up and waved their fists. It was quite powerful. A full-strength punch from a chi-building realm 5-star could even kill an adult cow, but the machine was not damaged at all. There were more than 200 people, and about half of them did not meet the standard. There were very few who just barely passed. People like Wang Fugue, Yi Yi, and Lu Yufan all had their points deducted. Lin Xian. Then, under everyone's gaze, Lin Xian walked up again. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose, then looked at Xiao Runing and asked, "Miss Xiao, how much strength can this machine withstand?" Xiao Runing paused for a moment, then said, "Chi Building Realm 8-star, what do you want?" "No, I'm just worried that a punch with too much strength will break the machine." Everyone, "Ha ha ha, you want to break the machine like this? If you break it, I'll swallow the hot shit. Ha ha ha." After Lin Xian said this, everyone could not help but laugh. "You don't have to worry about that. What if? I don't have anything else, but my natural strength is much greater than normal people. I'm afraid that a full-strength punch. If it breaks, I won't hold you responsible, okay?" Xiao Runing said helplessly. This kid was thinking too much. "You said it." Then, Lin Xian walked over and lightly punched the top of it. .3 boxes lit up. "Ha ha ha, you want to break it like this? I can't take it anymore, I'm dying of laughter. Pfft, this is interesting, so embarrassing. A grown man only has 3 boxes. Even the weakest one has at least 4, right?" But in the next moment, in an instant, all 10 boxes were filled, and then the machine let out a hurried DD sound. Bang! Then, the machine exploded in front of Lin Xian. Everyone, what the fuck? Ding, acting cool successful, scumbag value plus 10,000. Lin Xian, this system is interesting. Lin Xian then turned to the crowd and said, "The one who wanted to swallow hot shit, come out." The face of the student in the crowd froze, the corner of his mouth twitched, but he could not say anything. "See you in the washroom after the exam," Lin Xian said, then turned to look at Xiao Runing. His expression suddenly became innocent. "Miss Xiao." Xiao Runing stared blankly at the apparatus that was emitting black smoke. How is this possible? She could feel that Lin Xian was releasing the power of a chi building stage 5-star, but how did he break the machine? That's right, Lin Xian was releasing the power of a chi building stage 5-star, and it wasn't even his full strength, but the second after the fist landed on the machine, Lin Xian released a hidden force, exceeding the power of a chi building stage 8-star, and broke the machine. And this hidden force was very hard to detect. The other teachers were all dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. "Miss Xiao, I said that I have a lot of strength, but you also said that you wouldn't hold me responsible." Xiao Runing was shocked, but the corner of her mouth hooked up. This was because she realized that there was indeed something unusual about Lin Xian. He was pretending to be weak. It must be. "Yes, strength is a blessing. I said I wouldn't hold you responsible, so I won't hold you responsible. Then can I get extra points?" Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Now that he had broken the machine, he should get 20 points, right? Xiao Runing picked up Lin Xian's form and said as she wrote, 10 points for damaging public property. Lin Xian, no, didn't you say you wouldn't hold me responsible? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. This woman didn't keep her word. Runing said matter-of-factly, yes, I said I wouldn't hold you responsible because I didn't need you to pay for it, but the assessment is one thing, but you'll still have to deduct points for damaging public property. At this point, Runing felt that Lin Xian was interesting. She decided to touch his roots. She wanted to see how much he was hiding. Of course, these punishments for Lin Xian were not Runing's revenge. Even if Lin Xian failed the assessment, she would still make an exception for Lin Xian to enter Sky Martial Court. Chapter 13. To be honest, Lin Xian felt that Runing was doing it on purpose. That's right, she was doing it on purpose. Since I'm so much higher than the standard, won't I get extra points? No. Why? I'm a teacher. If I say no, it means no. Lin Xian, I'm finished. I'm having a mental breakdown. Runing revealed a devilish smile. Remember, you're now 30 points. There's only one round left. She was sure that Lin Xian was definitely pretending to be weak. Born with great strength. Sure, but you were born with 3 stars of strength. Did you think she was a pig? So she wanted to dig out Lin Xian's roots. Because Lin Xian had really piqued her interest. Ha ha ha. Serves you right. So good. So good. Who told you to bully me? Hee hee. Lu Yufan laughed loudly. Lin Xian gave Runing a thumbs up. Good. You're awesome. You're amazing. I'll give you my respect even if I don't help you. That's enough. Then get on the machine. Soon, the second round was over. Following that was the third round, which was also the last round. Runing took out a palm-sized capsule and said, for the last round, I will be performing a short-distance physical teleportation. Next, you will be brought into a special space. Everything there is real. That is where the third round of the test will be. After saying that, the capsule in her hand flashed. Everyone's eyes lit up. When they opened their eyes again, they found that they were in a data space that was more like those in sci-fi movies. Beneath his feet was a transparent blue light board, but it was very soft. It was quite a large space, and there were many 1-meter-tall steps in front of him. However, these steps were all over the air, suspended, and intricate. They were not connected, and one could only go higher or farther by constantly jumping. Runing said, "Look up." Everyone looked up. At the very top, there are a total of 5 crystals floating in the air. What you need to do is snatch the crystals. As for how to snatch them, you can either directly snatch them from others or find a way to make them fall and lose their qualifications. Either way, the crystals will fall into your hands, but you can't maliciously injure others or use martial arts. Whoever snatches the crystals in the end will get an extra 10 points. Miss Xiao, isn't there a total of 25 crystals? How come there are only 5 crystals this time? A male teacher asked in surprise. Runing gave a dry cough and said, difficult. Actually, she had changed it at the last minute, not to increase the difficulty. She thought that with Lin Xian's strength, it would be easy for him to obtain a lot of 25 crystals and pass. What she needed to do was to make Lin Xian fail so that she could proceed to the next step. She was determined to dig out Lin Xian's roots today. Only 5. Hearing Runing's words, Lin Xian felt a headache coming on. There were a total of 200 people snatching 5 crystals and he got 30 points. That meant he had to snatch 3 crystals. This, also, you have a total of 10 minutes. During this time, you can only stay on the empty stone slab. If you fall to the ground, you will lose 30 points. Therefore, there was a situation where even if you didn't snatch the crystals, you couldn't fall, otherwise you would be eliminated. But why did they have to snatch the crystals? It was because the higher the exam score, the better the class, the better the guidance, and the martial arts they learned would be better. Now, everyone go to the first level. Waiting for everyone to jump up, Heartwarming said, "Now, the time starts." The moment the time started, 200 people jumped up. This was really a test of strength and balance, because this wasn't climbing but jumping. However, the height of each step was basically the height of a 5-star chi building cultivator. Wang Fugue passed, so Lin Xian didn't need to help him. Everyone rushed up, but there was one person sitting on the first level, and that was Lin Xian. "Lin Xian, why don't you go? If you can't snatch the crystals, you will be eliminated." Heartwarming asked in surprise. Lin Xian looked at Heartwarming and asked, "Miss Xiao, before we go up, I have a question to ask you." "Ask." "May I ask if you have a lighter?" "Lighter? No, why do you ask?" Heartwarming was puzzled. "If you don't have a lighter, then how did you light my heart?" Ding. Successfully teased Heartwarming, scumbag points plus 10,000, mission progress, 30%. Finally. This Heartwarming was too hard to tease. Finally, he succeeded again. How could a normal Heartwarming be teased by Lin Xian? But at this time, she would never have thought that Lin Xian would still have the mind to tease her, and then, she fell into his trap. Heartwarming couldn't help but laugh in her heart. This brat is really interesting. You want to know how I ignited your heart, right? As he spoke, Lin Xian saw that his chest was on fire. It's on fire. Then Heartwarming waved her slender fingers and the fire was extinguished. That's how I lit it, why aren't you going to snatch it? Lin Xian sat down again. What's the rush? Even if I manage to snatch it, won't I still be chased by others? Then I might as well make my move last. Heartwarming pondered for a moment. That's true, but are you sure you can snatch 3 crystals in the remaining time? Miss Xiao, you probably haven't experienced how strong I am, but if you have, you won't doubt me so much. Oh. Then I really want to experience how strong you are. Heartwarming's mouth curled up, revealing a seductive smile. At that moment, it was really beautiful and seductive. But in the next moment, she was stunned. What's wrong with her? She's actually flirting with a male student? Is this still her? How did she unknowingly get taken away by Lin Xian? The male teachers at the side were all wiping their cold sweat. This Heartwarming was really a seductive woman. But even after working together for so long, they rarely saw Heartwarming reveal her seductive side, and more often than not, her cold side. Okay, I have my ID with me, how about we meet after school in the afternoon? Heartwarming's mouth curled up slightly, gently said, do you believe that I won't deduct another 10 points? Lin Xian decisively shut up. Fuck. Why is it so difficult to win over this Heartwarming? Time slowly passed. Lin Xian looked up and saw that they were happily snatching the crystals. Although he was constantly chatting with Heartwarming, Lin Xian was constantly paying attention to the whereabouts of the 5 crystals. Whoosh. Following that, Lin Xian made his move, finding his target and jumping up quickly, constantly approaching. The first person was being chased by others, and Lin Xian directly jumped onto a step in front of him. While he was in the air, Lin Xian kicked him, and then, he flew out and landed on the ground. Because the ground was soft and there was wind power, there was no pain at all. And the crystals were directly snatched by Lin Xian in the air. Following that, he locked onto the second person. Chapter 14. The crystal is on Lin Xian, chase after him. He's jumping so fast. Chase after him, chase after him. I've been pissed at him for a long time. Let's beat him up now. Suddenly hearing the third person's words, Lin Xian staggered and almost fell down. Was his hatred so great now? Let's chase after Lin Xian too. How about it? Lu Yufan's big eyes flashed with craftiness. Okay. Let's beat him up when we catch him. A lady from a respectable family, was actually forced by Lin Xian to the point where she wanted to beat him up. It was enough to see how awesome Lin Xian was. Yes. Go. The instructors below had been in this business for several years, some even more than 10 years, but they had never seen such a thing. Initially, everyone wanted to snatch the crystals to earn more points. However, because Lin Xian managed to snatch one, everyone immediately locked onto him. A large portion of the students who were chasing after the other four immediately gave up on their targets and turned to chase after Lin Xian. They were not chasing after Lin Xian. Instead, they were using the gimmick of snatching the crystals from Lin Xian's hands to beat him up. What did this brat do to incur the wrath of men and gods? Why is the hatred so great? A male instructor asked Xiao Runing, not understanding the situation. Xiao Runing helplessly smiled and did not say anything. What did he do? Lin Xian felt wronged. He did not do anything. He only took liberties with the school bell, so why was there so much hatred? When Lin Xian went to chase after the second target, he turned his head to take a look. Oh my god! What are they doing? There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind, but Lin Xian only displayed the strength of a Qi building realm 5-star. His speed was not much higher than these people, but Lin Xian's advantage was that his realm was high. He used all kinds of difficult jumps in different angles to jump to different positions, making the people chasing him extremely uncomfortable. Give it to me. Not only did Lin Xian not slow down because he was being chased by everyone, but because there were more people chasing after him, there were fewer people around the other four people, making it easier for Lin Xian to get close to them. He rushed over and pushed the crystal to the ground without any fancy moves. Then, the crystal automatically flew into Lin Xian's hand. Then, Lin Xian's target shifted to the third person. Xiao Runing looked at the time, and her beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled. In such a short period of time, Lin Xian had managed to grab two of them. Moreover, even with so many people chasing after him, he still didn't have much of an effect. This made Xiao Runing feel that Lin Xian might really be able to grab three of them before the end of time, because there was only one left. A mere 30 seconds later, the third crystal fell into Lin Xian's hands. Finally, all three crystals. There was 1 minute. Go! He had 3 crystals on him, so whoever knocked him down would get the 3 crystals. Go! Originally, some of the people chasing after Lin Xian did not put in much effort, but now, they all rushed forward like crazy. Fuck! Looking at the people surrounding him from all directions, Lin Xian suddenly felt that he was in a bad situation. Because all the people who had obtained 3 crystals were all here. Because the crystals were on Lin Xian. In addition, as long as they defeated Lin Xian, they would get 3 crystals. They did not even think twice before coming here. Let's see what you're going to do now. Xiao Runing smiled slightly. Surrounded by more than 100 people, how was he going to run? So what if he managed to snatch 3 crystals? Wouldn't he still have to spit them out? However, what happened next stunned Xiao Runing. Lin Xian did not run because there was nowhere to run. He simply stood on the highest stone slab. Then, people jumped at him from all directions. Lin Xian used both his fists and legs. One by one, people in the air were kicked down by Lin Xian. It was like playing baseball. When the baseball came, Lin Xian wanted to hit it away in the air. That was the feeling. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, people fell down like rain. Because they could not move after jumping into the air, they could only block Lin Xian's attacks. However, after blocking them, Lin Xian's strength had already affected them and sent them flying. Not far away, Yi Yi and Lu Yufan were stunned. They looked at the scene in shock. Are we still going? Lu Yufan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked Yi Yi. Yi Yi shook her head. I'm not going, there are only 20 seconds left. Heartwarming shouted. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. However, the punches and kicks did not stop. 20 seconds, there were only 20 seconds left. This was the first time that Heartwarming had seen someone grab a crystal stone in this round and not run away. One by one, the students who had rushed over were all beaten down like human heads. Because it was too exaggerated, it caused many people to watch from afar and did not dare to go up. 5 seconds left. Lin Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Whoosh! At this moment, an invisible force surged over and blew Lin Xian down. At the last second, Lin Xian fell to the ground. This scene happened so quickly that no one could react. They only felt a surge of spiritual energy, and then Lin Xian fell. Lin Xian was stunned. What the hell? Someone deliberately released spiritual energy on him. And releasing spiritual energy was forbidden. After getting up, he looked at Heartwarming. Coincidentally, Heartwarming looked away. It was her. It was definitely her who used her last bit of spiritual energy to knock him down. What a pity, it was just a second, what a pity. Okay, now we will calculate the total score. Everyone, take a rest. Heartwarming said to everyone as if nothing had happened. Lin Xian really wanted to lift her skirt and spank her but. Miss Xiao, I object. Lin Xian said. Object about what? Lin Xian, just now, someone secretly used spiritual energy to knock me down, so it doesn't count. Oh. Do you have proof? Lin Xian, do you need any proof? Everyone could feel the spiritual energy. Am I right? No one said anything. The corners of Heartwarming's mouth curled up as she asked, can you feel spiritual power? No. Everyone said in unison. Lin Xian. Fuck. She's so shameless. Heartwarming then walked up to Lin Xian with a smile. She was so tall that she did not have to raise her head to look at Lin Xian. Are you unwilling to accept this? You can't enter the Sky Martial Court with only 30 points. Lin Xian said helplessly, you don't have to take revenge on me like this, right? You're a teacher. Humph. I'm a teacher. Why don't I give you another chance? Lin Xian quickly said, yes. Of course. Alright, follow me. Then, Heartwarming left with Lin Xian alone. No one knew what they were going to do. Lin Xian was a blue skinny man. If it wasn't for the system triggering Heartwarming's mission, he wouldn't have dared to provoke this demoness. She even made things difficult for him during the Sky Martial Court's assessment. Who knew what she was going to do? They were currently on the 7th floor of a teaching building. Miss Xiao. Lin Xian suddenly asked from behind. What? Can you be my girlfriend? Heartwarming stopped and turned to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was nervous. Heartwarming smiled seductively. Sure, but I have a question for you. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Fuck. Is she going to agree? No, something's fishy. Ask away. I'm a woman with sovereignty. If we're dating, will you listen to me? Heartwarming asked. I will. All right. Then, jump down from the 7th floor. Lin Xian. I'm not jumping. I'll fall to my death. He would not jump unless he was an idiot. Then you don't love me. If it were my ex-boyfriend, he would jump down without hesitation, Heartwarming said. Lin Xian looked at Heartwarming and asked, since your ex-boyfriend loves you so much, why did you break up? He fell to his death. Lin Xian. Chapter 15. Previously, it was Lin Xian who tricked Heartwarming. Who would have thought that he would also be tricked by her? This woman was really powerful. Heartwarming's face was filled with pride. Little guy. Do you think I'm a vegetarian? The deflated Lin Xian followed Heartwarming into a very spacious hall. It looked more like a science museum. Miss Xiao, what's the matter? A delicate-looking teacher walked over. Take a student and simulate it. Heartwarming said. Okay. Then the female teacher turned on the machine. Lin Xian was puzzled and asked, what do you want me to do? Heartwarming did not answer and said, lie down. Do you want me to take off my pants? Heartwarming, ding. Successfully teased Heartwarming. Scumbag points plus 10,000. Mission progress, 40%. Heartwarming was stunned for a moment and said, if you're willing. What a joke. Of course I'm not willing. Why should I show it to you? Although he did not tease her this time, Lin Xian was already satisfied. Heartwarming then said to Lin Xian, this is an additional test that I'm giving you. It's a realistic simulation of a real battle. In a moment, your mind will enter the virtual space and you will face a simulated 5-star chi-building realm beast. You need to kill it within a minute. If you can do it, then you've successfully passed the test. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He did not feel that this was too difficult. Lin Xian had never faced a beast before. If he could simulate it, then it would be great. Okay. Then Lin Xian lay down and closed his eyes. In the next moment, he arrived on a grassland. Of course, this was not his body entering this place. It was only his mind. However, the degree of realism was at 99%. The vast grassland, the blue sky, the clear air. This was virtual technology. It was simply too realistic. It was as if he had come to another place. At this moment, a fiery red lion appeared in front of him. Then, he opened his spirit eye. Raging Flame Lion, Chi Building Realm 5-star Strength, 50, Vitality, 50, Agility, 50, Spirit, 50. A type of fire-attributed beast. It is extremely fast and its attack power is extremely strong. It can also possess the fire attribute. Martial technique, Flame Roar, condensed spirit chi to spit out a violent flame. Lin Xian had only opened his spirit eye to give it a try. He didn't think that it would actually work. He didn't even know what kind of demonic beast it was, but he was still able to find out its name and even its martial technique. Wasn't this too strong? Entering this place was just like playing a virtual game. Lin Xian and his opponent had a HP bar above their heads. This HP bar was something that would only appear in a virtual battle. It allowed the students to clearly know how much damage they could deal to a demonic beast of this realm and how many moves it would take to kill it. In fact, it was just like a real demonic beast, but with a more intuitive HP bar. Come on. Show me the strength of a beast. Lin Xian smirked. Then, he suddenly charged forward. Virtual combat was extremely realistic. The biggest benefit of using it for training in the Sky Martial Court was that it only affected one's mind. After being attacked, one would feel pain from the stimulation of the brain. However, it was only 30% of the pain, and it was all fake. One would not die. Therefore, the benefits of using it for training were too great. One could achieve the same effect as fighting a beast and improve one's combat ability without real combat. Roar! The raging flame lion roared angrily and charged toward Lin Xian. Boom! Lin Xian punched and the raging flame lion swung its front claws. Neither of them could do anything to the other. However, Lin Xian retreated slightly because Lin Xian only used the strength of a Qi-building realm 5-star. Then, he felt a burning sensation on his fist. The raging flame lion's body was extremely hot. It was too realistic. However, the burning sensation was not intense. It was not 100% pain. Moreover, Lin Xian's body was at the Spirit Focus Realm 2-star. A Qi-building realm 5-star would not be able to cause any substantial damage to him. Therefore, Lin Xian grabbed the raging flame lion's front claws with both hands and jumped up. Then, he swept his leg across the lion's huge head. Bang! The raging flame lion was sent flying and rolled twice on the ground. Luckily, I learned martial arts on Earth when I was young. I still know a little about fighting. Lin Xian laughed in his heart. However, he was slightly surprised. Demonic beasts were much stronger than humans in the same realm. Moreover, if the pain was 100%, Lin Xian would not be able to grab the raging flame lion's hot claws with both hands. Therefore, Lin Xian could only truly feel the pressure when facing a demonic beast in the same realm. Outside, Heartwarming was watching everything that was happening in Lin Xian's mind on a large screen. Teacher Lu, change the raging flame lion stats. Keep the realm unchanged. Increase its speed, strength, and defense to the Qi-building realm 7-star. Heartwarming said. Ah. He will be instantly killed like this. No problem. Change it. Okay. Then, Heartwarming's lips curled up. That's right. This was her plan. This way, she would know what realm Lin Xian was in. Qi-building realm 5-star. She did not believe it. Roar! The raging flame lion got up and roared again. Then, it condensed a large amount of flames on its body and opened its mouth at Lin Xian. Shwa! Strong flames spewed out. However, Lin Xian was already prepared. He suddenly jumped to the side and dodged. He only had 1 minute. Therefore, he had to end this quickly. The moment he landed, he took the initiative to charge at the raging flame lion. Bang! Another kick landed on its face. However, the raging flame lion only moved its head. Its body did not move at all. What? Lin Xian was stunned. It was reasonable to say that at the same realm, the strength of this kick should be enough to kick it away. Roar! Bang! The raging flame lion clawed at him. However, Lin Xian finally reacted. He quickly turned in the air and dodged. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Otherwise, he would not have lost much HP. Because Lin Xian's physique was at the Spirit Condensation Realm 2-star, Heartwarming knew that Lin Xian's defense definitely surpassed the Qi-building Realm 5-star. Therefore, seeing this scene, Heartwarming was slightly disappointed. Miss Xiao, you're shameless. Lin Xian shouted into the air. Then, Heartwarming's voice came from the air. How am I shameless? This is the raging flame lion's martial skill. It can increase its attributes for a short period of time. I never said that demonic beasts can't use martial skills. Heartwarming said with a charming smile. Normally, Lin Xian would believe her. However, Lin Yan saw that the raging flame lion only had one offensive martial skill. It did not have any amplification martial skills. Therefore, he knew that Heartwarming must have done something. He also immediately understood that Xiao Runing was trying to figure out his background. Then I can't let your plan succeed. Lin Xian calculated in his heart. Seeing that the Raging Flame Lion's HP was less than half, Lin Xian rushed over again. It was not that a Chi-building realm 5-star could not fight a 7-star, but it would not cause too much damage. On the other hand, a 7-star's strength was fatal to a 5-star. This was the difference between realms. Chapter 16. Xiao Runing stared at Lin Xian on the screen and muttered to herself, "There are only 20 seconds left. Let's see if you're going to use your real strength." Then, Lin Xian charged forward again. He leaped up and landed on the blazing lion's body. Sitting on it, he felt a warm sensation on his butt. "I'm going to smash your head." Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Runing, looking at the scene before her, she didn't know what to say. Lin Xian actually fought like this. Only a virtual battle could do this. Who would dare to jump onto a monster's back in real life? The blazing lion's HP bar was emptied by Lin Xian's barrage of punches. "Teacher Lu, increase the defense to 9 stars. Okay. Lin Xian realized that his attacks were no longer reducing the HP bar. Fuck. Xiao Runing, you. Lin Xian's heart was filled with hatred. With a difference of 4 stars, Lin Xian could not deal any damage to the blazing lion even if he used 5 stars of Chi building realm. 10 seconds left, you win, you win. Lin Xian could not deal any more damage to the blazing lion with 5 stars of Chi building realm. He did not have any martial arts techniques. However, if he was exposed, then so be it. After all, there was no need to expose his true strength. He only revealed that he was a Chi-building 7th-star cultivator, because he had beaten up the 5-star by Yuntao before, and this news would definitely fall into Xiao Runing's ears, which meant that Lin Xian's cultivation was higher than that of a 5-star cultivator. Therefore, Lin Xian only revealed that he was a Chi-building 7th-star cultivator. There was only one reason why Lin Xian did not want to reveal his full strength, and that was to hide. Because only by hiding his trump cards and strength would he be the safest. He needed to hide because he had offended some people. Lin Xian raised his aura and his strength to 7 stars of Chi building realm. He continued to attack the blazing lion. As expected. 7-star strength. Xiao Runing saw this scene and the corners of her mouth curled up. Teacher Lu, increase the defense to 10 stars. Immediately, however, before she could finish, Lin Xian had already emptied the blazing lion's HP bar. The blazing lion turned into data and disappeared. What a pity. Xiao Runing was slightly annoyed. If she had known earlier, she would have increased the defense and not let Lin Xian clear so much of the blazing lion's HP bar. Although Lin Xian had revealed the strength of a 7-star, Xiao Runing had a feeling that he was not just a 7-star. However, there was no chance to test now. One had to know that a teacher's greatest hope was for her students to be geniuses. Lin Xian, on the other hand, gave her the feeling that he was hiding something. This was also the reason why she was so curious to see Lin Xian. After a few seconds, he sat his is, "Miss Xiao, I've passed the test, right?" Xiao Runing nodded. "Yes, I'll bring you to the Sky Martial Court." Lin Xian was excited. After going through so many hardships, he was finally going to enter the Sky Martial Court. Then, Lin Xian followed Xiao Runing out. "Miss Xiao, I have a question for you." Xiao Runing secretly stroked her forehead and then tenderly shouted, "Shut up." "No, it's a serious question." "Go ahead." Lin Xian asked, "Will I be able to conduct virtual battles like this frequently in the Sky Martial Court?" Xiao Runing nodded slightly as she walked. That's right. This is the most effective way to train students safely. That's good. Although he would not gain any EXP, it could improve his combat ability. Moreover, it was not life-threatening. Finally, Lin Xian arrived at the huge door. The Sky Martial Court was inside. Xiao Runing scanned the identity token on the device. Then, the door slowly opened. From Lin Xian's perspective, he saw countless dazzling golden lights shining through the slowly opening gap. However, in the next second, he returned to reality. What's wrong? Xiao Runing asked when she saw Lin Xian standing still. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. So this is the Sky Martial Court. It's too low class. As Xiao Runing walked in, she said to Lin Xian who was following her, "What do you think?" The Sky Martial Court is a place to teach students all kinds of knowledge, practical battles, martial skills, and so on. What else do you want? Lin Xian was disappointed because the inside of the Sky Martial Court was very spacious. Some students were conducting PK training here. Then, there were a few huge buildings. There were also a few small arenas. There was nothing else. Actually, when he thought about it, why did he have such high expectations for the Sky Martial Court? It was because he had always thought of this place as a holy land. He would definitely have the highest expectations for this place. On second thought, it was fine as long as the Sky Martial Court could teach the students well. What was the point of having a high standard? Xiao Runing brought Lin Xian to a building and said, "This building and the area around it are the Sky Martial Court's beginner classes. Go to the class at the front of the building. I'll be there in a while." Okay. Bye, my dear. Xiao Runing's delicate body paused for a moment. Then, she walked to the other side and said, "You're my student now. You can only wait for your death if you have a glib tongue." Lin Xian. It seemed like his future days were going to be in an abyss of suffering. Unfortunately, it was very difficult to tease Xiao Runing. Otherwise, he would have almost completed his mission. Then, Lin Xian walked to the end of the class. The Sky Martial Court was divided into 3 grades, the beginner, intermediate, and advanced classes. The beginner class consisted of students who had just entered the Sky Martial Court. This included students whose cultivation base was not high. The intermediate class consisted of students who were at least Chi building 6 stars. As for the advanced class, most of them were at least Chi building 10 stars. There were even some who were at the spirit condensation realm. When he walked in, the whole class was very noisy. Everyone was playing with their own things at the entrance. There were about 40 people in the class. Lin Xian did not know if this class was good or bad. He saw 2 familiar faces. Yi Yi and Lu Yufan. When Lu Yufan saw Lin Xian, he went crazy. Ah! Why is he in the same class as us? Yi Yi wanted to say the same thing. She was a lady from a respectable family. However, Lin Xian had forced her to lose her image many times. Yo! There's a newcomer here. A student in the first row with dyed blonde hair leaned back in his chair. His legs were dangling on the table. He had a cynical look on his face. He picked his nose and flicked it skillfully with his little finger. He looked at Lin Xian and said. A little fatty next to the blonde hair shouted at Lin Xian, "Hey, newcomer. Same old rules. Hurry up and pay our brother Xiang the protection fee." Rules? Who set the rules? Lin Xian glanced at them. Ha ha ha, Brother Xiang is the boss of the 10th class. Of course, Brother Xiang set the rules. Hurry up and leave. 5,000 yuan. Lin Xian smirked and looked at him. Oh, so newcomers have to pay 5,000 yuan to stay here. Of course. Otherwise, why would rules be rules? Then, did Yi pay? All of a sudden, no one said anything. Yi is Brother Xiaoyan's woman. Why would she pay? Lin Xian laughed. So, you don't have to pay if you can't afford to offend her. Then, I don't have to pay either. Chapter 17. Lin Xian's words stunned everyone. In the next second, Chen Xiang could not help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. You don't have to pay. Are you saying that I, Chen Xiang, can't afford to offend you? Lin Xian picked up 2 pieces of chalk and stuffed them into Chen Xiang's nostrils. Everyone was speechless. You can laugh, but don't point your nose at me. You idiot, Lin Xian said calmly as he looked at Chen Xiang. Damn you, Lin Yang. Chen Xiang angrily pulled out the chalk and threw it to the ground. In an instant, more than a dozen people surrounded Lin Xian. At the back, Lu Yufan elbowed Yi and said excitedly, Lin Xian is going to be beaten up. Hee hee. That's even better. Who told him to do whatever he wants? Humph. Yi snorted, but she was still a little worried. How should she put it? She did think that Lin Xian might be powerful, but this was the Sky Marshal Court. None of the people here were lower than Qi Building Realm 5 stars. He might be able to beat up 1 or 2 of them, but what about more than a dozen? Lin Xian did not show any strange expression when he was surrounded by more than a dozen people. He only glanced at them, then pointed at Chen Xiang and said, So you're saying that you're all following this bastard? He's the boss of Class 10, right? What bastard? He's Brother Xiang. Okay. Brother Xiang. So you're following whoever's the boss. Who's the protection fee? Lin Xian cracked his neck as if he was preparing for what would happen next. Chen Xiang sneered. He stood in front of Lin Xian and stuck close to him, looking at his face. What? You don't like it? Lin Xian clicked his tongue, then looked down and said, I say, you're not as tall as me, so don't act so cocky, okay? You think you're tall just because you're standing on your toes. You're still half a head shorter than me. Fuck your mother. Then, Chen Xiang angrily slapped Lin Xian. However, no one saw the scene of Lin Xian being slapped to the ground. Instead, Lin Xian grabbed Chen Xiang's wrist tightly and flung him away. Chen Xiang staggered and crashed into the wall beside him. It's over. He's finished. Seeing this scene, the students below all looked at Lin Xian with sympathetic expressions. Lin Xian laughed and said, From now on, I'm the boss of Class 10. You guys, give me the money. Chen Xiang angrily climbed up, Fuck you. Charge. Cripple him. How dare a newcomer be so arrogant? Cripple him. Following which, they all rushed towards Lin Xian. Ah! In the next scene, everyone only saw Lin Xian being surrounded. They couldn't even see him, but close to him, they all flew out and crashed into the wall, the table, the floor. In less than 10 seconds, those arrogant people were lying on the ground one by one, wailing. Everyone was dumbfounded. What the fuck? Although they didn't seem to use their full strength, but how could they all be beaten up by one person? They only saw Lin Xian's fists landing on their flesh. Almost everyone who was hit by Lin Xian's punch or kick fell to the side and painfully clutched their stomachs and screamed. Chen Xiang's mouth was wide open. This person is so fierce. Wow! Lin Xian is so powerful. He can beat up more than 10 Qi Building Realm 5 stars. What is his realm? It seems like it's not just 2 stars. Because Lin Xian had beaten up the 5 stars by Yun Tao, in their eyes, Lin Xian should be 7 stars. But now, it seems like it's not as simple as 7 stars. Yi also realized that Lin Xian was not simple. Lin Xian swept his gaze over the wailing people like a king and finally looked at Chen Xiang. What about you? Surrender or get beaten up? Chen Xiang gritted his teeth and pointed at Lin Xian angrily. Don't be too arrogant. Do you know who I'm following? I'm following Brother Banji. You better be honest. Let me ask you, surrender or get beaten up? Lin Xian repeated again. Fuck you. Chen Xiang cursed and his whole body emitted a golden light. Metal attribute, greatly increased defense and attack. It's considered a good attribute. However, bang. The crowd below then saw that Lin Xian didn't move from his original spot, only throwing out a punch to meet Chen Xiang's punch. Then, Chen Xiang, who had rushed over, flew out like a rubber ball and crashed into the wall, even creating a hole in it. So fucking hard. Lin Xian shook his hand. Everyone, if he's hard, then what's the point of punching him to the wall and breaking it? Chen Xiang, who was lying on the ground, held his stomach and slowly got up. His heart was filled with shock. He was a metal attribute, the increase in his defense was not inferior to the earth attribute. How could the strength of this punch be so strong? This newcomer in front of him must be at a higher realm than him. Just you wait. Chen Xiang pointed at Lin Xian and angrily said. Then, he gritted his teeth and ran away. Lin Xian did not care where he went. Then, he glanced at the people beside him and said, Hey, call me Brother Xian now. I'm calling you. One of the men behind Lin Xian burst into action. The power of flames surged towards Lin Xian as he threw a punch at him. Pow! Lin Xian was too lazy to even look back. He only turned around halfway and slapped the person who had just jumped up. Lin Xian slapped him flying to the ground. What about you guys? Lin Xian glanced at the others. Those people couldn't help but swallow their saliva as they looked at the person screaming on the ground. Older Brother Xian. Older Brother Xian. Older Brother Xian. We'll follow you from now on. Older Brother Xian, we didn't want to attack you. It's all Chen Xiang's fault. Lin Xian revealed a satisfied smile, then sat down on Chen Xiang's seat and crossed his legs on the table. So now you know what to do, right? Lin Xian said as he made a gesture of counting money. I know. Lin Xian continued, Previously, all of you paid 5,000 yuan, but for me, all of you paid 4,000 yuan. Are you moved? I don't dare to move. Not moved. Aw. You dare to move. After a few seconds, Lin Xian grinned as he held a thick stack of money. Older Brother Xian, have some tea. It's freshly brewed. A lackey called you brought over a cup of tea. Not bad. This boss is really comfortable. Lin Xian then raised his hand and waved. That little-chested girl behind, come over and massage my legs. Lu Yufan, ding. Successfully teased Lu Yufan. Scumbag value plus 10,000. Mission progress, 80%. Ah. No matter what, this baby is still a rich young miss. How dare you order me around? Lu Yufan roared as she sat in place. Fan, be a virtuous girl. Yi quickly reminded her. This baby isn't a virtuous girl anymore. Lin Xian, this old lady will fight it out with you. Ding. Host has angered little sister. This is considered a scumbag. Scumbag value plus 50,000. Mission progress, 90%. While the class next door was bragging, they heard all kinds of roars coming from class 10. Then, there was the sound of tables and chairs crashing. Fuck. Did the class next door get demolished? Just as they were about to go out and take a look, they saw Heartwarming walking towards class 10. Heartwarming was also confused. What was class 10 doing? Why was it so noisy? When she walked over, even her little mouth couldn't help but open wide. Chapter 18. It was as if the entire 10th class had been demolished. The tables and chairs were all broken. On the other side, Lu Yufan released her wood-type energy and used vines to tie up tables and threw them at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smashed a table with a punch. Everyone else was weakly hiding in a corner. A few timid girls were even wiping away their tears. Ding! Host scared a big sister to tears. This is considered a scumbag behavior. Scumbag value plus 50,000. Lin Xian, what a realistic system. Crazy. Are they all crazy? Heartwarming had never seen such a scene before. I say, what are you guys doing? Heartwarming shouted. Then, Lu Yufan, who was going crazy, quickly stopped. Seeing Heartwarming, Lin Xian immediately pounced into Heartwarming's arms with an aggrieved expression. On the way, he cried, Miss Xiao, woo-woo. Look at what class you put me in. I'm about to be bullied to death. Heartwarming nimbly avoided Lin Xian. Bastard. It's obviously you. Lu Yufan pouted, feeling wronged. Ding. Host caused a big sister to feel aggrieved. Scumbag value plus 50,000. Mission progress, 100%. Mission reward, Imperial Physician Holy Technique has been released. Random reward for Lu Yufan, increased chest size by 10%. Confirm use. Lin Xian really felt that this was too awesome. Scumbag behavior caused a girl to feel negative emotions. There were actually so many rewards. Lin Xian didn't have time to pay attention to the Imperial Physician Holy Technique. He only felt that there was an additional memory in his mind. As for the reward for Lu Yufan, Lin Xian hesitated. Heartwarming didn't need to guess to know that it was Lin Xian. Lin Xian, what do you think we should do now that the entire classroom is in this state? Heartwarming crossed her arms and looked at Lin Xian. Miss Xiao, she was the one who threw it. I broke the table in self-defense. I really can't do it. Here. Lin Xian took out the stack of cash. Everyone, that was their protection fee. Heartwarming secretly touched her forehead and said, you can buy your own desks and chairs. We won't be teaching today. Tomorrow morning, the entire beginner class will gather for group training. Then Heartwarming walked away. Why did it feel like letting Lin Xian into her class wasn't punishing Lin Xian, but punishing herself instead? Lin Xian put away the money and walked into the classroom. He looked at Lu Yufan and said, what do you think we should do? It's not my fault. Lu Yufan muttered in a low voice. Lin Xian then handed the money to one of his lackeys. Go collect these desks and chairs. They'll be done in the afternoon. Oh. Okay. Older brother Xian. Then Lin Xian thought for a moment and said to the system in his mind, the reward for Lu Yufan, wait, can it be reduced? If it can't, then increase it by 0.1%. Then Lu Yufan felt his chest itch. It was very strange. Could it be that it was a second puberty? Wow! So happy. You, right? Come here. Lin Xian then pointed at someone. He Yu hurriedly walked over. Lin Xian thought for a moment and asked, I have a very important question to ask you right now. He Yu smiled apologetically and said, Older brother Xian, do you want to ask who the boss of the beginner class is? Is he going to lead us to unify the beginner class? They saw that Lin Xian seemed to be very powerful, and that even Heartwarming didn't care when she saw him commit a crime. They felt that Lin Xian must be more powerful than Chen Xiang, and that following him wouldn't necessarily be bad. If they could unify the beginner class and become the boss of the entire beginner class, he, as a lackey, would also be glorious. That's right, that's right. Older brother Xian is so awesome. Lead us to unify the beginner class. That's right. With older brother Xian here, we can definitely do it. Older brother Xian is awesome. Older brother Xian is hard, older brother Xian is watery. Hearing the voices of agreement, Lin Xian slapped the table. Look at what each of you look like. What do we do? We're students. What do students do? Study. Fighting is what students do. Can you all learn from me and become a good student with a well-developed moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor? Everyone looked at the mess in the room and couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. You're a good student. You don't fight. Then who did this in the classroom? Who was the one who beat them up just now? Yi really wanted to ridicule him. Was this something that Lin Xian should say? Then what does older brother Xian want to ask? Lin Xian had an awe-inspiring look on his face, and then asked, I want to ask if there are any prettier, more famous beauties in our beginner class. Everyone, is picking up girls something a student does? Fuck. Big pig trotter. Humph. Lu Yufan snorted. Lin Xian also had no other choice. Now that he had triggered a quest, except for Heartwarming's quest, all the other quests had been completed. The more quests he triggered, the more good things he could get, so Lin Xian was very anxious, very anxious. And he roughly understood that the ones who triggered the missions were pretty girls. This. Lin Xian's question stunned them for a moment. Then, he thought for a moment and said, Older brother Xian, other than Yi and Lu Yufan, our beginner class doesn't have anyone else, but the intermediate and advanced classes do. Is that so? Intermediate and advanced classes, let's hear it. He hurriedly said, one of them is Wang Xintong from the intermediate class. She's ranked 5th among the top 10 school beauties, second only to Sister Fan Fan. With older brother Xian's ability, he might really be able to get Wang Xintong. Lu Yufan's status wasn't low either. Although she wasn't as old as them, quite a few people respectfully called her Sister Fan Fan. In society, my Sister Fan was ruthless and had a lot to say. What about the other one? The other one. He hesitated for a moment. What's wrong? He said, older brother Xian, it's not that I don't believe you, but she's someone that no one can chase. She's Han Chushue. Bleed. Lu Yufan walked over and snorted. You want to chase after Han Chushue? You're courting death. Lin Xian glanced at Lu Yufan and said, you know about her too. Lin Xian felt that the name was familiar, but he wasn't too sure. She's the #1 expert in the Sky Martial Court, the #1 beauty in the Tianhua Academy, and even the #1 wonder in Tianhua City. She's known as one of the top geniuses in Tianhua City, and is on par with Qin Shaotian. Yi walked over and said, so powerful. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. Then, he asked Yi, how does she compare to you? Yi was stunned. Although she was unwilling, she still said, I can't compare to her. I'm afraid that only Miss Xiao won't lose to her in terms of temperament when standing next to her. Any girl who saw Han Chushue would definitely feel inferior. Even she, Yi, would feel the same. It was hard to say who was more beautiful, but Han Chushue's temperament was definitely not something that any girl could have. Is that so? Interesting. Lin Xian stood up and smirked. He hurriedly said, "There's another one. She's ranked second, but she's on par with Han Chushue. However, she and Han Chushue are two extremes. Ignore her for now. Brothers, follow me." Brother Xian, don't tell me you're going to find Han Chushue. A few of them asked anxiously. No. I'm going to find Wang Xintong. Let's go. Then, Lin Xian walked out of the classroom. Lu Yufan looked at Yi and said angrily, "This is indeed a man. He keeps saying that he likes you, but now he's going to find Wang Xintong." Bah! Braised pork trotters. Yi never believed that Lin Xian really wanted to pursue her. However, if he didn't really want to pursue her, then why would he risk provoking Qin Shaotian to strike up a conversation with her? This was something that she didn't understand. However, when she heard that Lin Xian was going to find another girl, Yi was actually very angry in her heart. Who cares? If he can do whatever he wants in the beginner class, then he'll be in trouble in the intermediate class. Then should we go and see the scene of him getting beaten up? Lu Yufan said expectantly. Yi's eyes lit up, right. Let's go. Chapter 19. On the way to the intermediate class, Lin Xian searched his memory for the Imperial Physician Holy Technique. How should he put it? The Imperial Physician Holy Technique was a powerful traditional Chinese medicine skill, but Lin Xian thought it was useless. Why? It was because there were very few people who studied medicine nowadays. If someone was injured or had a broken bone, they did not need to be treated by a hospital. They only needed a wood-type martial artist to release healing energy to quickly heal them. Of course, the more powerful the martial artist was, the more serious the injury could be healed. Therefore, Lin Xian thought it was useless. However, there were many conditions that martial artists found difficult to treat. Big brother Xian, are you really going to the intermediate class? The intermediate class is filled with experts. The weakest one is at Qi Building Realm 7 stars. He asked softly. I'm not going there to fight with those people. I'm going there to look for Wang Xintong, Lin Xian said. He said, but Wang Xintong is the campus belle. She has a lot of suitors. It's none of my business. After saying that, Lin Xian turned around and saw the two girls behind him. Then, Lin Xian grinned and said sweetly, don't worry. I knew you were worried about my safety, so you came to see me. You're so nice, Mua Ding. Successfully flirted with Yi. Scumbag points plus 10,000. Yi snorted. Of course not. I'm here to see you get beaten up. Sophistry. Women are creatures who don't mean what they say. Let's see if you can still smile after getting beaten up. Lu Yufan made a face. Lin Xian shrugged. Beat him up. Why? The intermediate class and beginner class were not in the same area. However, they were both in the Sky Martial Court, about 500 meters away from the beginner class. There were many intermediate class students training in the field of the intermediate class area. Yi. It's Yi. And Lu Yufan. What are the two campus belle doing here? How beautiful. As expected of the woman Qin Shaotian likes. TSK. Clearly, Yi was extremely popular in Tianhua Academy. From the words of these people, he could tell that it was because she was really very beautiful. Lin Xian did not believe them when he heard them say how beautiful she was. No matter how beautiful she was, how much more beautiful could she be compared to Yi Yi? Therefore, he felt that there were too many exaggerations. When they arrived at the entrance of the intermediate class one that He mentioned, Wang Xintong's class, a group of people were quietly reading, some were chatting, and some were playing cards. In short, if there was no teacher coming to class, they were very free. Wang Xintong. Lin Xian stood at the entrance and shouted. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned towards Lin Xian. A girl sitting quietly at the back also looked over curiously. Wang Xintong, one of the campus belle of Tianhua Academy, was ranked 5th. Actually, the ranking of the campus belle was not accurate because they all had their own merits. It was hard to tell who was more beautiful. Yi Yi belonged to a noble family, Lu Yufan belonged to the eccentric category, and Wang Xintong was the kind of pure, quiet, and obedient girl. Classmate, is there anything I can help you with? Wang Xintong asked softly from behind. Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he saw her. She had an oval-shaped face, fair and cute. She had a simple ponytail and bangs on her forehead. She wore a very ordinary white embroidered dress and sat there obediently. Her entire person exuded a kind of pure feeling. Ding! Discovered beauty Wang Xintong. Triggered mission. Mission penalty, none. Mission reward, spiritual weapon. Mission progress, 0%. What surprised Lin Xian was that the system was indeed a scumbag. It only triggered the mission when it saw a beautiful girl. Then, Lin Xian looked at her with a smile and said, "So you are Wang Xintong." "It's like this. From the first time I saw you, I liked you. Can you be my girlfriend?" Everyone, wow. Did he have to do this? This was the first time they had seen someone confess without even knowing who they were. You must be joking. Ding. Host confessed to multiple girls at the same time. Detected as a scumbag behavior. Scumbag value plus 50,000. Please continue to work hard. Hearing Lin Xian's confession, Yi Yi and Lu Yufan were stunned. Bastard. What a scumbag. Yi Yi gritted her teeth and muttered angrily for some reason. Why did this person confess to every beautiful girl he saw? Was he a confessing maniac? Ding. Detected that Yi Yi is unhappy because of host's confession. Scumbag value plus 10,000. Ding. Detected that Lu Yufan is unhappy because of host's confession. Scumbag value plus 10,000. Lin Xian. Wang Xintong was also stunned. Before she could say anything, someone beside her jumped up. Brother Jia. It's him. He's the one who caused trouble in our beginner class. Chen Xiang suddenly popped out from the corner and pointed at Lin Xian as he shouted. Lin Xian finally looked at him. Yo, you're here too. Seeing Chen Xiang, Lin Xian's lips curled up. Chen Jia stood up and looked at Lin Xian. Oh, I know you. That useless Lin Xian who can't cultivate because he doesn't have the God's child system. The people from intermediate class 1 were stunned. Then, they could not help but laugh. Ha ha ha, that useless Lin Xian who can't cultivate dares to confess to the campus belle, Wang Xintong. Where did he get his courage from? No, I want to know how this useless person got into our Sky Marshal court. Throw him out. Hurry up and throw him out. Of course, he knew that Lin Xian could cultivate. Otherwise, how could he defeat Chen Xiang? He only said that to mock Lin Xian. Then, he looked at Lin Xian and said with a smile, "What's wrong? A useless person can cultivate." Ha ha ha. However, Lin Xian did not react. He only sneered. I said, get out of my sight. I'm not here for you. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Chen Jie's eyes narrowed. What did you say? Fuck. Are your ears deaf? I'll say it again. Get out of my sight. Shut up. Chen Jie was not angry. Instead, he laughed. Ha ha ha. How dare a useless person be so arrogant? TSK, TSK, TSK. Let me tell you, this is the intermediate class, my territory. This is not the place for you to behave atrociously. Your territory. Lin Xian glanced at the blackboard and saw the words, Boss, Chen Jie written on it. There were some other positions below. Then, he swaggered in and added a sentence with a piece of chalk. Boss, Chen Jie is a dog. Everyone's jaws dropped. Chen Jie was ranked in the top 30 in the intermediate class. He was at the Qi building stage 7 stars. However, Lin Xian, who could not cultivate before and was only a newbie in the beginner class, dared to do such a thing. He was courting death. Good. Very good. Chen Jie's face darkened. Then, dozens of people from the intermediate class walked out from their seats and stood behind Chen Jie. I haven't seen such an arrogant newbie in a long time. I'm afraid you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth now that you can cultivate. Chen Xiang fanned the flames behind Chen Jie. Brother Jie, cripple him. This brat is too arrogant. He doesn't put you in his eyes at all. Chen Jie sneered. A powerful aura erupted from his body. Brat, kneel down and apologize now and I'll let you go. If you kneel down now, I'll let you go. Lin Xian remained unmoved like a mountain. You're courting death. Then, Chen Jie rushed towards Lin Xian like a gust of wind. Wait! Lin Xian suddenly shouted. Chen Jie stopped in front of him when he heard Lin Xian's shout. Chapter 20. Chen Jie sneered. What? Regretting it now? It's too late. Lin Xian waved his finger. No, no, no. I want to know which floor this is. Second floor. Lin Xian, second floor. A Qi building 7 stars shouldn't die from the fall, right? What do you mean? In the next second, before anyone could react, Lin Xian grabbed Chen Jie's arm and threw him backward. Then, he threw Chen Jie down the stairs from the second floor. Everyone was dumbfounded. Fuck. You can do that. This Lin Xian is too ferocious, isn't he? No, how strong is he? Even if Chen Jie's reaction was slower, he was still a Qi building 7 stars. How could a Qi building 7 stars be thrown out so easily? You guys want to be thrown out too? Lin Xian glanced coldly at the crowd in front of him. They looked at each other. Fuck. He's alone, what are we afraid of? We're in the intermediate class. Fuck. Cripple him. Everyone, go. Go. In an instant, more than 10 people rushed towards Lin Xian. It had to be said that more than 10 Qi building 6 stars were quite stressful for Lin Xian. Of course, that was on the premise that he didn't use his full strength. Fortunately, this classroom was big, or else they might not be able to stretch out their full strength. At this moment, Chen Jie crawled up from the ground floor, his face full of anger. Not far behind, some of the students who didn't know what was going on looked over in surprise. How could someone be thrown down the stairs? Lin Xian, I want you dead. Chen Jie's eyes were bloodshot. Just as he was about to rush up and settle the score with Lin Xian, another figure was thrown down. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and dodged it. Then, a second, a third, a fourth, Fuck. What's class 1 doing over there? Flying high together. Fuck, is there such a thing? Wait, does it hurt? Nonsense, what do you think? In less than a minute, more than a dozen people were thrown down the stairs by Lin Xian. Everyone was dumbfounded by the scene. GG. Was it that fierce? One person defeated more than 10 chi building 6 stars. Although they didn't use any martial skills, it was enough to show how powerful Lin Xian was. Most importantly, it wasn't just a normal beating. She had thrown him down the stairs from the classroom. That was the most infuriating part. In fact, it was much easier to throw them down than to knock them all down. Yi and the others were watching this scene from the corner. They really didn't know what to say. Where was his limit? He felt that every time he encountered a stronger opponent, he would be able to deal with them with greater strength than before. All right. It's quiet now. Lin Xian clapped his hands and grinned. With this smile, the entire class of people who were sitting in their seats and watching the whole scene felt a kind of fear. Was this person crazy? Wang Xintong saw that Lin Xian's gaze had finally locked onto her body. She was slightly at a loss. Then, Lin Xian walked in front of her and said softly, "Xintong, my confession was interrupted just now. Let me confess again. From the first time I saw you, I liked you. Be my girlfriend." Wang Xintong's big eyes revealed confusion, doubt, and a series of lights. Then, she slowly shook her little head. "Sorry, I don't know you. Please leave quickly. They will be here soon." "Are you worried about me?" Lin Xian's lips curled. Wang Xintong said softly, "It's normal to care about a classmate." Lin Xian felt that this Wang Xintong was quite interesting. She was the kind of girl who was especially quiet and pure. Compared to Yi, she was even more obedient. However, she didn't have any feelings for a lot of things. It was probably because she didn't know Lin Xian. "Then you still haven't answered my question. Be my girlfriend." "No." Wang Xintong shook her head and said. Then, Lin Xian said affectionately, "Do you know? Because of you, I caught a cold." Wang Xintong didn't understand. Why did Lin Xian suddenly say this? She quietly looked at Lin Xian and asked, "Cold? Why would a warrior catch a cold?" "Because I have no resistance against you, idiot." Ding. Successfully teased Wang Xintong. Scum man points plus 10,000. Mission progress, 10%. Ding. Detected Yi's displeasure. Scum man points plus 10,000. Ding. Detected Lu Yufan's displeasure. Scum man points plus 10,000. Ding. Detected 13 Big Sisters displeasure. Scum man points plus 1,300. Wang Xintong was also stunned. This Lin Xian, you have no resistance against her. Are you saying that she's a virus? At this time, a voice came from the door. When she appeared, all the male animals were stunned. Lin Xian turned his head and saw the beautiful Xiao Runing at the door. Damn! Why is she here? Miss Xiao. Hello, Miss Xiao. Hello, goddess. Xiao Runing walked to Lin Xian's side under everyone's gaze. Ahaha. Miss Xiao, why are you here? Lin Xian quickly laughed. Why am I here? When I went back, I heard that someone came to the intermediate class to cause trouble. When I came over, I saw that someone was throwing our classmates down one by one. Lin Xian, you're really something. Xiao Runing said to Lin Xian with a smile. That smile was obviously not a happy one. Xiao Runing heard the news and hurried over to see if anything happened to Lin Xian. Obviously, she worried too much. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Aren't we all classmates? I came over to interact with the senior brothers and sisters of the intermediate class. Isn't that right, Shintong? Lin Xian kept winking at Wang Shintong. No. Wang Shintong shook her head in a straightforward manner. Lin Xian, go back. Xiao Runing said to Lin Xian and then walked away. Lin Xian glanced at Wang Shintong and said, Shintong, although you didn't help me, I still love you. Mua. After saying that, Lin Xian walked away. This Wang Shintong was much harder to win over than Yi Yi and the others. Although she was quiet, she seemed to be quite mature. On the way, Lin Xian met Chen Jia and a dozen people who were going upstairs. If it wasn't for Xiao Runing, they would definitely have attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian, if you have the guts, just you wait. I'll kill you. Chen Jia glanced at Lin Xian threateningly. He didn't think that Lin Xian was much stronger than him because they didn't use their full strength and didn't even use their martial arts skills. Therefore, he felt that Lin Xian was still not his match. It was just that Lin Xian had plotted against him. Lin Xian suddenly shouted at Xiao Runing, reporting to Miss Xiao, someone threatened to kill me. Chen Jia, can you not be so fucking despicable? Fuck. Xiao Runing turned around and Chen Jia hurriedly said, No, Miss Xiao, I was just interacting with Lin Xian. Who's interacting with fucking someone? I'm not gay, Miss Xiao. He said he wanted to kill me. Chen Jia, Xiao Runing said slowly, so be it, just don't do it in school. With that, she went downstairs. Lin Xian. Chapter 21. Hearing that Xiao Runing did not punish him, Chen Jia was overjoyed. He glared at Lin Xian and walked away. He had to get back at him today, but no matter how arrogant he was, he could not do it in front of a Tianhua Academy teacher. Miss Xiao doesn't care about you, you deserve it. Lu Yufan made a face at Lin Xian, gloating. Go away. I don't talk to girls with small breasts. Lin Xian chased after Xiao Runing, leaving Lu Yufan and Yi Yi behind. Ding. Successfully taunted Lu Yufan, scumbag value plus 10,000. Lin Xian moved closer to Xiao Runing's side. Xiao Runing's body was simply like a devil's, it was simply too provocative. Fortunately, she wasn't wearing tight clothes, otherwise, just looking at her body would cause a reaction. She was indeed beautiful. Teacher Xiao, I know that you were just saying those words out of anger. As your student, if I were to be bullied by others, you would definitely be the first to help me, right? Lin Xian laughed shamelessly. Xiao Runing glanced at Lin Xian. So you know you are my student. You destroyed my class on your first day in the Sky Martial Court and beat up my classmates. You even beat up someone from another class in the intermediate class. TSK, you are not simple. You are the first person who dares to cause trouble in an advanced class since the opening of the school. Lin Xian was unhappy and quickly said, Miss Xiao, others may not know what kind of person I am, but don't you know? I am the most obedient. I only went to chat with them and did not provoke them. They were the ones who started it. You also heard that they wanted to kill me. As your dearest student and teacher, you can't leave me in the lurch. The corners of Xiao Runing's mouth rose slightly, revealing a charming smile. She then looked at Lin Xian. Seeing her smile, Lin Xian had a bad premonition from the bottom of his heart. Sure, but first, you have to tell me what your true cultivation level is. Don't hold anything back. If you tell me, I'll protect you. Qi building 8 stars. Lin Xian said. Then wait for your death. Don't, I'm really in the Qi building 8 stars. Xiao Runing said, a Qi building 8 stars cultivator threw a dozen people from an intermediate class downstairs. Lin Xian shrugged and said helplessly, yeah, only Qin Jia is a 7-star. The rest are 6 stars. Even a Qi building 8 stars would find it difficult to defeat a dozen 6 stars, Xiao Runing said based on her experience. But they didn't use any martial skills. They didn't even use any attribute power. It was purely a physical battle. I've learned martial arts since I was young. It's not like I defeated them. Throwing them out is much easier. Hearing Lin Xian say this, Xiao Runing felt that it was believable, but she still felt that something was wrong. A Qi building 8 stars cultivator is invincible in the beginner class. The intermediate class is also quite powerful. How about this, don't you like to fight? In 3 days, the Academy will hold a beginner class and intermediate class competition. I want you to go and defeat everyone in the intermediate class. Can you do it? Lin Xian, damn. What nonsense are you talking about? You want me, a beginner class, to fight the intermediate class? You must be joking. Xiao Runing said, oh. Then weren't you very impressive just now? Then it's settled. If you can defeat the intermediate class, I'll let you participate in the Sky Martial Assembly in a month. Sky Martial Assembly. What's that? Xiao Runing said, Tianhua City's 3 great academies, Tianhua Academy, Tianxing Academy, and Tianqin Academy, hold a grand event every 3 years. Each of the 3 academies will send out 100 martial artists to compete and finally decide the top 10. Boring. I worked myself to death to win the intermediate class just to fight with a few hundred people. I must be crazy. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Xiao Runing said indifferently, the top 10 will receive a large amount of cultivation resources from the academies and even focus on grooming. This made Lin Xian a little interested. Martial skills. Of course there are. There are also spirit weapons, and their grades are not low. Then I can give it a try. Although this damn system could give Lin Xian a lot of good things, it could take a long time to complete one. Also, the mission reward was uncertain. The more martial skills he had, the better. Having more skills would not be a burden. So if there was a chance, Lin Xian still wanted to give it a try. After all, the 3 great academies would produce 10 people in 3 years. The reward would definitely not be low. Okay. Then I'll participate. I'm afraid you've misunderstood me. I'm saying that if you defeat the entire intermediate class in 3 days, then I'll give you the right to participate. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders, no problem. You're very confident. Why wouldn't I be? Xiao Runing said, in the intermediate class, there are a few people at the 9-star Qi building stage. In 3 days, can you beat an 8-star Qi building stage? Lin Xian muttered, this requires martial skills. Until now, I don't have any. Miss Xiao, teach me martial skills. Tomorrow I'll bring you to learn. Okay. With martial skills, Lin Xian's battle strength would increase by a lot. As for the realm, he was not worried. There's one more thing. Lin Xian said. Speak. If I get into the top 10 of the Sky Martial Assembly, then will you agree to be my girlfriend? In a flash, Lin Xian became indecent. Xiao Runing stopped in her tracks and turned her head to look at Lin Xian with a charming smile. What? You like older girls to be your girlfriend? Miss Xiao, don't joke around. You're not that old. I like girls like you. Nice curves, fair skin, beautiful appearance. Xiao Runing didn't show any signs of shyness because of Lin Xian's words. Instead, the corners of her mouth curled up as she said, all right, if you can get first place, I'll agree. First place. Okay. Then you have to work hard. After speaking, Heartwarming walked away. First place, right now Lin Xian felt that it was very difficult. However, there was still a month. In this month, he could definitely improve by a lot. Young. Heartwarming muttered as she walked. First place in the Sky Martial Assembly. It was not that she did not believe in Lin Xian. Even if she thought that Lin Xian might be hiding his strength, she did not think that he could get first place. He might have a chance to get into the top 10. As for first place, it would be difficult for him to get into the top 5. Qin Xiaotian, Han Chuxue, and the other top geniuses were the main characters of the Sky Martial Assembly. As she walked towards Class 10, she saw a familiar face in the corridor. Yo, condom. Lin Xian waved his hand at Bai Yuntao. When Bai Yuntao saw Lin Xian, he was like a mouse that saw a cat. Lin Xian had already left a shadow in his heart that he couldn't get rid of. Bai Yuntao did not say anything. It was as if he did not see or hear anything. He quickly walked past Lin Xian. Before Qin Xiaotian arrived, he really didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Lin Xian. Especially when he was about to go to the intermediate class to find someone to teach Lin Xian a lesson, but he saw with his own eyes the scene of Lin Xian throwing Chen Jia and the others from Class 1 down the stairs. Thus, he gave up on the idea. Lin Xian. When Brother Xiaotian comes back, you are dead. Bai Yuntao clenched his fist. Chapter 22. Lin Xian only knew that he had gotten himself into a lot of trouble. But so what? Did he have to be afraid? Why should he be afraid? It was all because he was not strong enough. So he had to become strong. School was dismissed from Tianhua Academy and Lin Xian returned home. Linya had not returned from the office. Lin Xian laid on the sofa and opened his stats. Name, Lin Xian. Age, 21. Realm, Spirit Focus 2 stars. Level, 12. Experience, 04000. Scumbag Value, 751800. Strength, 147. Vitality, 146. Agility, 145. Mental Strength, 145. Spiritual Energy, 550. Talent, Imperial Physician Martial Technique, Spiritual Eye. Basically, Lin Xian's strength was at the level of 2 stars of spirit condensation. Scumbag's value was 751,800. 750,000. This was Lin Xian's gain for the day. It seemed like a lot, but it was not enough. There were 3 items that could be purchased in the system store. Lin Xian felt that it was more important to increase his realm first. Actually, there was another item that Lin Xian was very curious about, and that was the big wheel in the system store. It cost 500,000 to go once, and there was a random item. Lin Xian did not know what it was, and whether there was a so-called thank you or patronage, he did not know either. So Lin Xian was hesitating whether to exchange for 7 experience fruits or 1 lucky draw. If he exchanged for the experience fruits, Lin Xian would be able to increase 1 level to 3 stars of the Spirit Focus realm, and even a little more. But this big wheel was too curious. Lin Xian hesitated again and again, and chose the big wheel. He had no choice. Humans were curious creatures. What if there was a divine beast or a divine weapon inside? Wouldn't that be awesome? Stealing his heart, Lin Xian chose to confirm. The big wheel in the system began to spin faster and faster, faster and faster, and then gradually slowed down, and finally, it stopped. Lin Xian froze. He didn't know what he had drawn until he heard the system notification. Ding! Congratulations on successfully winning the reward will be released immediately. Lin Xian, what the hell? Did he mishear or something? A blow-up doll. Then, a light flashed beside Lin Xian, and a blow-up doll in a white dress was lying on the sofa. Gulp, Lin Xian swallowed his saliva and looked at the inflatable doll in confusion. Fuck your brother to death. A scumbag worth 500,000 renminbi and you gave it to a blow-up doll. Lin Xian was unwilling to give up. He picked up the inflatable doll and examined it to see if there was anything special about it. However, there was nothing special about it. Despair. Incomparable despair. At this moment, another system notification popped up. Ding. Host's luck has exploded. You have obtained. Lin Xian, seriously, Lin Xian wanted to go crazy before this. But fortunately, the system gave him face. No, to be more precise, its character was good. The lottery even triggered another draw. Phew. If you give me another blow-up doll, I'll immediately climb to the 20th floor and face the ground. Do you believe me? Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian started the lottery again. Good, 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 his mentality did not explode. If Lin Xian didn't get another chance to draw, then Lin Xian's mental state would really explode. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the Earth Class 8-star skill. Phew, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, it was something normal, and it was a martial skill. Wasn't this what Lin Xian needed? And this martial skill was actually an Earth-class martial skill. On planet Aqua Blue, martial arts techniques and spiritual weapons were categorized into Yellow, Mystic, Earth, and Heaven. It was said that there were even more powerful martial arts techniques above the Heaven rank, but those were almost all legends. The Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow rank martial arts techniques each had 1 to 10 stars, just like the martial artist realm. For example, the 5 Thunder Celestial phenomenon that Lin Xian drew was an Earth rank 8-star martial arts technique. Among the Earth rank martial arts techniques, only 9-star and 10-star martial arts techniques were above it. However, not to mention Earth rank, even Mystic rank martial arts techniques and 1-star Mystic rank martial arts techniques were extremely rare. Earth class, that was a class that could cause a bloodbath. It was said that the strength of a Heaven-class martial skill could overturn mountains and seas. Then, an Earth-class 8-star martial skill, which was only a few stars away from the Heaven class, would definitely have a terrifying destructive power. And it was a lightning-type martial skill. The most violent, the most powerful attack attribute. The memory of the 5 Thunder Celestial phenomenon was directly instilled in his mind, which meant that Lin Xian could use it directly. No, I have to try. 5 Thunder Celestial phenomenon. According to the method in his memory, Lin Xian opened his palm to gather spiritual energy, as if a terrifying lightning would appear in his palm in the next second, but there was nothing. What the hell? Lin Xian tried again, but there was still no reaction. He was sure that he did not do anything wrong, but why couldn't it condense? Fuck. Did you fucking system give me a fake product? Fuck. It's either a blow-up doll or a fake. Is this system even reliable? Lin Xian began to complain. Then, the system's little girl voice sounded, detected host's dissatisfaction, taking countermeasures. Please wait, Lin Xian sighed in relief. At least you know what's good for you. At least the system would take countermeasures. This should be enough to make up for it, right? Countermeasures have been prepared. If the host is dissatisfied with the system's performance, a level 1 heavenly lightning will descend as punishment. Lin Xian, fuck. The countermeasures were actually to use force to attack the host. This scumbag system, it's really scumbag. Lin Xian decided not to rebuke this damned system anymore. That system, if you want to give me a good one, you have to give me a good one. It's really hard for me to accept a fake martial skill. Lin Xian said helplessly. Detected martial skill is authentic. Then why can't I use it? Detected no lightning attribute in the host's body. Lin Xian, at this moment, Lin Xian suddenly understood. That's right, the five thunder celestial phenomenon was a lightning attribute, which required the condensation of spiritual energy and lightning attribute energy in the body, then the five thunder celestial phenomenon would be demonstrated. However, Lin Xian did not have any attributes, so he could not condense the lightning attribute. No matter how powerful the five thunder celestial phenomenon was, he could not release it. It's over. Does this mean that I can't release the martial skill? Lin Xian suddenly felt a little terrified. Before, he did not have any concept and thought that it was fine if he did not have any attributes, but now, it seemed that without attributes, he could not condense any attribute energy, which meant that he could not even release martial skills. And martial skills were something that a martial artist could not lack. System cutie, what do I do if I don't have any attributes? Ding. Unable to find a solution. My condolences to the host. Lin Xian, fucking hell. At this moment, the door opened and Linya walked in. Little fairy, you're back. Lin Xian shouted. Linya nodded and said, I'll clean up and go cook. You must be hungry. As she spoke, she looked at Lin Xian and then suddenly saw a white blow-up doll on the sofa. Linya was instantly stunned. Chapter 23. Lin Xian was stunned at first. Why did Linya have such an expression? He even touched his own face. Could it be that this young master has become handsome? Linya's beautiful face turned slightly red. She then looked at Lin Xian and said softly, Little Xian, I know that you guys have needs in that area, but you can't go so far as to use it, right? Oh. Lin Xian was stunned again. He suddenly followed Linya's gaze. Fuck. Lin Xian looked at the blow-up doll on the sofa and suddenly felt extremely awkward. No. Little fairy, you misunderstood. Ding, successfully made little big sister shy. Scumbag man points plus 10,000. Linya walked over with a red face and tidied up the blow-up doll's clothes. Because Lin Xian had been looking for a mechanism on the blow-up doll to see if there was anything fishy, her clothes were especially messy. However, in Linya's eyes, this was just a mess. Little Xian, finding a girlfriend is so good. Using this, is it the same? Linya's face was burning as she spoke. Although she was Lin Xian's sister, she was still a girl. Although she was quite cold, she was still inexperienced. No, Lin Xian really didn't know how to explain. I really didn't. I don't even know why this doll was in front of our house. I was just curious, so I brought it in. Then Lin Xian looked at Linya's expression and knew that she didn't believe him. God! What should he do? In Linya's eyes, this little brother of hers had become a wretched man. Linya then said with a serious face, Little Xian, it's not that I want to criticize you. I can understand that you have needs in this area and I won't blame you. But you can't lie, okay? If it's yours, then it's yours. Lin Xian wanted to cry but had no tears, but it really isn't mine, is it really not? Lin Xian said, I swear, Lin Xian, would never use a doll even if I were to masturbate myself. I swear. Nonsense. Linya's pretty face turned red. She knew Lin Xian very well. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed the case. If he was really thirsty, it would be very easy for him to find an ordinary girlfriend. There was no need for him to buy a doll. I'm going to cook. After saying that, Linya put on her apron and walked into the kitchen. Lin Xian turned his head to look at the doll, his face ashen. Fuck. His reputation had been ruined by a child. Go. Lin Xian threw the doll off the balcony. Hey, who was working on the balcony and dropped the doll? A roar came from below. Lin Xian closed the window and lay on the sofa, sulking. Unhappy. He was extremely unhappy. This roulette wheel is too fucking deceptive. However, after he was unhappy, Lin Xian began to think about his own attributes. Almost all martial skills had attributes. For example, the thunder attribute could only release thunder-type martial skills. Other attributes could not release thunder-type martial skills. Generally, martial skills with attributes were relatively stronger. Of course, there were also non-attribute martial skills, but their effects were much weaker. At present, the good thing was that it was not that he could not learn martial skills, but he could not learn any attribute martial skills. However, it was still acceptable for now because most of the martial skills he learned in the Sky Martial Court were non-attribute martial skills. As for his attributes, Lin Xian believed that there would be a way. How could a living person suffocate to death by urine? Let's feed little fairy 2 experience fruits first. Linya had never gone out of the city to farm monsters. She also did not know any combat skills. She only wanted to work and improve her life. However, Lin Xian felt that since he had the ability, he must help Linya. With a realm, Linya would be able to protect herself outside. Lin Xian was also more at ease. After all, Linya was too beautiful. It was normal for some people to covet her. The remaining scumbag points were enough to exchange for 2 experience fruits. 2 experience fruits were not enough for Lin Xian to level up. However, 2,000 experience fruits was enough for Linya to level up. This was because Lin Xian only needed 3,000 experience points to level up from 1 star to 2 stars in the Spirit Focus realm. With 2 experience fruits in his hand, Lin Xian walked into the kitchen. Little fairy, let me show you a treasure. Linya quickly turned her head and looked at Lin Xian reproachfully. Little Xian, how can you say such things to me? What? Lin Xian scratched his head. Linya blushed and said, you said it yourself. Lin Xian then thought of something and a smile appeared on his face. He then said to Linya, I say, little fairy, what is in your head? When I said I would show you a treasure, it was this. Lin Xian opened his hand and the experience fruit appeared in his palm. Linya looked at the experience fruit in Lin Xian's hand and said, isn't this the saint fruit? This is the treasure I was talking about. What did you think it was? I don't understand. Lin Xian teased. Ding, successfully made little big sister shy. Scumbag points plus 50,000. She's shy. Ha ha ha, Linya is shy, and it seems like she's extremely shy because her scumbag points have increased by 50,000. That's what I was talking about. Linya stuttered. So it's like that. Then why are you scolding me? What do you mean? Linya turned her face to the side. Lin Xian didn't continue to banter with her. He then personally placed the experience fruit in front of Linya's mouth. Linya was very cooperative and opened her mouth to eat it. What is this? It tastes weird. So this is my big baby. Ding, successfully made little big sister shy. Scumbag points plus 50,000. Lin Xian. Linya angrily stared at Lin Xian. In the next second, she froze for a moment. Lin Xian also felt her aura change. His spiritual eye also noticed that Linya's level had directly reached the Qi building stage 3. This was much better than taking the risk to farm monsters. She only lacked battle experience. However, her realm was already enough for Linya. How did I level up? Linya's face was filled with surprise. That's why I said it was a treasure. You didn't believe me and even scolded me. Sigh. I feel wronged. Lin Xian sniffed at the side, looking like he was really wronged. Ding, successfully made little big sister blame herself. Scumbag points plus 30,000. Damn. This is also possible. Making little big sister blame herself is also a scumbag's behavior. Okay, I misunderstood you. I thought it was, what was it? Lin Xian suddenly raised his head and asked. Lin Ya's face turned red again. Nothing. She turned her head and felt her face was burning. Ding, successfully made little big sister shy. Scumbag points plus 10,000. Hee hee. Lin Xian then gave another experience fruit to Lin Ya, eat this too. Lin Ya took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xian. She suspiciously asked, Little Xian, don't you need to kill monsters to level up? What did you give me to eat? How can I level up after eating it? Chapter 24. Regarding this system, Lin Xian hesitated whether or not to tell Lin Ya, but after thinking about it, he decided to tell her later. He then said, don't worry about it for now, as long as you can level up, I'll tell you later. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't want to tell her, Lin Ya didn't ask. Then Lin Xian smiled as he pinched Lin Ya's face and said, don't worry, I definitely won't let myself go hungry, right? Okay. After Lin Ya ate the second fruit, she reached the Qi building stage 5-star. Thinking about it, this scumbag system was like a cheat. Other people had to work themselves to death and worry about the risk of death in order to level up, but they didn't dare to fight high-level monsters and only dared to fight low-level monsters. In the beginning, they even needed someone to carry them. Normal people would only reach the Qi building stage 5-star in their teens or 20s, but Lin Ya, with just 2 experience fruits, she reached the Qi building stage 5-star. Amazing, I feel like my body is filled with strength. Lin Ya exclaimed. Of course, a Qi building stage 5 stars pure strength is about the strength of 3 grown men. Lin Ya weighed the pot and said with surprise, before, I needed both hands to hold the pot. Seeing Lin Ya's happy expression, Lin Xian was also happy from the bottom of his heart. In the future, you take care of the family and I'll work hard. Let's live like this, hee hee. Lin Ya nodded, okay. But then she suddenly thought of something and said, no, you have to think about finding a girlfriend first. Lin Xian laughed, what girlfriend? With such a beautiful fairy at home, I'd be an idiot to find a girlfriend. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lin Ya was stunned for a moment, then said with a serious face, I'm your sister. How can you have such thoughts about me? Little Xian, you're wrong. It's not like you're my real sister. Lin Xian muttered. Lin Ya's delicate body slightly trembled, I'm just kidding, but I won't abandon you. Little fairy, I'm going out to watch TV, hurry up and cook, I'm starving. After speaking, Lin Xian walked out. Lin Ya didn't know why her face was burning, but she turned and went to cook. The next day, Lin Xian arrived at the Tianhua Academy. More accurately, he directly entered the Sky Martial Court and saw a few hundred people gathered in front of the elementary class building. From afar, Lin Xian could even see Qin Jia from the intermediate class staring at him. Lin Xian walked over nonchalantly. Would he dare to cause trouble in public? Xiao Lin Xian was here. And today, the Tianhua Academy was that day the news of Lin Xian thrashing Wang Chao, tormenting Bai Yuntao, and even throwing Qin Jia and the rest of the intermediate class students down the stairs had spread like wildfire across the entire Tianhua Academy's forum. If anyone didn't know Lin Xian before this, or if they only thought of him as a piece of trash, they would be called a lunatic now. Everyone, please sit according to your class. Xiao Lin Xian looked at Lin Xian and shouted. Then, Lin Xian went to the 10th class. I haven't seen you for a night, your skin is even fairer. Lin Xian said sweetly. Really? Yi asked in surprise. When she went home to wash up, she suddenly realized that she was even fairer than before. Lu Yufan had said it, but when Lin Xian said it today, she felt that it was true. Lin Xian nodded, of course. My Yi's skin is fair and beautiful. Ding, successfully teased Yi, scumbag points plus 10,000. Go to hell. Who is yours? Yi rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian looked at Lu Yufan. When Lu Yufan saw Lin Xian's gaze, he had a bad premonition. Big brother, I beg you to stop talking. Lu Yufan said helplessly to Lin Xian. No, I have to say this. I realize that your breasts have grown bigger. Lin Xian said seriously. Lu Yufan was stunned for a moment, then asked softly, you noticed it too? Last night, she felt a little itchy and thought that it might be the second puberty. When she went home, she took a look. It wasn't obvious, but she felt that it had grown a little bigger. It seems so, but I have to try it myself. Ding, successfully teased Lu Yufan, scumbag points plus 10,000. Bastard. Big hooligan. Lu Yufan's face turned red, then she quickly turned her head and ignored Lin Xian. Alright, quiet down. Especially the chattering in class 10. Xiao Runing said to the people in class 10. Lin Xian, was he fucking talking about him? Everyone was in a bad mood. There was a goddess like Xiao Runing in front of him, and he still had the mood to chat with others. But when they saw that he was chatting with Yi and Lu Yufan, they understood. After all, they were also beauties. Today, I have a total of 3 things to announce. First, in 3 days, there will be a martial arts competition between all 430 of you. Regardless of whether you are new or old, this is also an objective evaluation from our teachers. The top 10 will receive my autographed photo and other rewards. Wow! The audience cheered. Lin Xian, fuck. This Xiao Runing was amazing. No wonder she was not only a goddess in Tianhua Academy, but also an excellent teacher. She knew how to use her advantages. This kind of reward was not something these fat otakus could accept. Wouldn't each of them fight like crazy? Indeed, this woman was a vixen. She could not be judged with common sense. In addition, the intermediate class will also have a martial arts competition. However, Lin Xian from beginner class 10 took the initiative to compete with the intermediate class. This is something that everyone should learn from. Lin Xian, bullshit. Since when did he take the initiative to compete? Many of the intermediate class students who wanted to catch a glimpse of Xiao Runing's elegance were enraged when they heard this. Ha! Too arrogant. Is he looking down on the intermediate class? Lin Xian. That trash. Don't fall into my hands, I'll kill him. However, I heard that Lin Xian beat up class 1's Chen Jia and the rest yesterday. Could he really be that good? That class 1's people did not even fight for real. They were just ambushed. How good can a beginner class newbie be? Lin Xian felt that Xiao Runing was purposely drawing hatred for him. Fuck. Xiao Runing then smirked and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, say a few words. So he's Lin Xian. I remember him. He's the confessional maniac. Yesterday, he even went to class 1 to confess to Wang Xintong. Bah. Let him come. He dares to challenge the intermediate class. Let's see if we don't smash his head. Idiot. For a moment, the attention of the 400 beginner class people and the surrounding intermediate class people were all focused on Lin Xian. Lin Xian slowly stood up, touched the tip of his nose, and said, "Actually, I don't have much to say. If I have to say it, it's that everyone here is trash." Everyone, ding. Acting cool successfully. Scumbag man value plus 50,000. Ding. Successfully made 3 big sisters cry. Scumbag man value plus 30,000. Fuck your mother. Beat him up. Everyone beat him up. For a moment, Lin Xian felt countless, killing intent. Heartwarming did not expect Lin Xian to say such shocking words. She secretly admired him. This brat was amazing. At this time, Chen Jia brought a group of 5 intermediate class people over. He coldly looked at Lin Xian and said, "Lin Xian, do you think you're very handsome? Actually, in the eyes of us intermediate class people, and even the beginner class people, you're just a clown." Chapter 25. It had to be said that Chen Jia's words echoed the thoughts of countless people. That's right, they were really unhappy. This Lin Xian was too pretentious. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh when he saw Chen Jia. "I say, yesterday you were thrown from the 2nd floor. You weren't high enough, right? How can you still be here today?" Chen Jia's face was filled with anger when he heard Lin Xian's words. He pointed at Lin Xian and said angrily, "You, Lin Xian, are useless. What's there to pretend about? If I'm useless, then what are you if you were thrown down by a useless person? A brother among brothers." Lin Xian tilted his head and looked at him mockingly, then continued, "I take back what I said just now. What I want to say is that you are all trash, and you don't even deserve to be trash." Chen Jia took a deep breath and tried to calm his anger. He pointed at Lin Xian and said angrily, "If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one here today. Aren't you arrogant? Do you dare to accept?" Finished speaking, he looked towards Heartwarming and said, "Teacher Xiao, please allow me to compete with Lin Xian." Heartwarming looked at Lin Xian and asked, "What do you think?" Lin Xian shrugged. "I refuse." Lin Xian's words stunned everyone. The next second, they burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Fuck. I thought he was awesome. Ha ha ha." This Chen Jia immediately chickened out when he opened his mouth. "No, I'm thinking, where does this kind of person get the courage to act pretentious? He's really a clown, ha ha ha." Chen Jia heard the laughter and sneered at Lin Xian. Lin Xian calmly waved his hand. "No, no, no, you misunderstood. What I meant was that you don't have to fight alone. Everyone else can come at me together." Many people's expressions froze in the middle of their laughter. Did they hear wrongly? Lin Xian refused not because he did not dare to fight with Chen Jia, but because he wanted them to fight together. Wasn't this too arrogant? Not to mention them, even Heartwarming was stunned when she heard Lin Xian's words. Chen Jia was stunned on the spot for a moment, then he raised his head and laughed loudly. "Interesting. You're the most arrogant freshman I've ever seen in my life." "Oh. Is that so? I'm sorry, but you're not even worth mentioning in my eyes," Lin Xian said disdainfully. "Humph." Chen Jia snorted coldly, and then he looked at Heartwarming and said, "Miss Xiao, since he has chosen to fight the 5 people behind me as well, what do you think? After all, he is your student." Heartwarming's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Sure." She wanted to see where Lin Xian's confidence came from. Chen Jia was a Qi Building Realm 7 stars, and the 5 people behind him were Qi Building Realm 6 stars. Even if Lin Xian was an 8 stars, he would not be able to win without any martial arts techniques. The difference of 1 star in this realm was not that big, and could be made up with some techniques. Chen Jia heard that Xiao Runing had agreed, and then he sneered at Lin Xian, although it's not a one-on-one victory, if you're the one who wants to die, then don't blame us. Brothers, let's go. The 5 people behind him smiled maliciously as they walked to Chen Jia's side. They were thrown down yesterday, and now it was time to wash away their shame. The others opened up an empty space for them. Smelly fish and rotten shrimp, 1 is the same as 6. Lin Xian cracked his neck, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. You're courting death. Go. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 5 figures rushed towards Lin Xian, and Chen Jia watched from the back. He felt that he did not even need to make a move. Bang! The first person, Lin Xian, punched out, and the 2 forces collided. The hair and clothes of the students closest to them fluttered. The moment the 2 forces collided, the second person rushed over, and Lin Xian directly punched out. What surprised everyone was that Lin Xian did not move an inch from the force of the 2 people. What the hell? The 2 people looked at each other, and then they increased their strength, and even the fire and metal elements appeared, but Lin Xian did not move an inch. Bang! In the next second, both of his fists were pushed forward, and the 2 people flew out like a pair of mandarin ducks with broken strings. They flew out, and not staggered backwards. Out of the 5 people, 2 fell down in an instant. One of the people who rushed to Lin Xian was stunned when he saw this scene. When he turned his head to look at Lin Xian, he found that Lin Xian was already in front of him, grinning at him. Bang! Before he could react, Lin Xian punched him in the chest, and he flew out like the other 2 people, holding his stomach and screaming in pain. This scene happened very quickly, and it only took about 3 seconds. In 3 seconds, Lin Xian defeated 3 people from the intermediate class. The people who did not know what was going on were dumbfounded. They were 6 stars, but Lin Xian was a new student in the beginner class, and Lin Xian's aura seemed to be stronger than their 6 stars. It's not difficult for an 8-star chi-building realm to do this. They lost because they underestimated their opponent and did not use any martial arts techniques. Xiao Runing looked at the scene and muttered. The remaining 2 people who rushed over looked at each other, and then they condensed a strong force in their bodies. Vajra Fist. Nebula Fist. 2 rays of light, 1 gold and 1 blue, condensed from their bodies to their fists, and rushed towards Lin Xian. Then let me see how strong you can become with martial arts techniques. Bang! This time, Lin Xian did not choose to retreat, and he still used 2 punches to block the attacks of 2 people. Xiao Runing's seductive eyes were fixed on the stage. A yellow rank 4-star martial skill can make up for a gap of more than 1 star at this stage. 2 chi-building 6-star martial skills released at the same time. The combined power of 2 chi-building 6-star martial artists exceeds in chi-building 8-star martial artist. 4 fists collided, and the strong aura caused the nearest students to be thrown off their feet. The dust on the ground instantly spread, and they could not even see the situation of the 3 people in the dust. Chen Jia was shocked that Lin Xian defeated 3 people in an instant, and he was also shocked when he felt that Lin Xian had just reached the same 7-star chi-building realm as him. But thinking about it, if he was only 7-star, then he had no chance of winning. At this moment, Lin Xian was pushed back a few steps by their strength, and he had to admit that there was still a gap between 8-star chi-building realm and their martial arts techniques. But, 2 seconds later, the crowd saw 2 figures flying out from the dust, and then heavily landing on the ground, groaning in pain. What? Everyone was puzzled. Why were the 2 of them sent flying by Lin Xian when they released their martial arts techniques? When the dust settled, Lin Xian stood there motionless like a mountain, and provocatively waved at the remaining Chen Jia. Brother Jia, be careful, his strength suddenly increased. I don't know what martial arts technique it is. The person who fell on the ground clutched his chest and said in pain. It was not a martial arts technique, but Lin Xian increasing his strength to the 9th level of the Qi building realm. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such a high realm, so they thought it was a martial arts technique. At this point, everyone was already flabbergasted. Although Lin Xian had not defeated the strongest Chen Jia, he had defeated 5 Qi building realm 6-star Qi building realm students in a short period of time, and they had also released their martial arts techniques. 1 against 5, he had already won. He was not pretending. He was really strong. Chapter 26. Chen Jia was also shocked. He originally thought that Lin Xian had thrown them down yesterday because they had not reacted in time and had only used a bit of their spiritual energy. If they could fight normally, they would have crushed Lin Xian, but now he felt that something was wrong. Something was very wrong. 1 versus 5, defeating 5 Qi building 6 stars. Even Chen Jia felt that he could do it, but it would not be as easy as Lin Xian. The corners of Xiao Ru Ning's mouth curled up slightly. Others were not able to clearly feel it because their cultivation level was not high, but Xiao Ru Ning was able to clearly feel it. Just a moment ago, Lin Xian had erupted with the strength of a 9th-star Qi building realm cultivator. She was not sure whether Lin Xian had released the strength of a 9th-star Qi building realm cultivator, or if he had used a martial skill to reach the 9th-star Qi building realm. But what she was sure of was that the strength he had just displayed had indeed reached the 9th-star level. You're the only one left. Lin Xian stood there like a god of war, unmoving like a mountain. In an instant, in the eyes of others, Lin Xian had become an expert. His aura, confidence, and other aspects completely suppressed Chen Jia, who was ranked 30th in the intermediate class. Chen Jia clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Lin Xian. He had been humiliated. He had been humiliated by a newcomer from the beginner class. He was ranked 30th in the intermediate class. A 7 stars Qi building realm. With the support of a martial technique, he could even defeat an 8 stars Qi building realm. Thinking of this, he was filled with confidence. How high could Lin Xian's realm be? It could only be the support of a martial technique. If his realm was really high, why did he only enter the Sky Martial Court now? Thinking of this, he felt that there was nothing wrong. Lin Xian, they are just the lowest ranked martial artists in the intermediate class, and I am ranked 30th in the intermediate class. Don't think that you can defeat me just because you defeated them. You're thinking too much. Lin Xian's expression was calm as he said slowly, all right, stop talking nonsense. Are you going to fight or not? You're courting death. Chen Jia's eyes narrowed as he dashed towards Lin Xian. At the same time, his right fist emitted a red glow and emitted a scorching heat wave. As he ran, flames appeared on his right fist and drifted with the wind. Flaming fist. Everyone was slightly surprised. That's a 6-star yellow ranked skill, Flame Fist. Oh my god. With Chen Jia's realm, Lin Xian definitely won't be able to withstand his flaming fist. I didn't expect Chen Jia to value Lin Xian so much that he would use such a move in his first move. Although Lin Xian is indeed quite surprising, the power of this move will be very strong. Look, Lin Xian isn't even planning on running. TSK, the run-up will increase the inertia of the attack. If he punches on the spot, he will definitely be sent flying. Pretend. The last person's mouth was already agape before he could finish his sentence. Bang! That's right, Lin Xian punched on the spot, but the expected scene of Lin Xian being sent flying did not happen. The two fists collided, and flames were released from Chen Jie's fist, enveloping Lin Xian completely. Chen Jie's mouth twitched when he saw this scene. He was courting death. Even if Lin Xian blocked this punch, the flames would definitely make him lose his ability to fight. But in the next moment, his pupils constricted. Lin Xian did not move, but a surge of internal energy surged out from Lin Xian's fist. Bang! Everyone's jaws dropped as they stared in shock. Chen Jie's body flew out and landed heavily on the ground, and the flames on Lin Xian's body were instantly extinguished by a surge of energy. Pooh! After landing, Chen Jie spat out a mouthful of blood. How could it be? How could his strength be so strong? Qi building realm 9 stars, was that really the strength of a Qi building realm 9 stars, or where did it come from? However, to be able to defeat his attack in an instant, it had to be a Qi building realm 9 star. He was a Qi building realm 9 star. How was this possible? He was a newbie who had just entered the Sky Martial Court's beginner class. A Qi building realm 9 star was definitely in the top 10 of the intermediate class. It was over. The moment he flew in the air, he knew that he had been completely trampled under the feet of a clown. The surroundings were extremely quiet. 3 seconds later, wow, thunderous applause. Although many people in the beginner class did not like Lin Xian, they had to admit that they admired him for what he had done. There was a reason why he had said that he would compete with the intermediate class, and that was because he had the ability to do so. Ding! Acting cool successful, scumbag points plus 10,000. Ding! Successfully made 5 sisters cry of their handsomeness, scumbag points plus 200,000. Ding! Feeling adoration from 13 sisters, scumbag points plus 150,000. The system's voice exploded in Lin Xian's mind. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. If it was not for these scumbag points, why would he come out and act cool? Lin Xian is so strong. On the other side, the 2 girls who were prejudiced against Lin Xian were shocked. They knew that Lin Xian was strong, otherwise, he would not have been able to defeat Bai Yuntao, Chen Xiang, and the others. However, they had not expected that Lin Xian would be able to defeat all 6 of them at once, and all of them were from the intermediate class. It was truly shocking. Why yes, he's quite strong. Yi muttered to herself. Then, she realized something and blushed. She quickly said, what does his strength have to do with me? That's right, that's right. Compared to Qin Shaotian, he is still far behind. Qin Shaotian alone can defeat dozens of people, no, 100 from the intermediate class. When he comes, let's see how he will beat up Lin Xian, humph. Lu Yufan shook her fist. On the other side, Lin Xian withdrew his aura and coldly glanced at Chen Jie. He said, then I'll have to trouble you to go back and tell the intermediate class that 3 days later, Lin Xian will challenge them as a beginner class student. Finished speaking, he grinned and looked at Xiao Runing and said, Teacher Xiao, it's not bad, right? I didn't lose face for you. Where's your autograph? Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and said, let's talk about it after you defeat the intermediate class. Go back first. Okay. Chen Jie and the others climbed to their feet in a sorry state. They resentfully glared at Lin Xian before walking back to their seats. Then, Xiao Runing glanced at the crowd and said, as you all saw, the beginner class is not inferior to the intermediate class. What I want to tell you is that as long as you are willing to work hard, you will become strong. Now, I'll announce the second thing. From now on, the new students of the Sky Martial Court will undergo 7 days of intensive training, excluding the competition 3 days later. In these 7 days, you will experience at least 300 virtual battles and learn martial skills. During these 7 days, you will not be allowed to eat, rest, or go to the bathroom. I'll strive to make you grow from a novice to 30% in these 7 days. Wah! Hearing Heartwarming's words, the crowd wailed. This was too cruel. This was too cruel. Although they could eat and go to the bathroom much less as martial artists, and Chi building stage 5 stars would not feel hungry even if they did not eat for a day, but this was too cruel. Without waiting for everyone to finish wailing, Heartwarming continued, the third thing is, after 7 days, I will personally take you out of Tianhua City and into the demonic beast domain to engage in actual combat with the real demonic beasts. If any of you relax your vigilance during these 7 days, then after 7 days, you can only blame yourselves if you die outside. Chapter 27. Whoosh! The crowd burst into an uproar when they heard Heartwarming's words. In the current era, the city was the safest place to be. Outside the city was the domain of demonic beasts. There were all kinds of demonic beasts. However, demonic beasts outside the city were the only way for cultivators to raise their cultivation. The awkward part was that it was too dangerous, especially for people like them who did not have much combat experience and whose cultivation was not high. If they wanted to go out and raise their cultivation, they would need someone to bring them along. This was why the Bounty Hunter Guild was so important. As one of the 3 major forces in the Sky Martial Continent, the Bounty Hunter Guild was not only responsible for completing missions, but they could also give cultivators money to bring them along if they wanted to raise their cultivation. However, they would usually only bring the weakest cultivators. Fortunately, Wang Fugue had money. Otherwise, he might have been killed outside. The level of danger outside was so high that very few people dared to go out. Going out was like a demonic beast walking into a human's territory. It was the same logic. Everyone present must have been to the outside world before. Almost all of them had paid the Bounty Hunter Guild's experts to bring them out, and then raised their cultivation to Chi building stage 5 stars. However, no matter how many times they went out, they must have been very scared and excited. Heartwarming continued, those who do not want to go out before tomorrow, come register with me. Now, all the new students of the Sky Martial Court, come with me to choose a martial technique. After that, more than 200 people followed Heartwarming and entered a very large hall in the Sky Martial Court. Lin Xian had already noticed this place, but he had never been here before. There were many students in the hall, and there were even some from the advanced class. The hall was so big that it was like a waiting room in a train station. It was not crowded at all when a few hundred people entered. Heartwarming turned to look at the crowd and said, ordinary martial techniques only require memory transfer. It will take less than 10 seconds. Now, each of you can choose a martial technique that suits you the most. After that, we will conduct a virtual battle. After you are familiar with the martial technique, we will bring you to learn the second martial technique. Now, each of you can go and collect a martial technique chip to exchange for a martial technique. Okay. After that, the crowd dispersed excitedly. Martial techniques. So cool. This was what they had been looking forward to the most before they entered the Sky Martial Court. Lin Xian also went to look for the martial techniques he wanted. The martial techniques here were stored in machines. It was like buying water from a self-service store. Standing on top of the machine and inserting a martial technique chip into it, one could choose a martial technique to learn. After choosing, standing on top of the machine, the method of using the martial technique would directly enter one's mind. Then, one could use it. For every type of attribute martial skill, there were also non-attribute martial skills. However, there were not many people with non-attribute martial skills. It was completely empty. The skills here weren't strong, the strongest was only a 3-star yellow rank. After all, powerful skills weren't common, and these were all common skills. When Xiao Runing saw Lin Xian standing alone in the attributeless martial skill area, she was also slightly taken aback. Attributeless martial techniques were definitely weaker than those with attributes. However, she suddenly recalled that Lin Xian's previous assessment did not detect any attributes. Could it be that he really did not have any attributes? If that was the case, it would be too much of a pity. Lin Xian inserted a martial technique chip into the machine and began to flip through the martial techniques. The grade and effects of the martial techniques were all recorded. It was not bad, at least there were non-attribute martial techniques. You really don't have any attributes? Xiao Runing walked over and asked. Lin Xian turned to look at Xiao Runing and nodded. Of course. Why don't I choose the non-attribute martial technique? After that, Lin Xian selected the 3-star yellow rank martial technique, Heavenly Star Fist. Shua, a ray of light enveloped Lin Xian, and at the same time, a memory entered his mind. Ding, learning martial technique. Ding, you have successfully learned the martial technique. Grade, 3-star yellow rank, Spirit Force cost, 20. Non-attribute martial technique. Infuses Spirit Force into any fist and punches out. Increases strength by 20%. Heavenly Star Fist, 3-star yellow rank. This punch could increase strength by 20%, which was not bad. However, Lin Xian suddenly wanted to see the effects of the 5 Thunder Constellation, grade, 8-star Earth rank, Spirit Force cost, 300. Lightning Attribute Martial Technique. Uses the power of lightning to destroy the enemy in an instant. The violent power of lightning is unstoppable. Maximum release range, 20 meters. Deals 300% of the user's lightning damage. The smaller the range, the more concentrated the lightning is. Maximum damage is 600%. Lin Xian, really, there was no damage without comparison. 5 Thunder Constellation was a true martial technique. It was a pity that he did not have the lightning attribute. Fuck. Heavenly Star Fist. That's not bad. Xiao Runing said in a soft voice. Lin Xian turned around and said to Xiao Runing with a bitter smile, "But Miss Xiao, you've really screwed me over today." Me? How did I screw you over? Xiao Runing was stunned. Lin Xian suddenly grinned, "You've made me like you even more." Ding, successfully teased Xiao Runing. Scum Man points plus 10,000. Mission progress, 50%. Xiao Runing was taken aback for a moment, then she clenched her teeth slightly. This Lin Xian, he never forgot to tease her. Ha, ha, ha. Seeing Xiao Runing's expression, Lin Xian felt especially good. Who told her to always make things difficult for him? Xiao Runing then crossed her arms and looked at Lin Xian with interest and said, "I'll let you be arrogant for now. In the future, there will be plenty of chances to deal with you. Just wait for your death." After saying this, she arrogantly walked away. Che. Lin Xian did not believe that this Xiao Runing could do anything to him. Now that he had a martial technique, all that was left was the virtual battle. The virtual battle had different levels. Every person would record their data. Starting from the first level was a 1-star chi building stage beast. After defeating it, he could enter the next level. It was just like playing a game. For 3 whole days, Lin Xian was immersed in the virtual battle simulator. Other people at most reached the 46th level in these 3 days. Some did not even reach the 46th level and had to try a dozen times. But Lin Xian, he directly rushed to the 81st level. Even the teachers in charge of the virtual battle were shocked. The 61st level was an 8-star chi building stage beast. And today, Lin Xian's harvest was too much. He recognized more than 10 types of beasts. He knew what their martial techniques were, what their characteristics were, and whether they were strong or weak. In these 3 days, he did not focus too much on the scum man system. Instead, he focused on increasing his experience and fighting ability. But in these 3 days, with the help of the experience fruit, he also reached the 4-star spirit condensation stage. Who? Lin Xian sat up on the battle platform. The surrounding people looked at him as if he was a monster. This was the beginner class. What a joke. 81st level, not bad. Lin Xian got off the battle platform with satisfaction and opened up his attributes. Chapter 28. Name, Lin Xian. Age, 21. Realm, Spirit Condensation 4 stars. Level, 14. Experience points, 30006000. Scumbag value, 41800. Strength, 177. Vitality, 176. Agility, 175. Spirit, 175. Spiritual energy, 650. Talent, Imperial Medical Sacred Technique. Martial skills, Spiritual Eye, 5. Thunder Constellation, Cosmic Fist, Chi Condensation Strike, Swift Shadow. His overall attributes were pretty good. According to Lin Xian's investigation of the attributes of other people in lower realms, he felt that his own attributes were only average and not much stronger. The most important thing was that Lin Xian could increase his realm without killing monsters. Moreover, the system could give him many unimaginable things, such as that doll. Thinking about that doll, Lin Xian felt that it was a shadow that he could not get rid of. It made him not dare to continue spinning the wheel. However, the 5 Thunder Constellation was indeed a powerful martial skill, but not being able to use it was the most uncomfortable thing. As for Chi Condensation Strike and Swift Shadow, they were the 2 martial skills that Lin Xian learned. Chi Condensation Strike condensed spiritual energy and released it to achieve the effect of a long-range attack. The damage was also increased by 20%. Swift Shadow was a movement technique that could increase Lin Xian's speed by 30%. It consumed spiritual energy every second. Although these 3 martial skills were not powerful, they made up for many of Lin Xian's shortcomings. It had to be said that Lin Xian had done a very good job in choosing martial skills. Heartwarming also admired him because of the 3 martial skills he had chosen. Close combat, long range, and speed were all included. Today was a very important day. The beginner and intermediate classes were going to compete. The beginner class competition had already begun, and Lin Xian was rushing to the intermediate class. There were other teachers in the beginner class recording. To Heartwarming, she was more concerned about Lin Xian's battle. He's coming, he's coming. There were more than 200 people in the intermediate class in the martial arts arena. However, they had yet to start fighting. They were all waiting for Lin Xian. It wasn't that Lin Xian had a lot of cards up his sleeves, but they were too lazy to fight. They were too lazy to get into the top 10. They were all waiting because they wanted to beat Lin Xian up to vent their anger. Lin Xian had become a hot topic in the Sky Martial Court for the past few days. The students in the forum were all talking about him because he was too high profile. Especially when Lin Xian defeated all 6 of Qin Jia and the others by himself, it shocked everyone in the intermediate class even more. They knew that Lin Xian was strong, but even if they did not want to compete, they wanted to watch Lin Xian. When Lin Xian walked over, more than 200 pairs of eyes looked at him. Hey, everyone's waiting. Lin Xian grinned at the crowd, revealing a harmless expression. Lin Xian, we're waiting to beat you up. Let's draw. Right. Draw, let's compete. I'm going to smash your dog head. Lin Xian quickly waved his hand. All right, all right. The one who said he would smash my head, come out. Let's spar and see if you're all-mouthy king or something. Then no one came out. After all, they were sure that Lin Xian had won against 6. They did not have the confidence to fight against Lin Xian. Tisk, no one wants to talk. Lin Xian sneered. His words made the entire intermediate class fall silent. Heartwarming secretly rubbed her forehead. This Lin Xian is amazing. No one spoke. Then Lin Xian shouted, "Has anyone seen my girlfriend?" "How the fuck do we know who your girlfriend is?" Someone shouted. "Wang Xintong. Xintong, where are you?" Everyone, ding. Successfully molested Wang Xintong. Scumbag points plus 10,000. Mission progress, 20%. In the crowd, Wang Xintong was stunned for a moment. Seeing everyone's gaze, she walked out and said to Lin Xian, "Student Lin Xian, please don't speak nonsense. Successfully molesting her once was enough." At this time, a man walked out with a gloomy face. He pointed at Lin Xian and shouted, "Lin Xian, you can challenge my intermediate class, but please don't speak nonsense, okay? You are." Wang Ming, ranked 9th in the intermediate class. Wang Ming coldly glanced at Lin Xian. This Wang Xintong was the target of his pursuit. How could he let Lin Xian sully her? His spiritual act swept over him. Qi building 8 stars. This was a bit interesting. Lin Xian shrugged. Then, Wang Ming looked at Heartwarming and said, "Miss Xiao, can we draw lots?" Right now, he wanted nothing more than to directly draw Lin Xian and beat him into a pig's head. Otherwise, it would be difficult to vent the anger in his heart. Yesterday, he heard someone say that Lin Xian ran to the side and molested Wang Xintong. How could the woman he had his eyes on be trash? How could a trash who had just entered the beginner class tease her? Yes. When everyone heard that the competition was about to begin, they immediately became excited. Now, it wasn't for the rankings. They only wanted to see the scene of Lin Xian being hammered to vent their anger. "Wait, Miss Xiao." Lin Xian suddenly shouted. "Is there something else?" Heartwarming and the rest of the intermediate class students looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said, "I think that the drawing of lots is too slow. How about this, I'll fight in the arena. You can send anyone to challenge me until no one else comes up. How about that?" Originally, Heartwarming wanted him to take first place. The drawing of lots would take a lot of time, but this way, it would be over and done with. It would save a lot of trouble. Everyone, hearing Lin Xian's words, everyone was shocked. What the fuck? Too arrogant. No, this couldn't be called arrogant anymore. He wasn't treating them like humans at all. Heartwarming was also slightly stunned. She was also shocked by Lin Xian's request. Because if Lin Xian wanted to be the champion of the arena, it would be a tag team battle. Moreover, he would be challenged by all the strongest people in the intermediate class. Not far away, a girl was leaning against a tree with a lollipop in her mouth. When she heard Lin Xian's words, she took out the lollipop. The corners of her lips curled up slightly, revealing an evil charm that shouldn't appear on a girl's face. How interesting. It's been many years since such an interesting young man appeared in the Sky Martial Court. Wang Ming then pointed at Lin Xian and said angrily, "Lin Xian, don't be too arrogant." "That's right. You're not treating us like humans at all." Lin Xian shrugged and said, "I just think that all of you don't like me and want to beat me up, right? I'll give you a chance. I'll give it to everyone. Isn't that good?" Everyone in the intermediate class gnashed their teeth. "Fine. Then I'll be the first to challenge you. I'll make you kneel on the ground. This way, it won't be tag team battle. I'll make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Wang Ming pointed at Lin Xian and said angrily. Lin Xian then looked at Xiao Runing and said, Miss Xiao, since they've agreed, you can say the word. Alright, the rules of the intermediate class competition today will be changed to a tag team battle. As the champion of the arena, Lin Xian will accept any challenge from all the challengers in the intermediate class. If Lin Xian defeats all the challengers, he will be the champion. Now, Lin Xian, please move to the arena and accept the challenge of the first challenger from the intermediate class. Chapter 29. This matter instantly fermented, causing those in the beginner class to rush over to the intermediate class area to watch the match, even those who had finished their match after a long time. Many people from the advanced class came to watch the competition when they heard about it. After all, nothing like this had ever happened since the establishment of the Sky Martial Court. What was supposed to be a martial arts competition had now become a competition to challenge Lin Xian. Who could withstand such a blow? Lin Xian stood on the battle stage and scanned the hundreds of people. Turtles, this was quite exaggerated. Who's first? Lin Xian asked. Humph. I'll go first. Wang Ming, who had long been unhappy with Lin Xian, snorted. He was at the Qi Building 8 stars, but his battle strength was very strong. He was the only one in the intermediate class who was at the Qi Building 8 stars. In the eyes of others, if Wang Ming advanced to the Qi Building 9 stars, he would be able to enter the top 3 of the intermediate class. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to seeing Lin Xian being beaten up by Wang Ming. For Wang Ming, besides being unhappy with Lin Xian, he also wanted to beat up this person who had taken liberties with him in front of Wang Xintong. This way, not only would he gain the recognition of the people in the academy, he would also gain the favor of Wang Xintong. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Go Senior Wang Ming. Beat up Lin Xian. Let's see how arrogant he can be. Beat him to death. For the dignity of the intermediate class. In an instant, the students from the intermediate class became impassioned, causing Lin Xian to feel a little scared. Wang Ming slowly walked up under everyone's gaze, as if he was shouldering a great responsibility. He also looked very confident. Standing in front of Lin Xian, Wang Ming coldly glanced at him. Then, his aura fluctuated slightly as he slowly said, Your biggest mistake was coming to the intermediate class to act like a bastard. I will make you the laughing stock of the entire Tianhua Academy. Is that so? Lin Xian grinned and said, What if you lose? Won't you become the laughing stock of the entire Tianhua Academy? I lose. I will lose. Ha ha ha. Wang Ming laughed loudly. The crowd did not think that Wang Ming would lose. Compared to Chen Jie, Wang Ming was stronger by more than 1 level. That was not only because he was in the first stage, but also because they knew that the reason why Wang Ming was able to rank in the top 10 of the intermediate class when he was in the Qi Building realm was because he was born in a martial arts family. He had been practicing martial arts since he was a child, so he was much stronger than the others in terms of combat. This is also his advantage. After laughing, Wang Ming pointed a finger at Lin Xian and said confidently, You'll be utterly defeated within 10 moves. Wow! Senior Wang Ming is so handsome. Go! Senior brother Wang Ming, I love you. Hearing Wang Ming's domineering words, a lot of girls screamed from below, and he enjoyed it very much. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up as he stretched out his index finger and said, 1 move. Everyone to be had been a Lin Tianhua Academy. What? Did they hear wrongly? This Lin Xian actually dared to boast that he could finish off Wang Ming in 1 move. That was too funny. Wang Ming also laughed loudly. He looked at Lin Xian and said disdainfully, "Then I want to see how you will defeat me in one move." Whoosh! A powerful force exploded from his body. Begin. Whoosh whoosh, Lin Xian and Wang Ming moved at the same time. Rapid Shadow. Cosmic Fist. Bang! The next scene froze the smiles on many people's faces. The two of them had only exchanged a single punch, but Wang Ming had been sent flying. He had flown more than 10 meters away and had landed heavily on the martial arts stage. Was it really just one move? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Wang Xintong's little face was also full of surprise. Heartwarming seemed to have some understanding of Lin Xian. Her face was calm, but the girl in the distance raised her eyebrows. 9 stars of the Qi building realm. Using speed to increase, the power of the martial technique to explode out instantly sent Wang Ming, who was so arrogant that he didn't even use martial techniques, flying. Interesting. Beginner class, 9 stars of the Qi building realm, TSK TSK TSK. A playful smile appeared on her beautiful face. So weak. Lin Xian's indifferent words were like a 1,000-pound hammer that smashed into Wang Ming's heart, who had just gotten up from the ground. It also rendered the hundreds of people who had just mocked Lin Xian speechless. Lin Xian wins. Heartwarming, who was not far away, said a sentence. Wait. Wang Ming gritted his teeth and looked at Heartwarming, unwilling to give up. Miss Xiao, I wasn't prepared. I didn't even use my martial technique, otherwise I wouldn't have lost. Please give me another chance. Heartwarming's face revealed indifference. In front of the school's teachers and students, she had this kind of temperament, but in front of Lin Xian, she had the temperament of a fairy. Heartwarming's voice was emotionless, as if she was disappointed. Then she said coldly, "There's no room for regret in a martial arts competition. If this was a battlefield, you would already be a corpse." Next. Unresigned. Wang Ming was really unresigned. Why? Why didn't he think that Lin Xian had the power of 9 stars of the Qi building realm? Why couldn't he use martial techniques? At this moment, he thought of his previous high-spirited self and looked at himself now. He was like a clown. Yes, in the eyes of the crowd, Wang Ming really was like a clown. But Lin Xian, he did it. He really beat Wang Ming with one move. Anyone else? Lin Xian glanced at the crowd and said, "I'll go." A man walked up in front of everyone's eyes. He was very handsome. He was even 1.9 meters tall and had a good figure. Jiang Bei, ranked 5th in the intermediate class. Great, with him here, I can finally vent my anger. This Jiang Bei is so much stronger than Wang Ming. Lin Xian has the advantage of a higher realm, but at the same realm, he is definitely not Jiang Bei's opponent. Lin Xian looked at Jiang Bei in front of him. His aura fluctuated slightly, and then he said indifferently, "One move." Everyone, ding. Acting cool successful. Mental damage multiplied. Scumbag value plus 50,000. Fuck your mother. This Lin Xian is too pretentious. This is Jiang Bei. Fuck. Fuck. Kill him. Qi building realm 9 stars. This Lin Xian can defeat Wang Ming in one move. But at the same realm, even if it's the same as before, he can't defeat Jiang Bei in one move. Wait for your face to be slapped. I'm the 5th strongest in the intermediate class. How can a beginner like you defeat me in one move? Unknowingly, many people no longer considered whether Lin Xian was Jiang Bei's opponent. Instead, they considered whether Lin Xian could defeat Jiang Bei in one move. This changed the nature of the discussion. Jiang Bei was slightly stunned by Lin Xian's words, and then his eyes narrowed. Lin Xian, you better take back what you just said. Take back. I think it's fine, but it's not necessary. Everyone, good, very good. Jiang Bei's face darkened. Then, his spiritual energy surged, and a gust of wind emerged. The wind attribute was a rare attribute. Lin Xian twisted his neck, and his aura also erupted. Qi Building Realm 9 stars. It was clear that Jiang Bei was also in the Qi Building Realm, and he was not careless. In this situation, in everyone's eyes, it was impossible to defeat him in one move. Whoosh, the two moved at the same time. Similar to the previous scene, Jiang Bei's speed was extremely fast. Boom, the two forces collided again. Oh my god. Everyone's jaws dropped. Next. Lin Xian's voice reverberated in everyone's ears like a violent blow. Chapter 30. Everything happened too quickly, and no one could react in time. They couldn't understand why Jiang Bei had released a martial skill on the power of wind. Moreover, both of them were at the same level, so why was he still punched out of the stage by Lin Xian? Jiang Bei crawled up from the ground, his heart was filled with shock. What was going on? How could Lin Xian's power reach such a terrifying level even though he was at the 9th star of the Qi Building Realm? It definitely exceeded the 9th star, maybe even the 10th star. But the power he released was at the 9th star level. Jiang Bei really couldn't understand. Was it because of some kind of martial technique? If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have gone up. Was it to embarrass himself? But it was too late. Lin Xian sent Wang Ming flying with a single punch. Maybe Wang Ming underestimated him because he didn't even have time to use his martial technique. But what about Lin Xian who sent Jiang Bei flying with a single punch? Jiang Bei had used all his martial techniques and spiritual energy, but he was still defeated in one move. What did that mean? It meant that Lin Xian was really powerful. If he could defeat the 5th-ranked master of the intermediate class in one move, then even if the intermediate class's first opponent wasn't defeated in one move, how could he win against Lin Xian? But why was Lin Xian able to release such power even though he was at the 9th star level? That was the first thing he used, the attribute exchange in the system store, to increase his power by 100%. Even if he used the 9th star of the Qi Building Realm, it was enough to send Jiang Bei flying. Heartwarming was also puzzled by this scene. Why was it like this? That punch was indeed at the 9th star of the Qi Building Realm, but it shouldn't have been able to defeat Jiang Bei like this. But if Lin Xian was at a higher level, it didn't make sense for him to only release the 9th star of the Qi Building Realm but use the 10th star of the Qi Building Realm, or even higher. He was able to do it in the machine test because Lin Xian wasn't affected by any external force, so he could focus on two things at once. But in this kind of battle, it was impossible for him to separate the two. Either he released a stronger power, or he had to show a higher level of power. Heartwarming did not understand. She really didn't know what secrets Lin Xian was hiding, but it made her even more interested in Lin Xian. Ding! Successfully gained the favor of 31 young ladies. Scumbag value plus 50,000. At this moment, many of the girls who were previously unhappy with Lin Xian were now looking at him as if they were looking at a god. On planet Aqua Blue, there was only one rule, and that was that the strong were respected. The bigger the fist, the bigger the argument, the bigger the fist, the bigger the respect. Without a doubt, Lin Xian's image in everyone's minds had been completely overturned. Previously, he was just a trash that no one paid attention to. Now, he was able to defeat a Qi Building Realm 9 star, the 5th strongest in the intermediate class. In other words, as a new student of the Sky Martial Court, Lin Xian had the strength to dominate the intermediate class. Next one, come on. Lin Xian stood on the stage and looked at the people below as if nothing had happened. He was getting a little bored from waiting. Who would dare to go up? Wasn't this courting death? Qin Feng, you go up. Go and take down this bastard's arrogance. That's right. As the number one expert in the intermediate class, you definitely have the strength to do so. We can't lose the face of the intermediate class. If we lose, we won't be able to hold our heads up high. A man in front of the crowd laughed bitterly. He, Qin Feng, was indeed the number one expert in the intermediate class. However, he was only a Qi building realm 9-star. Even if he was slightly stronger than Jiang Bei, he knew that he would not be able to defeat Jiang Bei in a single move. How about this? Didn't you lose to the fifth? Then let's have the top 4 come at me together, Lin Xian said helplessly as he waved his hand. Ding! Acting cool successful. Scumbag value plus 20,000. Everyone's jaws dropped when they heard Lin Xian's words. This guy was too arrogant. Even the people in the advanced class wouldn't dare to say that they would fight the top 4 of the intermediate class. But Lin Xian, the top 4 of the intermediate class, happened to be standing together. They looked at each other. Even if they were in the Qi building realm 10-star, it was still impossible for one person to fight for Qi building realm 9-star. But, to fight or not to fight? If they fought, they were confident that they could beat up Lin Xian. But if they fought, even if they defeated Lin Xian together, it would still be a slap to their own face. Lin Xian would be defeated with honor. This made them extremely conflicted. Lin Xian looked down with an expression of disbelief. No way, you guys don't dare to come up when I let you fight 4 against 1. Fine, let's have the top 10 come up together. Is this good enough? Everyone, Qin Feng pointed at Lin Xian and said loudly, Lin Xian, maybe you have some spirit weapon or secret technique that can increase your strength and let your strength surpass the Qi building realm 9-star for a short period of time. But if you want to fight 1 against 10, that's impossible. Young people should know their limits. It's not good to overdo it. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, then why don't you guys come up? I'll give you a chance to beat me up 10 against 1. Either come up or admit defeat. Right now, I'm the number 1 of the intermediate class. Fuck. He was fucking crazy. He's not treating the intermediate class as people. Beat him up. Fuck, even if 10 against 1 hurts our face, we still have to beat him up. Fuck. Qin Feng, Jiang Bei, Zhu Xiao, you guys go. Beat this Lin Xian up. For the dignity of the intermediate class. Everyone heard Lin Xian's words and couldn't take it anymore. They shouted at the top 10 of the intermediate class. Those experts looked at each other and finally looked at Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing said indifferently, as long as it doesn't kill or injure the opponent, you guys are free to fight. That's good. Today, I, Qin Feng, will be shameless. Even if I have to use numbers to bully you, I'll beat your arrogance today. After saying that, Qin Feng jumped onto the stage. Then I'll go too. Do you think I'll let you act like a bastard? Another figure jumped onto the stage. Then, under everyone's gaze, they all walked onto the stage one by one. Yi and Lu Yufan had just finished their match and came over. Suddenly, they saw Lin Xian going up against 10 people. The 2 of them were stunned. What was this situation? When did this new method come out? Let's see what kind of confidence you have. Xiao Runing looked at Lin Xian on the stage with interest. In the distance, a woman in a white dress slowly walked over. What are you looking at? She didn't even look at the seductive woman. Instead, she looked at the intermediate class arena and said expressionlessly. The seductive woman who had been watching Lin Xian from afar smiled and said, "What an interesting little brother from the intermediate class. If he wins today, the Sky Martial Court will change. It's a pity that I can't see his face clearly because he's too far away. He should be quite handsome, 1 against 10. The woman in the white dress looked forward with interest. Chapter 31. Lin Xian faced off against the top 10 of the intermediate class. Do you mind if I join in? A quiet voice suddenly sounded from the side. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Wang Xintong. Lin Xian froze. This girl also wanted to join in. No, fists and feet have no eyes. I can't bear to fight you. Lin Xian grinned at Wang Xintong. Ding. Successfully teased Wang Xintong. Scumbag points plus 10,000. Mission progress, 30%. Wang Xintong blushed and said, "No, I just feel that fighting with strong people will help me improve a lot." As she spoke, she walked up and released her aura. Chi building realm 8 stars. This quiet and gentle-looking Wang Xintong was actually a hidden expert. Lin Xian also had a whole new level of respect for her. "If you're willing, then join us," Lin Xian said nonchalantly. So from now on, Lin Xian was fighting 1 against 11. Now, let the battle begin. As Xiao Runing's voice fell, the 11 people all moved. They almost didn't communicate as they surrounded Lin Xian in a circle. This was also normal because normally speaking, this would limit Lin Xian's range of movement, and what he needed to deal with were opponents that came from all directions. "Do you know why I'm not panicking?" Lin Xian's lips curled up and he continued, "That's because fighting 1 is the same as fighting 10. It's just that you have to use a few more moves." Whoosh! The moment he finished speaking, Lin Xian moved. He had another advantage, and that was his high level. His spiritual energy value was enough for him to use many martial arts techniques, especially small-scale martial arts techniques like this. Boom! Lin Xian's first target was the one who annoyed him the most, Wang Ming. Wang Ming was ranked 9th. He could have refused to come up again, but he felt that if he came up again, he could beat up Lin Xian. If he could beat him up, then he could at least regain some of the face he lost. However, he looked at Lin Xian in a daze. Why the fuck is this guy looking for me for the first punch? Earth wall. Whoosh! An earth wall suddenly condensed in front of Wang Ming, and then, boom! Lin Xian rushed over and directly smashed the earth wall without any fancy moves, then followed up with a punch. Wang Ming flew out of the stage for the second time. Fuck. That's too fierce. Everyone's jaws dropped. This earth attribute mud wall was a very strong defensive martial skill. How could it be shattered with a single punch? More importantly, he was able to send Wang Ming flying with just his remaining strength. It felt like Lin Xian was a boss, and these 11 people were fighting a boss. Moreover, Lin Xian was a very powerful boss. It was as if the moment Lin Xian touched them, the game would be over. Vine forest. Whoosh! The entire stage was instantly covered by vines. Countless vines rushed toward Lin Xian and bound him in an instant. This is a good chance. Everyone, attack. Seeing that Lin Xian was bound, everyone quickly gathered their strength and rushed forward like crazy. Rip! In the next second, Lin Xian broke the vines with absolute strength. This, exchange attribute, agility. Lin Xian realized that it was not enough to just exchange for strength. He also needed to have enough agility. He did not want to expose too much of his strength, and even more so, he could not reveal his true realm. If he released his true strength, these 11 people would have already gone down. Whoosh! His speed suddenly doubled, and this increase in speed made everyone unable to keep up with it. Hello. Lin Xian suddenly appeared behind a man. He reacted quickly and turned around to punch, but it was still too late. Lin Xian kicked him out of the stage. How is he so fast? Does he have a wind attribute? Everyone was stunned. No, he hasn't shown what attribute he has yet. I remember there was a rumor that Lin Xian had no attributes in the assessment. Is that true or false? This was because Lin Xian's speed was beyond their expectations. Wang Xintong wanted to fight Lin Xian, but he realized that he could not even catch up to him. Run again. Bind. An extremely thick vine instantly bound Lin Xian. In the next instant, all kinds of flames, water balls, vines, and powerful attacks surged toward Lin Xian. This was really like fighting a boss. Fuck. Lin Xian struggled and realized that the vines were very tough. Then I won't play with you anymore. Ha! With a roar, Lin Xian's aura exploded again. Qi Building Realm 10 stars. At this moment, they felt Lin Xian's aura. However, even if he was in the Qi Building Realm 10 stars, it would be very powerful if he could beat 3 people in the Qi Building Realm 9 stars. The difference of 1 star should not be that big. Although they were shocked that Lin Xian was in the Qi Building Realm 10 stars, they were not afraid. Xiao Runing felt Lin Xian's realm, and the corner of her mouth slightly rose. She knew that Lin Xian was still hiding a lot. She even felt that this Qi Building Realm 10 stars was not Lin Xian's real trump card. But if the Qi Building Realm 10 stars was not his real realm, then did it mean that he had reached the Spirit Condensation realm? Was it really possible? For a Qi Building Realm 10 stars to fight 11 experts of the intermediate class was still like a fantasy. If he was in the Spirit Condensation realm, then it was possible. After all, the difference of 1 realm was too big. However, Lin Xian's Qi Building Realm 10 stars speed and strength made everyone speechless. This was not right. Was this the speed of a Qi Building Realm 10 stars? Even a Spirit Condensation Realm 3 stars did not have this speed right. What kind of martial skill did he use to increase the speed of his growth so much? And his strength, Boom. Qin Feng, as the number 1 expert and a metal-type martial artist, his attack power was greatly increased. But when he clashed with Lin Xian's fist, he was sent flying. Next, Zhu Xiao was sent flying. Next, Jiang Bei was sent flying. A second ago, Lin Xian was like a boss. But now, after he exploded with the strength of a Qi Building Realm 10 stars, he was like a boss that went berserk. The 10 experts of the intermediate class were like rookies in front of Lin Xian. Ding! Successfully pinched Little Big Sister's butt, classified as a scumbag. Scumbag points plus 3000000, mission progress, 70%. That's right, Lin Xian had made use of his extreme speed to pinch Wang Xintong's perky buttocks when he was about to dash in front of the others. Then, he received such a great reward, and even the mission progress had increased from 30% to 70%. Wang Xintong's pretty face was red as she stood there biting her red lips. Bastard! With only 1 minute of berserk time, Lin Xian did not want to spend another 100,000 in exchange for 1 minute of strength and agility. That would be too wasteful. So he only needed to finish the battle within this 1 minute. Clearly, with the Qi Building Realm's 10 stars, coupled with the doubling of his strength and agility, Lin Xian was able to completely crush them. They were not his match at all. When Lin Xian stopped, only Wang Xintong and him were left on the stage. Chapter 32. Because Lin Xian's movements were too fast, the audience did not see him touch Wang Xintong. They were more focused on the next person Lin Xian charged at. Right now, what Xiao Runing was more curious about was not Lin Xian's cultivation level, but what method did he use to increase his strength and speed by so much when he was at the Qi building stage 9-star, or even the Qi building stage 10-star. Was it a martial technique? If it was a martial technique, it would be quite shocking. This level of increase should be at least a mystic 5 stars martial technique. It was really unexpected. They thought that 11 against 1 would be a crushing defeat. Yes, it was indeed a crushing defeat. However, it was Lin Xian who crushed all 11 of them. It wasn't that they didn't have time to unleash their martial arts techniques, spiritual power, elemental power, and so on. However, Lin Xian was like a boss as he broke free from the vines. The number 1 expert unleashed his full strength with his martial arts techniques and was sent flying in an instant. They were not on the same level at all. What surprised the audience was not only Lin Xian's powerful combat strength, but also his realm. On what basis? How could a new student who just entered the Sky Martial Court be at Qi Building Realm 10 stars? Qi Building Realm 10 stars was the standard to enter the advanced class. Was Lin Xian actually a genius? But why did he only take the assessment when he was at Qi Building Realm 10 stars? That was also why he had always been called trash by others. Was he trash? Trash could beat up the top 10 of the intermediate class by himself. Only Lin Xian and Wang Xintong were left in the arena. The others were silent. They did not know how to express their emotions. Ding! Detected adoration from 41 ladies. Scumbag value plus 57,000. Lin Xian then turned his head to look at Wang Xintong. He smiled, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Looking completely harmless, he said, "Xintong, I can't bear to lay my hands on you. Hit me down and you'll win. Even if I can win the world, I won't win against you." Ding! The host's sweet words have an effect on the little sister. Scumbag value plus 10,000. Wang Xintong shook her head. Her face was still red from Lin Xian pinching her butt. "I'm not your opponent." After Ning said this quietly, she turned around and left the stage. Lin Xian then glanced at the crowd. "Is there anyone else?" Silence. "Is anyone else coming?" This fucking top 10 expert was beaten to a pulp. "Do you think anyone else would come?" After a long period of silence, Lin Xian turned to look at Xiao Runing and asked, "Miss Xiao, can we announce it now?" Xiao Runing nodded slightly. "Then, I hereby announce that the first place of this intermediate class grand competition is Lin Xian. The rankings of the others remain unchanged." Whoosh! At this moment, the entire beginner class erupted in applause. Although they did not like Lin Xian, as a beginner class student, he had become the first place of the intermediate class. This had given the beginner class a lot of face. The beginner class students were often looked down upon and oppressed by the intermediate class students. In a moment, Lin Xian had definitely become the most popular person in Tianhua Academy. In the distance, the 2 girls, one in white and one in black, retracted their gazes. "Did you see anything?" The beautiful girl in black looked at the girl in white and smiled. "It should be a martial arts technique that increases one's attributes. Its rank is not low." The girl in white said emotionlessly and walked away. "How boring. Such an attention-grabbing young man and yet you're not interested. TSK TSK TSK. She then looked in the direction of Lin Xian and muttered to herself. Lin Xian, an unknown piece of trash who could not cultivate, suddenly became a Qi building stage martial artist of at least 10 stars. He beat up more than 10 arrogant young masters from the intermediate class. Was it because he went to the monstrous beast territory and killed a strong monstrous beast for some reason that he advanced so quickly, or was he hiding his strength from the start? But if he was hiding his strength, why? On the other side, Lin Xian had already left the stage. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he swaggered towards Xiao Runing. Now, no one dared to say a word because Lin Xian had done what they thought was impossible. Miss Xiao, my mission is complete. You have to honor your promise. Xiao Runing tucked her hair behind her ear and said, of course, I will give you a place in the Tianwu assembly. No, I'm not talking about that. Lin Xian shook his head. Then what is it? You promised. If you win, there will be a photo of you. Hee. Xiao Runing. Then, Xiao Runing took out a thick stack of photos from her bag. It looked like they had been printed long ago. She threw the first photo to Lin Xian and said, I said there would be a photo, but I didn't say it would be a photo. Take it. After saying that, Xiao Runing swaggered off. Lin Xian looked at the photo in his hand, but it was messed up by the wind. What is this? An anime character. Her clothes, hair, and appearance were a bit similar to Xiao Runing, but this was an anime. There was even a black marker on the photo that said Xiao Runing, with an arrow pointing at the anime character. This was the reward she promised to give to the top 10 students? Okay, you're awesome. Lin Xian glanced at the crowd. Everyone was looking at him with envy. Xiao Runing's photo, damn. Then, Lin Xian waved the photo and shouted, selling a first-hand photo of Sky Martial Court's beautiful teacher Miss Xiao. There are only 20 photos in the beginner and intermediate classes, and I'm selling one. First come, first serve. Xiao Runing, who had not gone far, staggered when she heard Lin Xian's words. This bastard. The horny students were stunned for a moment, then they rushed over. I'll buy it. I want it. Don't push. It's mine. Mine. What did this photo mean to these horny students? When they went out to play, they would show it to their friends and say that this was their girlfriend. How pretentious. In the end, Lin Xian sold the photo to a rich kid from the intermediate class for 3,000 yuan. When Lin Xian handed the photo to him, he was confused. Brother, what's this? Lin Xian said calmly, Miss Xiao. Don't you see her signature? Damn. Ha ha ha. Then, Lin Xian happily took the 3,000 yuan and left. This Xiao Runing was a bit sneaky. She used her advantage to make the students fight hard, but she did not expect the photo to be fake. It was just a printed copy of her signature. In the afternoon, Lin Xian continued to train in the virtual combat chamber. Before school ended, Xiao Runing found him. This is your reward for being the champion of the competition. Xiao Runing handed Lin Xian a jade pendant. This is. Take it with you. It's for self-defense. It can block an 8-star spirit focus attack. It can save your life in a critical moment. Chapter 33. Lin Xian looked at the jade pendant in his hand. He could feel the slight spiritual power flowing within it. This is definitely a spiritual tool. To be able to block a fatal attack from an 8-star spirit condensation realm expert, it is extremely precious to the current Lin Xian. Thank you, Miss Xiao. Lin Xian hung the jade pendant around his neck. This is equivalent to a protective amulet. Because even if Lin Xian's current realm is to encounter an 8-star spirit condensation realm expert, once he is hit by an 8-star spirit condensation realm expert, it is almost fatal. One move and Lin Xian may die. Heartwarming said, and now you should prepare for the Tianwu assembly. Miss Xiao, in the Tianwu assembly, what realm do I have to reach before I can compete for the first place? Lin Xian asked. Heartwarming said, there are about 20 top experts in the 3 academies. Right now, they should be in the arcane body realm. As for the exact number of arcane body realm experts, I don't know. Lin Xian knows that the reason why Qin Shaotian is not in the academy is because he left the human territory and entered the demon beast territory to gain experience. Regarding this Qin Shaotian, Lin Xian will definitely not let him off. The insufferably arrogant him was destined to be Lin Xian's stepping stone. However, after hearing Heartwarming's words, Lin Xian is secretly speechless. Sure enough, he still underestimated these people. I know, then I will go home first. After that, Lin Xian returned home. Today's harvest is very rich, especially after pinching Wang Xintong's, but he actually directly increased his scum man points by 300,000. After exchanging 3 experience fruits, Lin Xian also successfully reached 5-star Spirit Condensation Realm, level 15. Looking at the remaining 510,000 scum man points, Lin Xian hesitated for a moment and finally chose the big wheel. Looking at the time, Lin Ye will also be going home soon. Please don't give me another inflatable doll. Lin Xian bitterly thought in his heart. Ding! You have successfully obtained the Earth Tier 9-star spiritual tool. Lin Xian looked at the egg-like object in his hand and fell into confusion. This is a spiritual tool, grade, Earth rank 9-star. A single-use offensive spirit artifact with extremely destructive power. It contains the full power of a powerful fire-attributed pure yang spirit crystal. After being violently hit, it will release all of its power to achieve a destructive effect. Its power is equivalent to a full-powered attack from a profound heaven realm expert. Seeing the description of the True Blaze explosive bullet, Lin Xian shuddered and almost dropped it. The explosion of this egg-like thing was equivalent to the full-force attack of a profound heaven-stage demonic beast. The Mystic Heaven Realm was the realm above the Mystic Body Realm, and the Mystic Body Realm was the realm above the Spirit Focus Realm. In other words, the power of this true flame-bursting bomb was equivalent to the power of a level 40 martial artist's ultimate move. What kind of concept is that? Level 40 martial artists have a lifespan of more than 200 years. That is an existence that transcends the limits of humans. According to Lin Xian's knowledge, in the entire Tianhua city, only the Bounty Hunter Guild, the Divine Temple, and the Trial Union had such experts. Even the deans of the 3 great academies could not reach that realm. They are extremely powerful and rare. Because it is too dangerous to continue to fight demonic beasts after reaching level 30. Demonic beasts of that level are too destructive. Who knows how many people of that level have died outside? That is why there are very few martial artists who can reach the mysterious heaven realm. The Bounty Hunter Guild, the Divine Temple, and the Trial Union are the 3 biggest powers in the Sky Martial Continent. They are spread throughout every city in the 5 countries. In the human territories, there are no powers that can compare to these 3. They can be said to be the greatest contributors to the battle against the demonic beasts. Among them, there are countless experts. Their goal is to protect China and the other 4 countries from the invasion of the demonic beasts. However, there are some differences. The Bounty Hunter Guild mostly accepts missions from others or issues missions for other martial artists to do in exchange for rewards. The Divine Temple is responsible for the safety of the Sky Martial Continent, while the Trial Union is responsible for the trial of those with evil intentions. Because there are 2 ways for martial artists to increase their level, other than hunting demonic beasts, the other is to kill other martial artists to increase their experience. The former is very dangerous, so a faction called the Evil Fiend Temple was born. The members of the Evil Fiend Temple are all human martial artists, and the only way for them to increase their level is to hunt other martial artists. Therefore, everyone hates the evil fiend temple more than the demonic beasts. Countless people have died at the hands of the evil fiend temple members. The most terrifying thing is that they can casually mingle in the city and live their normal lives. However, once they find a target, they will hunt and kill them to earn experience points for the God-Sun system to level up. Therefore, you don't know if a harmless-looking person next to you is actually a member of the evil fiend temple. Lin Xian carefully put the true flame explosive bomb away. He still felt that it was not safe to put it in his pocket. What if he accidentally fell and touched it and it exploded? Then he wouldn't even have a corpse left. However, with the true flame explosive bomb in his hand, Lin Xian suddenly had an idea. Tonight, he will leave Tianhua City and go to the demonic beast territory to kill monsters and level up. Just relying on the experience fruits is still a little slow, and Lin Xian also has to experience fighting real demonic beasts. The further away from the human area, the more dangerous it is, so the outside of Tianhua City is actually not too dangerous, because there are many martial artists in the city who go out to kill monsters and level up every day. Those who should be killed have been killed, and those who should die have died. Generally, it is not too dangerous. Moreover, Lin Xian has reached level 15, and logically speaking, he can go out, even alone. He is missing a spiritual weapon. Now, Lin Xian can only fight hand to hand. It would be great if he has a sword. However, if he wants to use a sword, he will have to enter the advanced class to come into contact with it. However, it is sold, but a random 1-star yellow rank spiritual weapon costs tens of thousands. Lin Xian does not want to spend so much money. For the time being, hand-to-hand combat should be fine. Linya opened the door and walked in. The first thing she looked at was the sofa, as if to see if there was another doll lying on it. "Little fairy, you're back." Lin Xian smiled sweetly. Linya hung her bag to the side and changed into slippers, saying, I originally had a meeting tonight, so I might come back a little late, but I cancelled it. I'm going to cook. Love you." Linya was startled, and then ignored Lin Xian. Towards Linya, Lin Xian really loves Lin Xian to death. Although he and Linya have only known each other for 3 years, her character is too good, making Lin Xian feel warmth. Therefore, he must become strong, only then can he protect Linya. In this kind of era, without strength, you are nothing. Only when you are strong can you have the right to speak and make others fear you. Only then can you be unscrupulous. Qin Shaotian, one day, I will use your blood as a sacrifice for the sins you have committed. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed, and a murderous intent surged. Chapter 34. Lin Xian was very satisfied as he ate Linya's dishes. The taste of Linya's cooking was exactly what Lin Xian liked. It was the feeling of home. He truly felt that the delicacies outside were not as satisfying as the simple meal she made. I'm going out later, Lin Xian said to Linya as he ate. Normally, Lin Xian rarely went out at night. He would just accompany Linya to chat and watch TV. Hearing that Lin Xian was going out, Linya was slightly surprised. She looked up at Lin Xian and asked, "Is it dangerous?" Lin Xian smiled as he looked into Linya's eyes and said, "What danger?" He didn't want to tell Linya that he was going to the demonic beast domain because he knew that Linya would be worried. "And, that's good. Come back soon." "Got it." Lin Xian then stood up and wiped the corner of Linya's mouth. "What's wrong?" Linya slightly raised her beautiful eyebrows. "There's rice." Linya then lowered her head and slowly ate a mouthful of rice. Ding! Feeling the shyness and satisfaction from the little sister, scumbag man value plus 20,000. Lin Xian chuckled in his heart. She's even shy now. After eating, Lin Xian set off. He took a taxi to the edge of Tianhua City. This was the outskirts of the city, so there were very few ordinary people. The people here were all warriors who entered and left the barrier. He could see that some of them had injuries on their bodies. Some were heavy, some were light, and some were even missing an arm or a leg was normal. However, there was no other way. If he wanted to level up, he could only go out and kill monsters. Every city in the 5 great empires had a barrier around it. This barrier protected the city from being invaded by demonic beasts, and people could freely pass through it. There were many sentries around the barrier, and there were many warriors standing guard here. These warriors were mostly members of the temple, the Bounty Hunter Association, and the Magic Court. Their missions and identities were similar to that of the People's Liberation Army on Earth. After passing through the barrier, Lin Xian officially arrived at the territory of the demonic beasts. There were many human figures in his line of sight. Because this place was too close to the city, it was impossible for demonic beasts to come so close. Even if there were, they would be hunted down by warriors or killed by the sentries, unless an extremely strong demonic beast appeared. However, strong demonic beasts usually wouldn't come. If they did, they would come in groups, and that would be the demonic beasts launching an all-out attack on the city. It could be seen that the human territory inside the barrier was orderly, but outside the barrier, it was a mess. Lin Xian came out of a place facing a highway. The highway was surrounded by all kinds of woods. Because so many years had passed, there was no one taking care of the outside, so the vegetation outside was completely natural. If one went deeper, they would find that it was a place where no one had lived before. Everything was the work of nature. Lin Xian walked along the highway for about 10 minutes and directly went to the left side of the forest area. Until now, he had not seen any demonic beasts. After all, it was too close to Tianhua City. If there were any, they would have been killed by the warriors. In a place where there were no signs of human life, it was especially dark at night. However, with Lin Xian's 5-star spirit condensation realm, his night vision was still pretty good. Half an hour later, the forest where Lin Xian was now, accurately speaking, after so many years, could be considered a small forest. This area was already classified as a dangerous area. The further away one was, the larger the range of radiation, causing the people who should be densely packed together to be very, very few. If a normal warrior had the ability or a team to go out, they would usually drive out and directly go to a farther place. Lin Xian didn't have a car, but he could choose to spend some money to get the Bounty Hunter Guild to let him out. However, Lin Xian didn't want to do that. After another 10 minutes, according to Lin Xian's visual estimation, this place should be about 4 kilometers away from Tianhua City's barrier. On the way, Lin Xian saw a few people fighting with demonic beasts. Most of the demonic beasts were below the 5-star spirit building realm, so Lin Xian didn't stop. He wanted to find demonic beasts around the spirit condensation realm. That way, he would have to go further. At this moment, Lin Xian's location seemed to be in a mountainous area. Because he had been climbing up, the surrounding trees were flourishing. In addition to the darkness, this kind of place was really quite scary. In the next moment, Lin Xian's mind moved. In front of him, there was a low growl that was similar to that of a dog when it was threatened. Then, a pair of green eyes slowly appeared in the darkness. Following that, a complete figure appeared in front of Lin Xian. It was a wolf-like demonic beast. Its entire body was black, and it was about 2 meters tall. It had a strong physique, and at this moment, it was baring its teeth, revealing its sharp fangs and sticky liquid that was dripping down from them, Lin Xian had faced this demonic beast in the virtual battle before. It was a bloodthirsty demon wolf. Releasing his spirit flames, the bloodthirsty demon wolf's attributes appeared in front of Lin Xian's eyes. Bloodthirsty demon wolf, realm, 9-star spirit building realm, attributes, none, strength, 110, vitality, 101, agility, 123, spirit, 80, a ferocious demonic beast. Its personality is extremely violent. It hunts everything that can be hunted. Martial technique devouring spirit claw, close combat martial technique. It condenses its own demonic chi into its front claws and fiercely swipes at the enemy, causing higher damage. Lin Xian's mouth slightly raised. My luck is not bad. Tonight's first battle is against a 9-star spirit-building realm demonic beast. In the next moment, Lin Xian's aura began to surge. The bloodthirsty demon wolf's realm and attributes appeared in front of Lin Xian's eyes. Then Lin Xian was not worried at all. The bloodthirsty demon wolf was prepared to directly attack Lin Xian. But after feeling Lin Xian's 5-star spirit condensation realm aura, its first reaction was to run. That's right, demonic beasts are not idiots. Whether or not it can beat them, it is clear. With such a large gap in realm, it would be abnormal if it still attacked. The bloodthirsty demon wolf turned around and galloped into the night. Want to run? If you can run away today, I'll take your surname. Whoosh! Raising his spirit energy, Lin Xian suddenly chased after it. Even if the bloodthirsty demon wolf was fast, Lin Xian's realm was high. If it wasn't for the trees, Lin Xian could catch up in a few seconds. But it only took him 20 seconds. The bloodthirsty demon wolf in front of him was almost within Lin Xian's attack range. Bang! Just as Lin Xian was about to attack, the bloodthirsty demon wolf suddenly slapped a tree with its claws. The tree instantly fell towards Lin Xian and blocked his pursuit. Do you think I'll let you run? Lin Xian's speed did not decrease at all. When the tree fell in mid-air, Lin Xian directly punched it. The tree was cut in half. Then Lin Xian condensed spirit energy in his right hand. Qi Condensation Strike. Qi Condensation Strike is the long-range attack skill that Lin Xian learned. A blue spirit energy shot out like a cannonball, steadily smashing into the bloodthirsty demon wolf's body. Bang! The bloodthirsty demon wolf's body suddenly smashed into a huge rock beside it. The huge rock was directly smashed by its body. One can imagine how big the impact of this Qi Condensation Strike was. Ding! You killed bloodthirsty demon wolf, experience plus 500. Chapter 35. Lin Xian looked at the bloodthirsty demon wolf's corpse and secretly shook his head, then muttered to himself, "This won't do. A 9-star Qi building realm only gave me 500 experience, I need 7,500 experience to level up. I thought a 9-star Qi building realm demon beast would give me a lot of experience, but it's just this little." Now Lin Xian was experiencing the difficulty of leveling up for the first time. After all, Lin Xian was only fighting in virtual reality, he only relied on experience fruits to level up, but he knew that he couldn't just rely on experience fruits, and a 9-star Qi building realm was already very exaggerated, but it didn't give him much experience. He might as well go and flirt with girls in exchange for experience fruits. One experience fruit is worth 1,000 experience points. The bloodthirsty demon wolf's corpse was motionless on the ground. Lin Xian killing it in one move was normal. If a 5-star spirit condensation realm couldn't kill a 9-star Qi building realm, then Lin Xian should really go and die. According to what Xiao Runing had said, the most powerful experts in the Academy's advanced class were probably at the Xian body realm, and Lin Xian was only 5 levels away from the Xian body realm. He still had nearly a month's time, so it was not a problem for him to increase his cultivation by 5 levels. However, as he was increasing his cultivation, the others were also increasing their cultivation. By the time Lin Xian reached the Xian body realm, they would have already increased their cultivation by a bit. So if they wanted to have a better chance of winning, Lin Xian would at least need to be at a higher level than them. Because he didn't have any attributes, he was weaker than them, and couldn't use stronger martial skills, but their martial skills were probably not only yellow rank, even if they didn't have earth rank, they definitely had mystic rank. Because each and every one of them was a genius, it would be abnormal if they didn't have mystic rank martial skills, and Lin Xian had powerful martial skills, but he didn't have any attributes to use. This was very awkward. So in terms of martial skills, he was weaker than these people, but his advantage was that he had the attribute exchange system, and the other point was that he was above them in level. Walking past the bloodthirsty demon wolf's corpse, Lin Xian went deeper. He didn't know how far he had walked, but in short, it was easy to meet demon beasts here, he just hoped to meet a stronger one. After about 2 minutes, using his extraordinary spiritual power, he felt movement around him, and it was underground. It was gradually approaching him. A demon beast that can dig underground. Lin Xian's brows furrowed slightly as he carefully sensed his opponent's location. Then, he suddenly leaped forward and released his cosmic fist in midair. Star Fist. Boom! A fist hits fist's fist, and the ground directly created a hole. Following which, Lin Xian could no longer sense the demonic beast's movements. Lin Xian extended his hand and dug into the ground. Then, he actually pulled out a demonic beast. It was a blood-red rat about 1 meter in size. Lin Xian had also fought against this kind of demon beast in the virtual combat. It was called the mutated demon rat. This kind of demon beast was generally not strong, and its attack method was to suddenly attack from underground. They had sharp claws that could easily pierce a martial artist's chest, and sharp teeth that could easily bite through a martial artist's neck aorta. This one wasn't dead yet, but Lin Xian's kick had already killed it as soon as it hit the ground. Ding! You killed the mutated demon rat, experience points plus 100. Although he killed the mutated demon rat, Lin Xian's face did not show any signs of relaxation. Why? Because he knew that although this kind of mutated demon rat was not strong, it was generally a group of demon beasts. Mutated demon rats were often seen in groups. Don't think that a low-level demon beast could not cause harm to a high-level martial artist. For example, Lin Xian was currently at the Spirit Condensation Stage 5-star. Even a Chi Building Stage 5-star would be able to injure him, it was just a matter of how much damage they could inflict. However, when it came to the weaker parts of the body, such as the throat and the heart, no matter who it was, he had to be careful at all times. This gap would become bigger as the realm increased. For example, a Chi Building 5th-star demon beast could scratch Lin Xian's skin. There was a big gap between them, 10 levels. When Lin Xian reached level 50, a level 40 demon beast would not be able to hurt him, unless Lin Xian stood there and let it hit him. Sure enough, Lin Xian felt many auras quickly approaching him. Damn it! If only I had a spirit weapon. Fighting a demon beast with his bare hands was definitely not as safe as fighting with a spirit weapon, but he could use a spirit weapon now, so it depended on whether he had one or not. The mutated demon rats had another characteristic: they were afraid of demon beasts, but they were not afraid of humans. They even dared to provoke martial artists who were higher than them because they thought that numbers were enough. And they were not afraid of death. Come on. 100 or so experience, a group of them is more than me killing a few high-level demon beasts. Lin Xian's aura surged, and a few seconds later, the ground he was standing on collapsed, about 5 meters around him. This was because the mutated demon rats had drilled a hole in the ground under Lin Xian's feet. This way, if Lin Xian fell in, they would be able to swarm him and bite him to death. However, Lin Xian reacted quickly and jumped away before the ground collapsed. The exotic demon rats were considered low-level demonic beasts. They were roughly around the 4 or 5-star Qi building realm. Lin Xian could basically kill one in one move. The reason why the last one didn't die was because the ground had absorbed too much of the impact for it. It's time to come out. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed and suddenly turned around. At this moment, a mutated demon rat had quietly climbed up a tree and directly used its sharp claws to grab Lin Xian's throat. Bang! A punch filled with power sent the mutated demon rat flying in the air. Ding! You have killed the mutated demon rat, experience plus 110. Just as Lin Xian killed this mutated demon rat, the surrounding mutated demon rats appeared. There were no less than 10 of them. Hee, if all the demon beasts were as rash as you guys, how good would that be? Thinking back to how the bloodthirsty demon wolf had run away, if the low-level demon rats were as brainless as the mutated demon rats, then Lin Xian wouldn't have to chase after them. Almost at the same time, all the mutated demon rats rushed towards Lin Xian from all directions. If it was someone with a low cultivation level, they would really be surrounded and killed by the mutated demon rats. Even a Qi building 8-star might not be able to leave this place alive. This was the danger of the outside world. Moreover, Lin Xian's current location was considered a relatively safe distance. The truly powerful ones would have gone further away, or even to seek out the demon kings. For these demon beasts, even if they were in the spirit condensation realm, they were still considered low-level demon beasts. Those demon beasts that could truly capture human cities were the most powerful ones, and some of them could even transform into human forms. Moreover, Lin Xian knew that the demon beasts had a force, just like the humans' holy temple and the Trial Union. This force was called the Myriad Demon Alliance. The Myriad Demon Alliance was a truly terrifying existence. Basically, all the attacks on human territory were organized by the Myriad Demon Alliance. Tonight, let's start a massacre. Lin Xian's mouth curled up. Chapter 36. A total of 13 beasts, including the one Lin Xian killed, a total of 14 beasts. On average, each beast gave Lin Xian 100 experience points. A dozen beasts only gave him a little more than 1,000 experience points. It was only a little more than the 9-star Qi building realm beast. However, Lin Xian did not have to do much. It was very easy for him to kill these beasts. As long as they were hit by Lin Xian's attack, they would be killed instantly. A 9-star Qi building realm beast, Lin Xian, could kill it instantly with a 20% increase in strength. What about a 5-star beast? Are there no higher level beasts? Lin Xian shook his head helplessly and continued to walk forward. He wanted to find a 1-star or 2-star spirit condensation realm beast. The experience points of a spirit condensation realm beast should not be low. It was easy to find, but he needed to go further. If it was too far, Lin Xian was not sure if he would be safe. An hour later, Lin Xian arrived at a piece of wilderness. The terrain here was relatively flat. Almost all the tracks were made by demonic beasts. There were also quite a number of cultivators. Lin Xian even saw a few cultivators fighting in front of him to the right. He didn't go over, and he couldn't be bothered to. In this hour, he did not level up. He only needed 500 experience points to reach the 6-star spirit condensation realm. However, he did not meet a single spirit condensation realm beast. It wasn't that spirit condensation demonic beasts were rare, it was just that this place was too close to Tianhua City. Actually, it couldn't be said to be close, it was about 7 to 8 kilometers away. However, because there were martial artists from Tianhua City coming out to hunt demonic beasts every moment, it made this distance dangerous, but it was still within the range of martial artists' activities. After bypassing the martial artists who were fighting, everyone felt a sense of danger after leaving the city. This danger did not only come from beasts, but also from human martial artists. Outside of the city, there was no longer the judgment of the big forces. People outside could do whatever they wanted as long as no one saw them. Everything would be fine when they returned to the city. Therefore, you did not know if someone would kill you for the God's Child experience points. Moreover, the known Evil Fiend Temple really existed, and the members of the Evil Fiend Temple who hunted martial artists as their target also existed. Although I have a martial technique now, it's too weak and I lack a spirit weapon. I must get a spirit weapon. Since he had already chosen to leave the city, then he must have a spirit weapon. Fighting barehanded was really stupid in the eyes of other martial artists, and a spirit weapon usually had a very high price. Powerful ones could not be bought with money. For example, Lin Xian would definitely choose a sword as a spirit weapon, but an ordinary sword was not enough to support a martial artist's spirit power. Even if it supported the spirit power, an ordinary sword would not be able to break through his defense even if it was slightly stronger than a demonic beast. Spirit weapon. The most important thing now was the spiritual equipment. Lin Xian decided to go to the Sky Martial Court tomorrow and ask Xiao Runing if she had any ideas. Just like that, Lin Xian, who was deep in thought with his head lowered, realized that he had already reached the end of the field. However, there, he saw a scene that made him tremble in fear. There were more than a dozen corpses lying here. Judging from their ages, they seemed to be young and their injuries were very fatal. Some of them even had their chests pierced through and died instantly. Generally speaking, this kind of death was caused by a strong demonic beast. In other words, there was a demonic beast that was not weak. Generally speaking, no one cared about the corpses in the demonic beast area. No one knew what had eaten them in the end, so there were many corpses and skeletons outside. Lin Xian suddenly became vigilant. There was movement. Therefore, one must not be distracted when outside. If Lin Xian did not see these corpses, he would have directly bumped into the demonic beast. Beside a tree in front of him, a lion about 2 meters tall was licking the blood from the corner of its mouth as if it had just finished hunting. What made Lin Xian's pupils shrink was that this demonic beast was actually a netherworld flame lion. The netherworld flame lion was a relatively powerful existence among the demonic beasts. Its bloodline was also relatively strong. For example, there were geniuses and mediocre people. If the demonic beasts he encountered before belonged to the lowest level, then the netherworld flame lion belonged to the geniuses category. The netherworld flame lion was a demonic beast that could reach a very high level. This was because its bloodline was strong, and a strong bloodline represented a strong combat strength. The reason why Lin Xian was able to recognize the netherworld flame lion so easily was because this kind of demonic beast had a very special characteristic, and that was the dark blue flame on its tail that was similar to a will-o'-the-wisp. When the netherworld flame lion was in battle, its entire body would burn with this kind of dark blue flame, giving people a sense of oppression. He released his spiritual eye to investigate this netherworld flame lion. Realm, Soul Focus 2-star, Level, 12, Attribute, Dark Flame, Strength, 187, Constitution, 177, Speed, 187, Crystals, 150, a devil beast with a strong bloodline. All of its stats are balanced, and its attacks are slightly strong. It is almost invincible in the same realm. Martial skills, releases a blue flame without warning. Generally, in addition to the body, it will also attack the target's soul. condenses the power of the netherworld flame in the body and suddenly spits out a powerful flame energy in front of it. This was the difference between an ordinary demonic beast and a demonic beast with a strong bloodline. The netherworld flame lion was 2 stars of spirit condensation level. Its attributes were almost at the level of Lin Xian's 5 stars of spirit condensation level. Furthermore, it had attributes. What did the dark flame mean? It was not a dual attribute, but it had both the flame and shadow abilities. However, that was not all of its abilities. As for the martial skills and martial skills, what the spiritual I found out was that it was more deadly. It could be said that Lin Xian, who was only at the 5th star of the spirit focus realm, had the risk of being killed by this nether flame lion beast that was only at the 2nd star of the spirit focus realm. However, Lin Xian had finally met a spirit condensation level demonic beast. He could not let it go. At this moment, the netherworld flame lion might have let down its guard or something else, but it did not notice Lin Xian. This was a chance for Lin Xian. Qi Condensation Strike. The Qi Condensation Strike was released with all his strength. Boom! The ball of light condensed from spiritual force smashed into the netherworld flame lion's body and exploded like a bomb. The netherworld flame lion's figure broke the tree behind it and slid on the ground for 5 or 6 meters before stopping. After all, Lin Xian had 5 stars of spirit condensation level cultivation. If it was an ordinary 2 stars of spirit condensation level demonic beast, even if it did not have a vital point, it would have been seriously injured. However, the netherworld flame lion quickly got up. Its body was bleeding and its blue eyes stared at Lin Xian. You think this young master is afraid of you just because you stare at me? Lin Xian condensed his spiritual force and rushed forward. Shua, a ghostly flame ignited in front of him without any warning. Chapter 37. This was probably the limit of the nether flame lion's martial skill. Otherwise, it would have burned under Lin Xian's feet, and Lin Xian would definitely have been injured. When Lin Xian circled around the flames, he saw the fleeing figure of the nether flame lion. Perhaps if it wasn't injured, it would have fought with Lin Xian, but now, it was smart enough to run away. Run! Lin Xian's feet stirred up the wind as he released his martial skill, Speed Shadow. His speed suddenly increased as he chased after it. If he could let the nether flame lion escape today, wouldn't that be the end of it? In terms of speed, although the nether flame lion was fast, Lin Xian's cultivation was higher than it, so he was slowly closing in. Very quickly, he rushed out of the field and into a forest. After rushing out of the forest, there was still a field in front of him. Fuck! Qi Condensation Strike. Lin Xian released another attack from behind, but it was dodged by the nether flame lion. If only I had a spirit artifact and a sword move, it would be much better. Lin Xian muttered in his heart, but facing such a strong bloodline demon beast, no matter how much effort it took, it was fine as long as he could kill it. After passing through the wilderness, there was another forest. The moment he was about to rush out of the forest, Lin Xian finally caught up to the nether flame lion, but, the moment he rushed out, Lin Xian was stunned. The scene in front of him made him unable to accept it. The nether flame lion he was chasing had stopped, and beside it was another flame lion that was more than 3 times its size. At this moment, the giant nether flame lion had turned its face, and its dark blue eyes that were like the fire of a death god stared at Lin Xian, causing Lin Xian to feel as if his heart was being twisted. And under the left claw of this giant nether flame lion, there was a person. She was wearing a white dress, but the white dress was dyed red with blood. The sharp claws of the nether flame lion were at the edge of her neck, as if it only needed to use a little force to cut her neck. At this moment, the woman turned her head to look at Lin Xian. From her eyes, he could see stubbornness, coldness, and a trace of despair. However, her face was covered in blood, and Lin Xian could not see her face clearly. But Lin Xian cared about this nether flame lion. This power, nether flame lion beast, realm. Level. Attribute. Question marks. All question marks. This was a netherworld flame lion that had surpassed the spirit condensation realm. Fuck. Lin Xian was wondering why the nether flame lion suddenly stopped running. So it had found a thigh. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was more like food delivered to their doorstep. This demonic beast's spirit beast's intelligence. It was seducing Lin Xian. Hi. Hi, Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and waved at the two nether flame lion beasts that were looking at him. Roar, a roar seemed to pierce through the sky. It's calling you. Lin Xian threw a chi condensation strike and turned to run. Ding. Successfully triggered the mission. Due to unknown appearance, unknown name. Mission punishment, none. Mission progress, 0%. Mission reward, sword skill. Lin Xian. This system. Are you fucking joking? Why didn't you see when you triggered the mission? Fuck. Lin Xian was unhappy. Wasn't this too miserable? Why did he encounter another flame lion that was at least at the arcane body realm? This kind of demonic beast rarely appeared near human territory, and now there was such a strong one. That chi condensation strike hit the head of the big nether flame lion like a firecracker. It probably only damaged a few strands of hair. Roar, an angry roar came from behind. Lin Xian turned around and saw that the big nether flame lion carrying the small one was chasing after him. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. Lin Xian's heart was filled with endless bitterness. Speed shadow. Exchange for agility. Whoosh, the difference between the two was too big. Lin Xian quickly used the scumbag points to exchange for agility, doubling his speed. However, the nether flame lion was still closing in on him. This big one was obviously the mother or father of the small one. Seeing that Lin Xian had injured its child, it would definitely be angry. It didn't even want the prey in its hands and chased after Lin Xian crazily. Cough, cough. The woman lying on the ground clutched her chest and sat up with difficulty. She was already in despair and thought that she would definitely die in the hands of the nether flame lion tonight. She didn't expect that when she was about to meet her death, a young man would suddenly appear and save her, but he was being chased by the nether flame lion. Han Chushue slowly stood up. The severity of her injuries and the depletion of her spiritual energy made it difficult for her to recover in a short period of time. Her face was dyed red with blood and her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Her cold eyes revealed a trace of worry and struggle as she looked at Lin Xian's gradually distancing figure. Fortunately, she survived. However, she was saved by a person. And he was at the 5th star of the spirit condensation realm. She could feel him when Lin Xian was running away. She was at the 3rd star of the arcane body realm and was crushed. She was at the 5th star of the spirit condensation realm. There was no way she could survive. Han Chushue had never owed anyone a favor, let alone a life-saving grace. He even saved her life, but he was going to die. She was struggling in her heart. She wanted to help, but if she went, she would also die. If other people encountered this situation, they would definitely get up and run because they were afraid that the enemy would look back. However, Han Chushue stood in place and watched Lin Xian's disappearing figure for a long time without moving. Her cold eyes were emotionless and no one knew what she was thinking. She left, slowly leaving while covering her wounds, but that appearance couldn't be erased from her mind. At this moment, Lin Xian was already being chased by the nether flame lion. He even dodged several fatal blue fireballs, but the scene in front of him made Lin Xian despair. Why was there a steep cliff in front of him? Wait! There was a cave. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Moreover, the cave wasn't big. The big nether flame lion couldn't get in. Whoosh! At the last second, Lin Xian directly jumped in. At the same time, the nether flame lion slapped the place where he was just a moment ago, creating a 5-meter deep hole in the ground. It could be imagined that when this kind of power hit the body, it would directly shatter. After rushing into the cave, Lin Xian directly rolled for more than 10 meters and only stopped when he hit the end. Fuck! This cave is still impassable? Lin Xian leaned in the innermost area and looked at the nether flame lion's figure outside. Shwa, a flame shot in. Lin Xian quickly turned around and hid at the edge to avoid being hit. Fuck! I didn't expect to encounter such a situation in my first time hunting a demon beast. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Suddenly, he thought of something and quickly took out an egg from his chest. The heavens don't want me to die. Lin Xian let out a long sigh. This true flame explosion bomb could even kill a profound heaven realm cultivator. How could this arcane body realm cultivator survive? He almost forgot about this. However, Lin Xian was really glad. If not, he would have died here tonight. Then, Lin Xian slowly stood up, holding the true flame-bursting bullet in his hand. His eyes were filled with anger. Chasing me, right? Spitting fire, right? Still not leaving, right? Then I want you to die. Chapter 38. Lin Xian held the true flame-bursting bullet tightly. The netherworld flame lion outside did not know that there was a threat approaching from inside. They only wanted to kill Lin Xian inside. Swish! Lin Xian looked for an opportunity and threw out the true flame-bursting bomb with his maximum strength. Why did he have to look for an opportunity to do so? Because Lin Xian was really afraid that if the true flame-bursting bullet did not explode on the leg of the netherworld flame lion and bounced back, then he would be blowing himself up. Boom! A terrifying explosion came from outside. Lin Xian was still hit by the terrifying shockwave from more than 10 meters away. His whole body was knocked back and he was a little stunned. Even the cave directly collapsed. Lin Xian was very lucky. There was no big collapse in his position. Only small stones fell down. It did not matter if they hit him, but all the entrances were sealed. Ding! You have attacked the netherworld flame lion, ding, ding. Your realm has risen to 6 stars of the spirit condensation realm. Ding! Your realm has risen to 7 stars of the spirit condensation realm. Ding, ding. Your realm has risen to 9 stars of the spirit condensation realm. He slowly got up from the ground. He only heard a series of system prompts and then he felt a powerful force in his body, 9 stars of the spirit condensation realm. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. What did this prove? It proved that the big netherworld flame lion outside was directly blown to death. My God! Lin Xian was not even surprised that his realm had risen to 9 stars of the spirit condensation realm. He was just shocked. This true flame-bursting bullet. Isn't it too fierce? His body was in pain at first, but maybe because his realm had increased, his physique had strengthened a lot. It was almost no big deal now. Lin Xian stood up. Everything in front of him was sealed. Star Fist. Boom! A full-strength punch directly shattered the area in front of him. Star Fist. Star Fist. After about 20 star fists, Lin Xian finally hammered a way out of the collapsed area. The scene in front of him shocked him. The pit was about 20 meters deep, and the deepest was probably 5 meters deep. However, the netherworld flame lion's corpse couldn't even be seen inside. It was as if it had been blown to smithereens. Lin Xian took a deep breath and sat down to check his current attributes. Name, Lin Xian. Age, 21. Realm, 9 stars of spirit. Condensation level, 19. Experience, 5100175000. Scumbag value, 51800. Strength, 377. Constitution, 366. Dexterity, 365. Spirit, 365. Spiritual energy value, 1450. Talent, Imperial Medical Sacred Technique. Martial skills, Spiritual Eye, 5. Thunder Constellation, Cosmic Fist, Qi Condensation Strike, Speech. Shadow. Lin Xian's overall attributes had almost doubled. This was why the higher the realm, the bigger the gap. Perhaps the gap between the Qi building realm and the spirit congealing realm was only a dozen points, but the gap between the spirit congealing realm and the spirit congealing realm could be 30 to 40 points. This gap would only get bigger and bigger as the realm increased. Phew, if I reach the arcane body realm, all my attributes should exceed 600 points. This is why the gap between the realms is so big. It's impossible to win against an arcane body realm. This scumbag system saved my life. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Tonight's harvest was unexpectedly big. Next, it was time to get spiritual equipment. Lin Xian stood up and prepared to leave. However, when he looked at the pit made by the true flame-bursting bullet, he found something. In the deepest part, there seemed to be a faint purple light. It seemed like the ground had been blown open. There was a vacuum below, and something was emitting a purple light. Lin Xian curiously threw the Qi condensation strike into the deep pit. Boom! A loud sound shook the dust. When the dust settled, Lin Xian was stunned. The bottom was blown open. It was really empty, and there was something emitting a purple light. Because the light was too bright, Lin Xian couldn't see clearly what it was, but it seemed to be thunder. Because that purple light wasn't real light but thunder. Why did Lin Xian think that it was thunder? Because standing above, Lin Xian's scalp went numb. Everyone had a feeling before. That was something with static electricity. When you put your arm there, the hair on your arm would stand up, and if you carefully felt it, there would be a kind of attraction. That's right, Lin Xian also had such a feeling, and it was very strong. It was so strong that half of his hair was standing on end. There's actually some kind of thunder-type spiritual treasure hidden underground. To martial artists, heaven and earth spirit treasures were undoubtedly things that could only be obtained through great luck. And the purple lightning in front of him seemed to be some kind of spiritual treasure. But Lin Xian didn't have the courage to go down. This was because he could feel a terrifying power just by standing on top of it. If he went down, wouldn't he be instantly killed? So angry. He found a spiritual treasure, but he didn't dare to go down. And this place would definitely be discovered by others. At that time, it wouldn't be his anymore. Roar! Suddenly, Lin Xian's entire body trembled. Because he heard a sound similar to the roar of a beast. It can't be, right? It can't be that after hitting the small one, the older one came, and the older one came, right? If so, then he was going to die. The source of this sound turned out to be behind him. Behind him was a cave he had just hammered out. It was impossible for a demonic beast to silently appear behind him. Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and slowly turned around stiffly. What he saw next wasn't fear, but doubt. There was indeed a demonic beast in front of him, but wasn't this demonic beast a bit too small? It was 30 centimeters, and its whole body was snow white. It wasn't scary, but rather very cute. Its pair of super lively big eyes were just like a human's eyes. At this moment, it was looking at him, wagging its small tail and tilting its small head, as if it was looking at something curiously. What surprised Lin Xian was that he had never seen this adorable demonic beast before. It was as if it was a miniature version of some mythical beasts he had seen on Earth. He released his spiritual eye. Shui Qilin. Realm. Rank. Attributes. Introduction. According to the matching information of its appearance, it is suspected to be the Shui Qilin of the Qilin clan's top bloodline. Lin Xian, Shui. Shui Qilin. Lin Xian looked dumbfounded. Is this for real? On the aqua blue star, just like on Earth, Qilins represented a very noble bloodline. Basically, among all known mythological creatures, Qilins were ranked at the forefront. And the Shui Qilin's bloodline was even nobler. But, was this really a Qilin? How could a Qilin appear in a place so close to a human's residence? And such a cute little Qilin at that. Chapter 39. According to the Spiritual Eye's introduction, this database was based on its appearance. In other words, there was a probability that it was a Qilin, but there was also a probability that it wasn't. However, Lin Xian believed that it was either a Qilin or close to it. Why? Fuck, his spiritual eye couldn't detect the attributes of such a small guy, which meant that its realm exceeded Lin Xian's by 5 ranks, that is, the lowest arcane body realm. Such a small guy. At this moment, the snow Qilin seemed to be holding something in its mouth. It walked towards Lin Xian, then lowered its head and put the thing in its mouth at Lin Xian's feet. It doesn't seem to have any killing intent towards me. Sensing this, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Are you going to give this to me? Lin Xian looked at the rainbow-colored, scale-like thing at his feet, and asked tentatively. Lin Xian was even more dumbfounded when it nodded. It can understand me. Fuck. What kind of monster is this? Just how high was its intelligence? What is certain is that this cute-looking little guy has the ability to insta-kill him, but for the time being, it doesn't have any killing intent. Moreover, its intelligence is very high, and it can even understand human speech. This proves that it is already at the top of the demonic beasts. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. Lin Xian picked up the rainbow-colored, mysterious scale. His spiritual eye probed, but it was full of question marks. It couldn't detect anything. However, in the next second, the rainbow-colored scale unexpectedly turned into rainbow-colored light and entered Lin Xian's body through his fingertips. At that moment, he panicked. Ding! The system has detected that host Lin Xian has obtained a special power. Has accepted power. Ding! Acceptance of power successful. Ding! Host Lin Xian has obtained metal attribute power. Ding! Host Lin Xian has obtained wood attribute power. Ding! Ding! Host Lin Xian has obtained darkness attribute power. Ding! Ding! Host Lin Xian has obtained spatial attribute power. Ding! Host Lin Xian has obtained the power of time. Lin Xian, for a moment, the system notification exploded in his mind. What was going on? He seemed to have obtained all the attributes. Was it because of that thing? Lin Xian hurriedly took a look at his own attributes. Name, Lin Xian. Age, 21. Realm, 9 stars of spirit condensation level, 19 experience, 5100175000 scumbag value, 51800 strength, 377 constitution, 366 dexterity, 365 spirit, 365 spiritual energy value, 1450 talent, Imperial Medical Sacred Technique Martial Skills, Spiritual Eye, 5 Thunder Constellation, Cosmic Fist, Chi Condensation Strike, Speech Shadow Attributes, Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, Wind, Lightning, Darkness, Light, Space, Time. He really obtained all the attributes. On the Aqua Blue Star, martial artists generally had one attribute. Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, and Earth were the most common. Wind, Lightning, Darkness, and Light were rare attributes. Very few people had 2 attributes, let alone 3. On the Aqua Blue Star, there was only one way to distinguish a martial artist's talent, and that was to see what attribute he awakened. The rarer the attribute, the more powerful it was. There were 2 attributes that only 1 out of 100 million people would awaken, and that was space and time. These 2 attributes were the most powerful and the most difficult to control. However, Lin Xian not only had time and space, but also all the other attributes. What kind of concept was this? He was invincible. However, he only had one chance to use all the attributes. If he wanted to use them permanently, he needed to obtain the corresponding attribute energy. It was easy to understand, but not easy to understand. The reason why Lin Xian obtained all this was because of the mysterious 7-colored scale given to him by the harmless Xue Qilin in front of him. He was probably the only martial artist on the Aqua Blue Star with all the attributes. If he could use all of them without restriction, then Lin Xian would be invincible. I want to see if it's true or not. Lin Xian felt that it was a little unreal. 5 Thunder Heavenly Phenomenon. Lin Xian condensed powerful lightning attribute force inside him, and then slapped the ground with his right hand. In an instant, purple lightning exploded around him like a storm. Faint white light appeared around the Xue Qilin's small body. The lightning that looked like it could destroy everything was actually harmless to it. When the dust dispersed, Lin Xian looked around and was dumbfounded. When he released the 5 Thunder Heavenly Phenomenon with his 9th Star Spirit Concentration Realm Cultivation Base, he blasted a crater 20 meters around him. Although it wasn't deep, but with this power, if someone in the same realm was hit by the 5 Thunder Heavenly Phenomenon within this range, they would either die or be seriously injured. Awesome! Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Powerful lightning attribute force, terrifying Earth rank 8-star martial skill, this destructive power is really amazing. When he tried to condense lightning attribute force again, Lin Xian found that he couldn't condense it. This was because it could only be used once. But if enough attribute force was absorbed, it could be used permanently. Wait! Lin Xian looked at the place where the true flame-bursting bullet exploded. Wasn't there a lightning attribute treasure of heaven and earth here? Could it be absorbed? But he didn't dare to go down. Then Lin Xian glanced at the Xue Qilin next to him, and found that its small body released a force. Bang! Its small front paw stepped on the ground slightly, and Lin Xian was sent flying, and then flew into the deep crater full of lightning. As soon as he entered, Lin Xian was instantly melted by lightning attribute force. The terrible power made Lin Xian unable to bear the pain, and he couldn't help but cry out. He was suspended in midair by the lightning. Ding! Absorbing lightning attribute force, please wait. Such a voice sounded in his mind. Lin Xian couldn't see it, because he was in so much pain that he couldn't open his eyes. At this moment, dense purple lightning poured into his chest and disappeared into his body. The huge lightning attribute force was getting smaller and smaller. It hurts. Lin Xian felt his consciousness gradually blurring. Am I going to die? His skin became charred black, and his clothes turned to ashes in an instant. If it wasn't for the protection of spiritual force, he would have gone bald, and his body would have cracked. Can't bear it. Can't bear it. His realm is too low. I'm afraid that he will explode and die in the next second. Above, the Shui Qilin slowly walked to the edge and looked down. When it saw Lin Xian's naked body, it pushed back in a very human-like manner and covered its face with its small paws. After 2 seconds, it condensed a white light and flew down. The white light entered Lin Xian's body, and his cracked flesh healed in an instant. No matter how much lightning poured into him, he was fine. Lin Xian fainted. He felt like he was going to die, but he suddenly felt very comfortable. Then, a voice sounded in his mind. Ding, lightning attribute force has been condensed. Lightning attribute is permanently activated. Ding. Due to host's physique being tempered by lightning, physique plus 50. Chapter 40. When Lin Xian opened his eyes, he found himself lying in the deep pit, and the purple thunderbolt had disappeared. Zing. Lin Xian suddenly got up. Fuck. Where are my clothes? Lin Xian looked at his naked body, and his face was full of confusion. Wait a minute. Lin Xian looked around, and then recalled. It seems that I'm not dead. He touched his body. It seems, even harder. He suddenly recalled the voice before he fainted, and looked at his attributes. Physique really increased by 50 points. The thunder attribute, he opened his palm and condensed thunderbolt. ZZZ. Purple thunderbolt flickered in his palm. Joy. Excitement. At this moment, only these two emotions overflowed in Lin Xian's heart. He really turned on the thunder attribute permanently. He doesn't have no attributes now. He has all attributes. It's really like a dream. Wait, that's Shui Qilin. Lin Xian leaped to the top, but it was nowhere to be seen. Why? Why did it help me? Why did it give me such an important thing? Moreover, I can't bear the power of the thunderbolt with my strength. It helped me bear it, and even helped me heal my injuries. Why? It left without saying a word again. Lin Xian sat in place and pondered. He was really moved. He wanted to find the Shui Qilin and thank it, because its appearance completely changed Lin Xian. On Earth, people said that Qilins were auspicious omens. If you see a Qilin, you will see auspicious signs. He didn't believe it before, but now Lin Xian believed it. Kid, I'll find you. I'll repay you then. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. Not all demonic beasts were bad. Many of them were friends with humans. Lin Xian thought for a moment. He now had all the attributes, including the strongest time and space attributes. But apart from the thunder attribute, the others could only be used once. If he wanted to use them permanently like the thunder attribute, there was only one way, and that was to absorb the energy of the corresponding attribute. For example, the fire attribute. He needed to find a heavenly treasure with an extremely strong fire attribute and absorb it. Only then would he be able to release flames forever. This was destined to be a long and arduous journey, but it was also destined that Lin Xian's strength would increase exponentially with each new type. Therefore, this was a path that Lin Xian had to take. If one day he could master all the attributes and control them at will, then he would be truly invincible. Therefore, not only did Lin Xian have to raise his cultivation level, he also had to find treasures with sufficient attribute power to absorb. When he becomes stronger, it shouldn't be as dangerous as this time. But now there was a problem. His clothes were all burned. How was he going to go back? It was already 2 in the morning. Although there weren't many people on the streets of Tianhua City, there were definitely people. He couldn't possibly run back naked, right? Luckily, Mother Nature gave Lin Xian a set of clothes. He picked some large leaves and wrapped himself up, then quickly ran back to Tianhua City. His shoes were also gone. Lin Xian was completely barefoot, but his level wasn't low, so he wouldn't get hurt even if he ran barefoot. 1.5 hours later, Lin Xian successfully arrived at the door of his house. Although he was noticed by a few people on the way, luckily, he didn't miss anything. When he opened the door, Lin Xian realized that the lights in the living room were still on. Linya was sitting on the sofa watching TV. She wasn't asleep because Lin Xian's phone had been destroyed by the lightning, so Linya didn't answer any of her calls. She was very worried. Seeing Lin Xian come back, Linya quickly ran over and hugged him. She didn't even notice that Lin Xian was wearing grass. "Little fairy, what are you doing?" Lin Xian was slightly startled. He could feel Linya's delicate body trembling slightly. Linya hugged Lin Xian without saying anything. They hugged for a long time. Lin Xian's heart was really touched. She was very worried, very afraid that something would happen to him. She was crying, a girl who sincerely cared for and loved him, a girl who was cold outside, actually cried like this. What reason did Lin Xian have to not treat her well? But at this time, he was blaming himself. Lin Xian slowly reached out and patted Lin Ya's thin back. Okay, it's okay. Lin Xian said gently. Tell me where you go next time. Lin Ya's slightly trembling voice sounded in his ear. This voice sounded like a very, very helpless child, very scared. Okay, I'll tell you where I go next time. Lin Xian's face revealed a blissful smile. Then Linya let go of Lin Xian and looked at him. Lin Xian wiped away the tears on her face. I promise there won't be a next time. Look, aren't I fine? Linya looked at Lin Xian and bit her lip. How did you become like this? Don't mention it. On the way here, a few pretty girls took a fancy to me and stripped me naked. If I didn't run fast enough, I would have been completely drained. I didn't even dare to take my phone before running here. Linya slightly rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. She didn't ask what happened to Lin Xian, as long as he came back safe and sound. Hurry up and go take a shower and change your clothes. You're so dirty. Hee, then I'll give you a kiss first. Lin Xian shamelessly moved his mouth towards Linya's face. Linya pushed him away. I'm going to sleep. After wiping her tears, Linya returned to her room. Lin Xian put away the shameless smile on his face and secretly clenched his fists. He swore that he would protect her for the rest of his life. He wouldn't let her be wronged. Definitely. In the room, Linya leaned against the door and slowly squatted down. Although Lin Xian came back safe and sound, her fear didn't disappear so quickly. Yes, she had a cold personality because that was the only way people wouldn't think she was easy to bully. However, she was also a very fragile person. She didn't know what she would do if something really happened to Lin Xian one day. She didn't dare to imagine. Because she couldn't get through to Lin Xian's phone, she went out to look for him. When she couldn't find him, she curled up on the sofa and cried. She was really afraid that something would happen to Lin Xian. After slowly calming down, Linya went to bed. At this moment, Lin Xian's system notification rang. Ding! Made a big sister cry to a very deep extent. Scumbag value plus 500,000. With this amount of scumbag value, Lin Xian could imagine how worried and scared Linya was. He decided not to go to school tomorrow. He wanted to spend the day with Linya. The next morning, Linya woke up at around 9 o'clock. She slept too late. The reason she was able to wake up at this time was because she was very diligent. When she came out of her room, she smelled a fragrance. Dang, a a nutritious breakfast specially made for my little fairy. Lin Xian suddenly appeared. You didn't go to school. Lin Ye looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Lin Xian pulled Lin Ye's hand and sat at the table. No, I made little fairy unhappy last night, so I want to spend some time with you today. Quick, I made it. Try it and see if it's good. Lin Ye looked at the breakfast on the table and stared blankly. What are you staring at? Try it. I'll go wash up first. As far as he could remember, Lin Xian had made breakfast for him a long, long time ago. Chapter 41. It was true that Lin Xian had almost never cooked for Lin Ye. Lin Ye had always been the one taking care of the family, and Lin Xian was also used to being taken care of by her. Before he obtained the scumbag system, he was unable to cultivate, and was just an ordinary person who couldn't get any more ordinary. Lin Xian was muddle-headed and had low self-esteem. He even wondered if he could transmigrate from Earth to this place, so if he died, would he be able to go back? At that time, Lin Xian even had thoughts of ending his life, let alone treating Lin Ye with sincerity. It was only later that he realized that Lin Ye was really a good girl. But now, Lin Xian really wanted to treat Lin Ye well. Lin Ye came to the table after washing up. The smell was very fragrant, and she couldn't believe that this was made by Lin Xian. Hurry up and eat, or else it'll stick together. Lin Xian sat down beside Lin Ye and dug into his chopsticks. He made 2 bowls of seafood noodles. Lin Xian loved seafood noodles the most. He put some vegetables in the thin noodles, then put the meat of Baihao's mantis shrimps and shrimp meat, and finally put some crab roe on top. Oh my god! Was there anything better than this kind of noodles? Even Lin Xian could finish the entire bowl of soup. It was simply too delicious. Lin Ye picked up a bit and put it in her mouth, chewing slowly. Lin Xian looked at her expectantly. How is it? Is it good? You really made this? Lin Ye was in disbelief. This was too delicious. It couldn't be said to be extremely delicious, but this kind of taste was very comfortable and delicious. Of course. A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face when he heard Lin Ye's words. He often made this for Dongfang Shui back on Earth, and she also liked to eat this. Lin Ye actually finished the entire big bowl of food, not even the last bit of soup was left. She sat on the chair in satisfaction. It wasn't that it was so delicious that she could eat so much, but there was a kind of happiness in it, because she felt that Lin Xian had changed, but she was very happy. Little fairy, let's pack up and go out to play today. You don't have to go to the company today. Come to think of it, it seems like we haven't had a good time for 3 years. In fact, Lin Xian had only known Lin Xian for 3 years. In his memory, they had gone out to play, but they had only gone out for a stroll. Moreover, these 3 years were also the period when Lin Ye's company was starting up. She was also very busy, but Lin Xian cherished the time he spent with Lin Ye very much. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Lin Ye's delicate body trembled slightly before she nodded without hesitation. Okay, I'll go change. Today, even if there was an important matter, Lin Ye would temporarily put it aside, because she also wanted to go out and play with Lin Xian. On this day, Lin Xian and Lin Ye went to the amusement park, Ocean World, watched a movie together, and had a meal together, just like a young couple. Lin Ye, who was as cold as ice outside, had a smile on her face the entire day. Looking at the smile on her face, Lin Xian was very satisfied. "Aw, I'm so tired." When Lin Xian and the others returned home, it was already night time. Lin Xian directly collapsed on the sofa. Although he was tired, he was very happy. He really hoped that this kind of day could continue. Linya came with a slight fragrance to Lin Xian's side and sat down, then reached out to massage his shoulders. No need. Lin Xian moved her hand away. In fact, he didn't feel too tired physically. After all, the realm was there, and Linya was definitely more tired than him. Let me massage you. Give me your legs. Linya shook her head slightly. No need. Didn't you say that your legs were tired when you were climbing the stairs? Come, I'll massage them for you. They lived on the 4th floor, but it was a pity that there was no elevator. Linya hesitated for a moment, then leaned against the sofa and extended her legs to Lin Xian. Lin Xian hugged Linya's legs and placed them on his lap. It had to be said that Linya's top quality was not only her face, but her legs were also simply invincible. Today, she was wearing denim shorts. Her pair of fair and long legs were always seen by passers-by, and at this moment, her legs were right in front of his eyes. They were fair, smooth, and without any blemishes. Lin Xian placed his hand on Linya's leg and gently massaged it. To be honest, even if Lin Xian didn't have any improper thoughts right now, but when his hand touched this smooth and tender skin, he really couldn't help but have such thoughts. As for Linya, she leaned against the sofa and felt that Lin Xian's massage was quite comfortable, but at the same time, she was also very shy. When they were young, they would be like this because they were young, but when they grew up, they almost never had this kind of situation. How's the strength? Lin Xian asked while massaging. Just right. Ding. Feeling Linya's shyness, scumbag man value plus 20,000. Ding. Congratulations host for triggering the mission. Mission punishment, none. Mission reward, all 4 attributes permanently plus 100 to 300 points. Lin Xian, the system actually gave him a mission related to Linya at this time, and the mission was different from before. Before, it was to tease a young lady, but this time, it was to successfully confess to Linya. What did this mean? It wanted Linya to be his girlfriend. This, even if Lin Xian had this kind of heart, even if he had this kind of courage, he was really embarrassed. Do you understand this kind of feeling? They were indeed not blood-related, but how could he be embarrassed? Forget it, Lin Xian thought about it and couldn't say it out loud. Even if he said it out loud, Linya would think it was a joke, so Lin Xian felt that it was better to talk about this mission later, since there was no time limit anyway. After pressing it, Lin Xian looked at Linya and found that she had already fallen asleep on the sofa. Looking at her delicate face, he really wanted to go over and give it a peck. Lin Xian gently put her legs down and then slowly picked up Linya. Linya slowly opened her eyes and found herself in Lin Xian's arms. Seeing that you've fallen asleep, I'll carry you back to your room. After speaking, Lin Xian carried Linya and put her on the bed. Linya's beautiful face slightly blushed. Go to sleep, good night. Lin Xian grinned and then turned off the lights, closed the door, and walked out. Linya turned to her side and a smile appeared on her face. It was happiness that came from the bottom of her heart. The next morning, Lin Xian woke up very early. After making breakfast for Linya, he went to the academy early because he had something important to ask of Xiao Runing. When he arrived at the Tianhua Academy, Lin Xian actually heard a shocking piece of news. It was about the 2 nether flame lions that Lin Xian had killed the night before. And the news that spread in the Tianhua Academy was that the night before, 5 advanced class warriors had gone out to grind. They had all died at the hands of the nether flame lion. As for how this news spread in the academy, Lin Xian didn't know, but this matter had caused everyone to be in a state of panic, to the point that they didn't dare to go out to grind. This was because, under normal circumstances, a monstrous beast like the Nether Flame Lion shouldn't have appeared outside Tianhua City at that distance, let alone the arcane body realm. Many experts in Tianhua City had specially gone out to hunt this monstrous beast, but they didn't know that this monstrous beast was already dead. Chapter 42. Lin Xian went straight to the Sky Martial Court and arrived at beginner class 10. When he entered the class, he found that there were not many people, but Lu Yufan and Yi Yi were both there. They were listening to music on their headphones. When they saw Lin Xian, their expressions were the same, disdain. I missed you so much after not seeing you for a day. Give me a kiss. As he spoke, Lin Xian leaned over. Go away. Yi quickly dodged. Stinky hooligan. Lu Yufan wrinkled her nose cutely. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders indifferently. For some reason, teasing them had become a habit of his. Sometimes, he even wanted to say a few words to them. Yi and Lu Yufan looked at Lin Xian. How should they put it? Lin Xian teased them, so they inexplicably treated Lin Xian as a friend. They were willing to talk to him and chat with him. Of course, as long as Lin Xian was serious. Why didn't you come to the academy yesterday? We'll be going to the demonic beast domain in a few days. Aren't you nervous? Yi asked curiously. Yesterday, Xiao Runing asked Yi why Lin Xian didn't come. How would she know? She was also curious why Lin Xian didn't come to the academy, but Xiao Runing asked her. Lin Xian sighed and said, Yesterday, I went to the demonic beast domain and was injured. The two girls were surprised. Lu Yufan looked at Yi and said, I heard that the Netherworld Flame Lion appeared outside. Then, she looked at Lin Xian and said, Did you encounter it too? Lin Xian shook his head. No, it's just a little injury. Take a look. With that, Lin Xian stretched out his right hand. There was really a small cut. Yi. Lu Yufan. You call this an injury? Just put a band-aid on it, Yi said helplessly. Lin Xian shook his head. No, you have to make a small cut too. Why? I don't want to. Because then we'll be a couple. Yi. Ding. Successfully teased Yi. Scum value plus 10,000. Lu Yufan's strange voice came from the side. The sour smell of love. Lu Yufan said with a smile. Yi quickly rolled her eyes at her. You're the one. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Xian smiled. These two girls were actually quite interesting. The key was that they were very nice people. At this moment, someone walked in through the door. Where's Lin Xian? Get out here. Everyone looked over. Lin Xian also looked over. It was someone he didn't know. Lin Xian sneered and looked at him. Bro, didn't anyone tell you that you can't just walk into someone else's class? You're Lin Xian. The guy stared at Lin Xian and said, Brother Kai from our advanced class wants you to go over. If you know what's good for you, come over here. Lin Xian twisted his neck and walked over. He thought that Lin Xian was really tactful. Even the people in class 10, including Yi and the rest, thought that Lin Xian was going over. However, bang! Without any hesitation, Lin Xian kicked him. Then, his entire body flew out and crashed into the wall of the corridor. Even a few passers-by were shocked by this. Damn, this class 10 is lousy's territory. Advanced class. Is the advanced class awesome? Lin Xian looked at him and coldly said. Fuck. Brother Xian is indeed Brother Xian. Is the advanced class awesome? Coming from the mouth of a beginner class student, it's so cool. But he's from the advanced class. The weakest person in the advanced class is the strongest in the beginner class. Brother Xian beat him up, this. Let's watch the show. In any case, I don't dare to provoke the advanced class. Wang Wen got up from the ground and angrily glared at Lin Xian. You're courting death. Lin Xian impatiently said, either get lost now, or I'll throw you down. Fuck. Finished speaking, Wang Wen directly brandished his fists and rushed towards Lin Xian. 10 stars of the Qi building realm. Lin Xian disdainfully smiled and backhanded a slap. That decisive, cool, and murderous look made the surrounding people stunned. The crisp sound of a slap resounded through the air. Wang Wen's body spun a few times in the air and directly flew downstairs. He even smashed into the ground and made quite a bit of noise. All of a sudden, everyone in the beginner class was shocked. It was reasonable for Lin Xian to hit someone from the intermediate class, but now he even hit someone from the advanced class. Fuck. What kind of monster is this? Wang Wen was incomparably shocked. He knew that Lin Xian had challenged 10 people from the intermediate class, but he didn't expect him to be arrogant to this extent. He even dared to hit someone from the advanced class. Good. Lin Xian, just you wait. Wang Wen's face was extremely ugly. He then got up from the ground and walked away. Lin Xian walked over to Yi and sighed. AI, is it wrong for this person to be handsome? There are always people looking for trouble with me all day long. When did you provoke someone from the advanced class? The weakest in the advanced class is at least 10 stars of the Qi building realm. Most of them are experts at the spirit condensation realm. They are much stronger than the intermediate class. Yi slightly wrinkled her beautiful eyebrows and said in a deep voice. Lin Xian then grinned, Yi, are you worried about me? Hee, you are so nice. Ding. Successfully teased Yi. Scum man points plus 10,000. Yi's charming face slightly reddened. She didn't know why when she heard that the advanced class was looking for Lin Xian, her first reaction was not to gloat, but to worry for him. Was this her? Can you be a bit more serious? If you act like this, we can't even be friends. Yi looked at Lin Xian and said. I never planned to be friends with you. Lin Xian shrugged with an indifferent expression. Yi was stunned for a moment. Was she thinking too much? Then Lin Xian's voice came. From the beginning, I only wanted to be a couple with you. Yi, ding. Successfully teased Yi. Scum man points plus 10,000. Bastard. Yi gritted her teeth. On the side, Lu Yufan was blinking her big eyes like an onlooker. In the past, when Lin Xian was looking for Yi, she would always stand up for Yi. Then she found that she was always being teased by Lin Xian. So now no matter how Lin Xian teased Yi, Lu Yufan was just an onlooker. As long as he didn't tease her, it was fine. Lin Xian didn't want to tease them anymore and said, but who is this Kai Gu? Do you guys know? Yi slightly shook her head and turned her charming face to the side. Lu Yufan said, I know. He is a pretty strong expert in the advanced class. His name is Li Kai. I think he was at the spirit condensation realm before. How do you know him? Lu Yufan wrinkled her jade nose and said, this person chased me before. I don't even know if he's as tall as this baby. Disgusting. Chapter 43. When Lin Xian heard Lu Yufan's words, he revealed a surprised expression and said, "How strange. You have such small breasts and yet you still have people chasing after you. His taste is really bad." Ding. Successfully teased little big sister, scumbag value plus 10,000. Ah! When she heard Lin Xian's words, Lu Yufan immediately went berserk again. Fan, lady. Lady. Yi tried her best to stop the berserk Lu Yufan. After knowing Lu Yufan for so long, she was usually a little mischievous. However, ever since she met Lin Xian, she revealed her true nature. It was especially easy for her to go berserk. Yi saw all of this, but what about her? She was originally a lady, a daughter of a rich family, but ever since she met Lin Xian, she had almost gone berserk several times. It wasn't that Lin Xian made her angry, but that his words sometimes caused too much damage. Otherwise, why would Lu Yufan go berserk several times? Ooh. After being held back by Yi, Lu Yufan took deep breaths to calm her raging emotions. Whoa, big sister Yi, he's too infuriating. Lu Yufan buried her little head in Yi's arms and rubbed her head as she said aggrievedly. Let's ignore him. In a while, the people from the advanced class will come and beat him up. Yi comforted Lu Yufan like a big sister. Lin Xian leaned back in his chair without a care in the world. A few of his lackeys brought him tea and water. In their eyes, Lin Xian was simply a god. He defeated all of the top 10 students in the intermediate class and even teased Yi time and time again. Lu Yufan and the others could still get along well with Lin Xian. This was simply a role model for them. He felt that if he learned a few moves from Lin Xian, he would have an endless supply of girls. Lu Yufan then glared at Lin Xian. Just you wait, the advanced class will deal with you later. Don't expect us to help you. Lin Xian shrugged and said indifferently, I don't need your help. Tell me, what can you help with? Lu Yufan, fine. She felt that talking to Lin Xian was a mistake. Yi was still relatively kind-hearted. After thinking for a bit, she said to Lin Xian, the advanced class is different from the intermediate class. Most of the advanced class martial artists are already in the spirit condensation realm. The difference between 1 star of the spirit condensation realm and 10 stars of the chi building realm is only 1 star, but the difference is like heaven and earth. You may be able to provoke the intermediate class, but provoking the advanced class is really a wrong choice. Are you concerned about me? Lin Xian looked at Yi with a smile. Yi turned her face to the side and muttered, I'm just reminding you as a classmate. Then I accept your concern. I said it's not concern. Yi emphasized. Lin Xian smiled and didn't say anything. Advanced class. So what if it's the advanced class? The reason why there were so few people in the classroom was because many people went to train. After that, Lin Xian went to train again. He wouldn't relax just because his cultivation level increased. He needed to learn. In the future, he would definitely come into contact with all kinds of demon beasts. If he could understand more, then he would be safer. Lin Xian wouldn't foolishly wait in the classroom for the advanced class people to come find him. He would do his own thing. What did other things have to do with him? Older brother Xian. After the real battle, Lin Xian saw Wang Fugue running over with a piece of fatty meat. How's it going? Are you comfortable in class 5? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Comfortable my ass. I want to be in the same class as you. Moreover, class 10 has Lu Yufan and Yi, the 2 super beautiful school beauties. Our class 5, my goodness, is full of ugly people. Wang Fugue shook his head in dissatisfaction. Lin Xian patted his shoulder and said, Alright, since you're here, then take it easy. What do you want from me? Wang Fugue said, nothing much. I just feel that you've been very arrogant lately. When are you going to take me flying? Alright. In the future, don't be afraid of anyone you see. Even if you're my, Lin Xian's, little brother. Advanced class, don't be afraid. Wang Fugue's eyes lit up, really? Then you can do whatever you want. Lin Xian shook his head, no, you'll be beaten very badly like this. After saying that, Lin Xian walked away. Wang Fugue, isn't this a scam? School was about to end. Lin Xian went back to the classroom to take some things and prepared to go home. However, when he arrived at the door, he found that there were a few uninvited guests at the entrance of Class 10. There were many students from other classes in the surrounding area who were prepared to watch the show from afar. Brother Kai, he's Lin Xian. Wang Wen, who was beaten up by Lin Xian before, pointed at Lin Xian and said. Li Kai looked at Lin Xian and sneered, you're the one who fought against 10 people from the intermediate class. Seeing Li Kai, Lin Xian actually laughed. Sure enough, Lu Yufan was right. This Li Kai was ugly, and he was really short. With shoes, he was about 1.68 meters. Lin Xian was taller than him by a head. May I know when we met? Lin Xian showed a puzzled expression. He really hadn't met this Li Kai before, but he was looking for trouble with him. That was interesting. Li Kai sneered, I haven't met you before, but my girlfriend has a grudge against you. She specifically asked me to teach you a lesson. Originally, this young master wanted to give you a warning, but I didn't expect you to dare to beat up my people. You must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's guts. Oh. Your girlfriend. Who? Xiao Mengyue. Lin Xian, this Xiao Mengyue is amazing. 2 days ago, her boyfriend was still that Zhang Chao. Today, it's this short Li Kai from the advanced class. TSK. So it's Xiao Mengyue. I remember. Do you know why I have a grudge against her? Lin Xian asked with a smirk. Why? That's because some time ago, I went to a foot spa with a friend for a massage. Who knew that the foot spa was so unorthodox? They actually had that kind of service. I hate that kind of thing. I advocate righteousness and create a new atmosphere. Then, I called the police and arrested all the ladies there. Don't you think it's a coincidence? Xiao Mengyue was one of them. What a coincidence. I was classmates with her in the same school. So, I guess she was earning some extra money outside and was disturbed by me. Then, she held a grudge against me. Lin Xian said with a serious expression. Pfft, Lu Yufan, who was eavesdropping, couldn't help but laugh. This Lin Xian was too sarcastic. The surrounding students who were watching the show also gave Lin Xian a thumbs up. This was simply humiliating Li Kai without batting an eyelid. In the distance, Xiao Runing saw this scene. She crossed her arms and showed an interested expression. However, she didn't stop them. It was as if she wanted to see Lin Xian cause trouble. You're courting death. Li Kai's expression suddenly changed, revealing an angry expression. You don't believe me. Because of this incident, I was even given a silk banner by the police station. Do you want me to show it to you? Lin Xian chuckled. Chapter 44. Of course, no one believed Lin Xian's words. However, they were more concerned about something else. Fuck. Li Kai's girlfriend is Xiao Mengyue. I know this woman. Wasn't her boyfriend Zhang Chao 2 days ago? Amazing. She's really a bitch. Li Kai's girlfriend is such a bitch. How embarrassing. The girlfriend of a spirit focus expert in the advanced class is such a bitch. Even if Lin Xian is lying, I think it's more or less the same. Li Kai was even more furious when he heard the discussions around him. His right fist was filled with powerful spiritual energy. You want to fight me? Lin Xian stared at him without the slightest hint of panic. In fact, he even looked completely at ease. Lin Xian, you're pretty strong since you can defeat an intermediate class student. However, I'm a spirit focus expert in the advanced class. You can't afford to offend me. Lin Xian could not help but laugh. He then asked Li Kai, do you know how many people I've tossed down from the building where you're standing? I only know that you're next. Li Kai then charged at Lin Xian. Although the space was not big, he felt that it was enough to beat up Lin Xian. Bang! His punch shocked everyone. Lin Xian did not move. He only reached out and wrapped his palm around Li Kai's right fist. Li Kai could not move an inch. Fuck. What's Lin Xian's cultivation base? Why do I feel like he's stronger than Li Kai? That's right, he's stronger than Li Kai. Look at Li Kai's red face. He's using all his strength, but he can't even move Lin Xian. Impossible. Unless Lin Xian is in the spirit focus stage. But he's a new student in the Sky Martial Court. If he's in the spirit focus stage, why did he enter the Sky Martial Court so late? Also, rumor has it that Lin Xian is a piece of trash. While everyone was still in shock, Li Kai released his martial technique. The powerful force shattered the surrounding glass. However, get the hell out of here. Lin Xian even took the brunt of Li Kai's attack and threw him down the stairs. Everyone, what about you? Do you want to jump or should I throw you down? Lin Xian looked at Wang Wen in front of him. Wang Wen swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, he jumped down. Lin Xian clapped his hands and turned to look at Heartwarming behind him. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Hee hee, Miss Xiao." Heartwarming really did not guess wrong. This Lin Xian simply wasn't in the Qi building realm. He was in the spirit condensation realm. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. But, how many stars is he in the spirit condensation stage? Thinking about it, it shouldn't be too high. Prepare the money for the glass and installation. Heartwarming looked at the shattered glass and said to Lin Xian calmly. Lin Xian, wait a moment. Whoosh. After speaking, Lin Xian directly jumped down from the second floor. Li Kai angrily climbed up. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be so strong. He was simply looking for trouble. Give me the money. Lin Xian stretched out his hand to Li Kai. What do you mean? Li Kai clenched his teeth and glared at Lin Xian. Money for the glass and installation. Everyone, Lin Xian, don't you fucking take a mile after taking an inch. Li Kai angrily cursed. Lin Xian calmly said, you used a martial skill to shatter the glass. Shouldn't you pay for it? Fuck your mother. Boom. A terrifying one-star power of the spirit condensation stage erupted from his body. Then, a blue light suddenly flashed and a fist containing a martial skill flew towards Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, his figure directly flew out. Everyone only saw Lin Xian kick the ground without any fancy moves, and then he was sent flying. What realm is this Lin Xian in? Lin Xian then rushed over and stepped on his face. Lin Xian's face hung a smile, but at this moment, it was more like a devil's smile. I'll give you one more chance. Give me the money. I'll give. This time, Li Kai was really sure that this Lin Xian was faking it. Fuck. He's in the spirit condensation stage. With this realm, he can mix in the advanced class. Why is he still in the beginner class? Then, Li Kai sullenly pulled out $300 bills from his wallet and handed them to Lin Xian. 300. You think I'm a beggar? Li Kai angrily said, a piece of glass is only $10. A dozen pieces is at most 100. Plus the installation fee, 300 is not enough. Slap. Lin Xian did not hesitate to slap him. The crisp sound of the slap made everyone's heart tremble. Then, Lin Xian pointed in the direction of their class 10 and said, that's our class 10. A piece of glass in class 10 is at least 200. Plus, that's Miss Xiao's class. That piece is 300, and the installation fee is 1,000. Li Kai wanted to curse, but when he thought about how Lin Xian could casually hit him, he endured it. In the end, he handed all the money in his wallet to Lin Xian before running away in a sorry state. Lin Xian, just you wait. Li Kai did not forget to leave behind some ruthless words. Tch, Lin Xian disdainfully smiled and then took the money to the second floor. He pulled out $300 from a stack and handed it to Xiao Runing and said, here's the money for the glass and the installation fee. Everyone, fuck. Wasn't this Lin Xian too shameless? Xiao Runing was also stunned for a moment, then the corner of her mouth curled up. Give me everything. You said that a piece of glass in class 10 is 300. Tch, I also said that you like me. Do you believe it yourself? No. Then that's it. 300. I don't have any more. Everyone, Xiao Runing helplessly took the $300. This Lin Xian. She really wanted to beat him up. Hee, Miss Xiao, there's something I want to ask you. Lin Xian then grinned. 8,000. Lin Xian, okay, I'll owe you. Let's go to my office. Then, Xiao Runing walked away with Lin Xian following behind her. Xiao Runing's office was a single room, and she was the only one in it. As soon as he entered, he smelled a fragrance that belonged to Xiao Runing. It smells so good. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Xiao Runing sat at the side and looked at Lin Xian. Say it, what's the matter? Lin Xian smiled and said that, I want to get a spirit tool. I don't know if Miss Xiao can help me. Spirit condensation realm does need a spirit tool. Xiao Runing pondered for a moment, then looked at Lin Xian. Then tell me, what realm are you in? I just advanced to the spirit condensation realm. I went to the beast territory 2 days ago and killed some beasts to advance. Xiao Runing remained skeptical, but she didn't ask. You can get a spirit tool in the advanced class. With your spirit condensation realm, you can directly go to the advanced class. Do you want to go? Not going. There's Miss Xiao in the beginner class. I definitely won't go. Lin Xian said resolutely. Is that so? Xiao Runing's mouth hooked up, revealing a charming smile. She stared at Lin Xian and said, then come to my house tonight. I'll give it to you. Chapter 45. Upon hearing Xiao Runing's words, Lin Xian stood rooted to the ground. That's not very good, right? You haven't even accepted my confession yet, isn't it a little too soon to go to your house? Lin Xian mumbled softly. Xiao Runing's pretty face was slightly dyed with a layer of crimson, she was both ashamed and angry. What are you thinking? I want you to come to my house tonight and help me out. What kind of help? Xiao Runing rubbed her temples and said, I have a cousin who has been pursuing me. I lied to him that I have a boyfriend, but he probably doesn't believe me. Tonight, he wants to come to my house for dinner. Come over and pretend to be my boyfriend. Tell him that we are already living together and make him completely give up on the idea. Cousin. Damn. Your family is incestuous. It's more than 3 generations, so it doesn't count. That's why he is pursuing me. This kind of relationship is the most difficult. What about the reward? Lin Xian asked. Xiao Runing stared at Lin Xian and said slowly, aren't you lacking spiritual weapons? I happen to have a sword at home. Its grade isn't too high, only 8 stars of the yellow rank. Is it enough for you? 8 stars of the yellow rank. It's enough, it's enough. Lin Xian nodded. And 8 stars of the yellow rank was already very rare. It could be said that half of the people in the advanced class did not have a weapon as high as this 8 stars of the yellow rank. If it were to be sold, it would probably start at a price of 1 million. This Xiao Runing was really generous. Lin Xian guessed that she was definitely the daughter of a rich family. Alright, then it's settled. Come straight home with me after school. Alright. At this moment, in a very beautiful manner, a woman wearing a white dress sat in the back garden. She was holding a brush and drawing. The beautiful scenery and her quiet and beautiful figure were like a painting. Han Chuxue put down her brush and looked at the portrait that she had drawn from memory. After a few seconds, she sighed slightly. It had to be said that there was a reason why Han Chuxue was able to become the #1 beauty in Tianhua Academy. A pure white lace dress wrapped around her delicate and exquisite body. Her jade-like long hair was tied with a simple hairpin. Her hair fluttered in the wind, falling on both sides of her ivory white shoulders. Under the fluttering long hair was a crystal-like exquisite face. The sun shone on her face, as beautiful and dazzling as broken mercury, bringing out her elegant charm to the extreme. Elegant, noble, and cold were synonyms for her. Her gorgeous face, set off by her noble temperament, could make any man feel inferior in front of her, not even daring to raise their head to look at her. However, at this moment, her deep beautiful eyes were filled with thoughts. The door to the back garden opened, and a woman in black walked over with a lollipop in her mouth. Oh, you're not dead yet. The woman leaned against the tree and looked at Han Chuxue with a smile. What are you doing here? Han Chuxue didn't even turn around. Her voice was emotionless, as cold as a mountain. The woman in black held the lollipop in her hand and smiled. I just came to see if you're dead. When the two women stood together, it was a picture of complete opposites. However, the woman in black did not lose to Han Chuxue in terms of looks. Her beautiful face, every frown and smile of hers could cause any man to have a reaction. That was a charm that came from her bones. She was a seductress. It was rare to see a woman with such an unrestrained and seductive temperament. Her uncombed long hair fell behind her and fluttered in the wind. Her clear and mysterious dark purple eyes, her thin lips were slightly pursed, and her long and thick eyelashes were slightly curled like the leaves of a mimosa plant. If Han Chuxue was a proud white lotus on top of an iceberg, then she was a thorny rose in a field of flowers. In the entire Tianhua Academy, the only person who could compare to the two women in terms of looks and temperament was their mentor, Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing was more like a combination of the two women. She was charming, seductive, elegant, noble, and cold. Xiao Runing could switch between all these qualities. Ling Ying was her name, and she was the second most beautiful woman in Tianhua Academy. I'm not dead. Han Chuxue said lightly. Ling Ying looked at the slight wound on her face and could not help but laugh. I didn't expect you to almost die there. Was it another flame lion? Han Chuxue nodded slightly. Yes, another flame lion of the arcane body stage 5 stars and above. That's strange. Then how did you come back alive? Ling Ying was very curious. Han Chuxue did not speak. Forget it. Recuperate well. The Tianwu conference is coming soon. I still want to personally defeat you in the Tianwu conference. Han Chuxue turned to look at Ling Ying and said, I won't be participating in the Tianwu conference this time. The lollipop in Ling Ying's mouth stopped moving. She hissed for a moment before curling her lips and saying, What? You're not interested in men, you're not interested in fun, and now you're not interested in fighting. Then why are you still alive? Han Chuxue did not say a word again. Oh, right. The one from before was called Lin Xian. Yes, yes, yes. He beat up another person from the advanced class today. What an interesting little brother. Ling Ying said with a smile. Not interested. Ling Ying walked over and said, Then I want to know what you're interested in. Zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Then her gaze fell on Han Chuxue's sketch. Yo! The corners of Ling Ying's mouth curled up as she picked up the portrait on the table. TSK, TSK, TSK. Han Chuxue, oh Han Chuxue. So you're pretending to not be interested in men. You're secretly drawing the portrait of the man you like. It's not bad. Han Chuxue seemed to be used to Ling Ying's jokes. Then she said, Originally, I was going to die outside this time. Ling Ying paused and looked at Han Chuxue. Han Chuxue's gaze was locked on the sketch. He was the one who saved me. And then he stole your heart away. TSK TSK, the hero saving the beauty is really useful. Han Chuxue shook her head slightly. No, he's dead. Ling Ying's expression became slightly serious. A spirit condensation 5-star was chased by another world flame lion. There's no hope for him to survive. Then Han Chuxue laughed self-deprecatingly. I killed someone in order to improve my cultivation. Tell me, why should I participate in the Tianwu conference? Are you sure he's dead? Han Chuxue nodded. It's impossible for him to survive in such a situation. Yesterday I went there again. There was a huge pit in the direction he escaped in. There were traces of lightning burning the ground. It must be left behind by the battle. Do you care that much? Ling Ying looked at Han Chuxue. Han Chuxue closed her eyes slightly. She could not forget the scene that night. At the most desperate moment before she died, he appeared. After a while, her beautiful eyes slowly opened. You don't understand. I don't understand. Ling Ying crushed the lollipop in her mouth and continued, All I know is that if you can't get over this, that man will become a demon in your heart that you can't get rid of. Do you suddenly feel that he's more important than any other man you've ever met? Chapter 46. Han Chuxue didn't know what she was feeling right now. Guilt, self-blame, and maybe some other emotions. She carefully thought about Ling Ying's words. She had seen too many outstanding men, but no matter how outstanding they were, no matter how gentlemanly they acted in front of her, they weren't as deeply rooted in her heart as that person from that night. Maybe it was because he saved her. When she was at her most desperate, he pulled her up from the brink of death. But he died. Let me ask you, for anyone, if they encountered something like this, would they be able to keep their heart as calm as water? Of course not. In short, since you think he's dead, then you should live for him. Are you really not going to participate in the Sky Marshal Conference? Han Chuxue shook her head. Okay, I'm leaving. Then Ling Ning left the back garden. Han Chushue stared at the portrait she drew in a daze. At this time, Lin Xian was sitting in Xiao Runing's car and driving towards her home. "Dear Ning Ning, your car smells so good." Lin Xian grinned and then looked sweetly at Xiao Runing who was driving. Ding! Felt Xiao Runing's shyness. Scumbag points plus 20,000. Mission progress, 60%. Lin Xian, that works too. Unintentionally planting a willow and growing a shade. What did you call me? Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. Ning Ning, didn't you say I was acting as your boyfriend? Do you want me to call you Teacher Xiao when the time comes? Xiao Runing paused. What he said made sense. That's why I have to get used to my new name. Otherwise, if I call you Miss Xiao again, wouldn't I be exposed? Okay. Xiao Runing felt that Lin Xian was flirting with her, but she felt that what he said made sense. She couldn't refute it. How about I call you wife? Xiao Runing clenched her teeth. This guy wanted a yard after getting an inch. What do you think? Ning Ning sounds better. Lin Xian smiled. Xiao Runing took a deep breath. She really didn't know if it was the right decision to let him come. At this time, Lin Xian took out his phone and called Linya. He told her that he wouldn't be home for dinner tonight. He also assured her that there was absolutely no danger. Only then did Linya feel relieved. Are you afraid of your sister? Xiao Runing asked. Lin Xian shrugged and said, it's not fear. It's love. Why do I feel like I'm scared? Lin Xian was afraid of Linya. Of course not. He was afraid that Linya would be worried. He's a man. Of course, he has to be gentle to girls. Lin Xian laughed. But are you living with your sister now? Lin Xian, yeah, I've been like that since I was a kid. Where are your parents? Parents, her parents on Earth were killed by the Lin family. And this body didn't even know who her parents were. Thinking about it, it was a bit funny and sad. I don't have parents. I grew up in an orphanage with my sister. Lin Xian said in an open-minded tone. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Xiao Runing froze for a bit. Then she said apologetically, sorry. It's fine. Lin Xian smiled. Xiao Runing felt that it was quite strange. A child who grew up in an orphanage was actually so optimistic. It was rare. At the same time, her view of Lin Xian changed a lot. Maybe he was just pretending to be optimistic to make her sister feel at ease. Soon, the car entered a residential area. This is the place. Xiao Runing parked the car and took out some bags from the trunk with Lin Xian. These were the ingredients they bought on the way here. Ning Ning, you live in a residential area. I thought it was a big villa. Xiao Runing said slowly, why would I live in a villa alone? This kind of house is quite good. You're in luck tonight. I'll let you taste my cooking. Every time she heard Lin Xian call her Ning Ning, Xiao Runing felt goosebumps. But she kept telling herself that this was just an act. It's fine as long as it's over. They took the elevator to the 18th floor. Although it was a residential area, it was definitely a high-class residential area. When they opened the door, what surprised Lin Xian was that the entire living room, the entire room was full of childlike charm. The wallpaper was light pink. It was a very beautiful and clean room. It was like entering a little princess's home. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Runing didn't know what Lin Xian was laughing about. What's wrong? What are you laughing about? Xiao Runing gave Lin Xian a pair of pink slippers. Lin Xian casually changed into them and walked in. I'm laughing. The school's cold, noble, and seductive beautiful teacher is actually so childlike. The entire house is pink, even the slippers are pink. TSK TSK TSK. Ding. Felt Xiao Runing's shyness. Scumbag points plus 20,000. Mission progress, 70%. If you dare to go out and say anything, you're dead. Xiao Runing fiercely threatened Lin Xian. Okay, I won't say anything. When they walked in, the entire house was filled with a faint fragrance. Just like Lin Xian's house was also filled with Lin Ya's scent. Of course, other than Lin Xian's room. You can sit anywhere first. My cousin will probably come in 2 hours. I'll wash the vegetables and prepare to cook. If you want to drink water, pour it yourself. Xiao Runing said to Lin Xian as she carried the vegetables to the kitchen. That. Can I walk around? Lin Xian asked. Xiao Runing turned her head to look at Lin Xian and said, You can, but you're not allowed to enter my room. It's on your left. After that, Lin Xian walked around Xiao Runing's house. The house had 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, but only Xiao Runing lived in it. One of the other 2 bedrooms also had a bed. It was also clean, but no one lived in it. However, there were signs that it had been lived in before. The other smaller room had been converted by Xiao Runing into a study room for a computer. There were many small plants in the house, and it was quite beautiful. Lin Xian had nothing to do, so he went into the study room and flipped through a few books. Most of these books recorded some things about the continent, including some demon beasts' habits, martial arts, weaknesses, advantages, and so on. They were indeed very useful. He flipped to a page. This page recorded some of the more special creatures on planet Aqua Blue. Dragons, fairies, phoenixes, and other super bloodline races. What was a super bloodline? It meant that their bloodline was extremely powerful. They were at the peak of existence. The stronger the bloodline, the stronger the strength. These demonic beasts were a little special. They were neutral and would not normally attack humans or demonic beasts. They might even become friends with humans. Generally speaking, if they wanted to enter the territory of humans, the door would be open for them. Lin Xian knew that there was a very powerful warrior in the capital. He was a dragon knight, and his partner was an extremely powerful fire attribute giant dragon. There were many similar ones. That was a true expert. That was the pinnacle of life. Chapter 47. After that, there was a page about a qilin. But there was a picture of a large qilin, which was very different from the one Lin Xian saw that night. The color was also different. Even now, Lin Xian wasn't sure whether it was a qilin or not. It was too cute. Lin Xian took the book and went to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Xiao Runing was busy cooking. Not to mention, this Xiao Runing was quite similar to Lin Ya. If he married this kind of girl, he would definitely be happy. Ning, I have something to ask you. Lin Xian said from behind. Every time she heard Ning, Xiao Runing wanted to kill someone. What? Xiao Runing turned around, and then Lin Xian handed her the picture of the qilin. Is this picture of a qilin real? Lin Xian asked. Lin Xian had searched for qilins on the internet, but he couldn't find anything useful. Xiao Runing nodded, about 80 to 90% correct. A long time ago, a powerhouse inadvertently saw a qilin, and someone made this picture according to his description, so it's not too far off. Are there no pictures of qilins when they were young? Xiao Runing shook her head. Is there a kind of qilin called snow qilin? Snow Qilin. Xiao Runing thought for a moment. Yes. It means that its entire body is as white as snow. Xiao Runing shook her head, I'm not sure. I don't have any impression of it, and I've never heard of the name Snow Qilin. Why do you ask? Lin Xian said with a smile, it's nothing. Continue with your work, my dear Ningning. Xiao Runing took a deep breath, and then ignored Lin Xian. Oh, by the way, I like to eat braised pork and chicken wings. Well, it's best to make pork ribs and corn soup. Lin Xian added in the back. Xiao Runing, she believed that she had a good personality and rarely had any emotional fluctuations. However, ever since she met Lin Xian, she realized that her emotions would often be stirred up by him. For example, this sentence, damn it, you're just a guest. You're still emphasizing what to eat. This was too infuriating. It was no wonder that Yi, the daughter of a respectable family, could be angered by him, and Lu Yufan even went berserk. Please scram, thank you. I can't leave. Lin Xian shook his head and added, because you've already locked me in your heart. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Hurry up and get out. Don't disturb me. Then you can cook my favorite dishes. Alright, I'll do it. Hee, love you, Mua. Xiao Runing secretly touched her forehead. Half an hour later, the aroma of food filled the room. The first dish was ready. It was Lin Xian's braised pork. It looked really delicious. What are you doing? Xiao Runing turned around and saw Lin Xian trying to steal a bite. She quickly covered it with a plate. Don't steal a bite. I can't wait to try your cooking. Lin Xian smiled. If I see you stealing a bite again, don't eat it. Xiao Runing threatened him and then went to cook the next dish. After about 2 hours, the 10 dishes on the table were ready. Just then, the doorbell rang. Xiao Runing hurried over and specifically reminded Lin Xian, don't let the cat out of the bag later. Lin Xian made an okay gesture and then Xiao Runing opened the door. Brother Tianyu. Xiao Runing looked at the man in front of her and smiled. Jiang Tianyu smiled at Xiao Runing and said, Ning Ning, I haven't seen you in a while. You've gotten prettier. Brother Tianyu, you're too polite. Come in. Then, Jiang Tianyu changed into slippers and walked in. Only then did he see Lin Xian sitting on the sofa. He frowned. Jiang Tianyu was indeed handsome and talented. If he was in school, he would definitely be the school's most handsome guy. Oh right, Brother Tianyu, let me introduce you. This is Lin Xian. I told you before, he's my boyfriend. Lin Xian stood up and walked over. He reached out his hand and shook Jiang Tianyu's hand. Hello, I've heard about you from Ning Ning. Come, sit. Jiang Tianyu nodded slightly and then sat on the sofa to examine Lin Xian. This was Xiao Runing's boyfriend? He didn't believe it. From the beginning, he didn't believe that Xiao Runing had a boyfriend. Because it was too sudden, and he knew Xiao Runing's taste. Who knew how many outstanding men had confessed to her, but she didn't even look at them. She only looked at Lin Xian. In terms of temperament and appearance, he couldn't compare to those men. How could Xiao Runing like him? Brother Tianyu, you and Lin Xian chat first. There's still a soup to be made. We can eat once it's done. Xiao Runing said and then secretly gave Lin Xian a look before entering the kitchen. Jiang Tianyu then smiled at Lin Xian and said, I didn't think that Ning Ning would find a boyfriend after not seeing him for a while. I wonder where young Master Lin is working. Lin Xian smiled and looked at ease. Brother Tianyu, you don't need to be so polite. You're Ning Ning's cousin, so I naturally have to call you Big Brother. You can just call me Little Xian. Then Lin Xian said, as for working, I can't say that. In this era, strength is respected. That's just empty talk. Ha ha ha, you're right. Strength is respected. What realm are you at? Although Jiang Tianyu felt that the possibility of Lin Xian being Xiao Runing's boyfriend wasn't high, it was still possible. Therefore, he wanted to find out more about Lin Xian. Lin Xian used his spiritual eye to investigate. This Jiang Tianyu was indeed quite outstanding. He was actually at the arcane body 3rd star realm. No wonder he dared to pursue Xiao Runing. He then said, my realm isn't high. I haven't reached the arcane body realm yet. I'm ashamed to say that I could have done so long ago, but I've been eating and playing with Ning Ning these past few days, so I didn't go to the beast domain. Since Lin Xian wanted to help Xiao Runing, then he couldn't make it too flashy. Otherwise, Lin Xian would kill this Jiang Tianyu. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Tianyu agreed. Then, Xiao Runing shouted, wash your hands, it's time to eat. Coming. Lin Xian then walked over. Wash your hands. Xiao Runing patted Lin Xian's shoulder and pouted. They really look like a couple. Jiang Tianyu saw this scene and frowned. Wash your hands. After washing his hands, Jiang Tianyu walked over and sat on a chair. Why are there so many dishes? Just make 2 random dishes. Xiao Runing smiled. Brother Tianyu, it's not easy for you to come here. How can you just make some random dishes? These are all Lin Xian's favorite dishes. I think you'll like them too. Yes, yes, yes. Let's eat. Brother Tianyu, do you want some wine? Lin Xian brought a bottle of beer. Xiao Runing bought it especially for Lin Xian. She didn't drink, but she gave it to Lin Xian. Her goal was to make Jiang Tianyu think that she pampered Lin Xian and loved him. Drink some. Then, Lin Xian poured a glass for Jiang Tianyu. Ning Ning, what about you? Lin Xian asked. Hearing this, Xiao Runing knew that something bad was going to happen. Jiang Tianyu, on the other hand, smirked, you're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.